Chapter 1351, Chaotic Battle, Kill. Charge. Block them, we need more time. Don't be afraid. So what if this is Zhua Yi Hui? The Gu formation is around. We can last until reinforcements arrive from our clans. Shadow Sect attacked, while Southern Border's righteous path defended desperately. The third layer of the Gu formation was already half destroyed. Cracks could be seen everywhere. It was of little help to the righteous path Gu Immortals. A chaotic battle ensued. Rumble. Unceasing explosions, the collisions of wind, fire, water, and lightning, unfolded like fireworks in the sky. There was no probing. Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves were used from the start. The battle became heated almost instantly. You cannot defend this place. Fairy Miao Yin smiled as she flew in the air. Xiao Si Lu was in front of her. Xiao Si Lu was silent. The situation had changed too quickly. Earlier, the righteous path had the advantage, but now they were at a disadvantage. Even with the Super Gu formation, they could only defend passively. They lost their initiative. For the righteous path Gu Immortals, their only chance was to wait for reinforcements. Who are you people? You can actually mobilize the legendary immemorial desolate beast Zhua Yi Hui. Xiao Si Lu asked, paying close attention. Fairy Miao Yin laughed. The ones to end your life. Her killing intent rose. A crescent moon shadow appeared in her eyes. Immortal Killer move, Curved Moon. This was a sight-based attack. Because the aura was completely concealed, once it was used, one would not be able to react in time. It was very difficult to guard against. Xiao Si Lu was hit immediately. But soon, on the surface of her dress and skin, jade green light shone. Within the faint light, long willow branches formed. It was like ribbons made of branches coiling around her. She resembled a fairy from heaven. Swish, swish, swish. The jade willow branches were not just defensive. They quickly flew towards Fairy Miao Yin with impressive mobility. Fairy Miao Yin was stunned. She quickly retreated. She avoided the willow branches, but could not defend against the shadow below them. One of the shadows shot up like a venomous snake, slapping Fairy Miao Yin's body. This is an attached move? Fairy Miao Yin could not conceal the shock on her beautiful face. Attached moves were like consecutive moves, split moves, and variation moves. They were special techniques in activating killer moves. They were hard to master for normal people. What was an attached move? Normally speaking, it meant two different immortal killer moves, one primary and one secondary. Like the willow branch attack that Xiao Si Lu used, it was the primary move. The shadows below the branches were the secondary move, attached to the primary move. When the primary move was used, the secondary move would have a certain chance of getting activated as well, unleashing its effects. Fairy Miao Yin did not expect that Xiao Si Lu would actually master such a difficult technique like attached move. She was caught off guard and was hit by the willow branch's shadow. A long wound appeared as blood started to flow out. On Fairy Miao Yin's beautiful face, it was really apparent. Xiao Si Lu tittered. Oh no, I lost my concentration and disfigured you. If we fight anymore, you'll no longer be on par with me in beauty. Fairy Miao Yin snorted. Xiao Si Lu took the initiative and attacked. There were countless jade willow branches around her. These rootless willows were formed from the killer move. They were agile and resembled dozens of long whips, lashing at Fairy Miao Yin. The attacks became more frequent. It was like a jade storm. Fairy Miao Yin was shrouded in whips. Not only did she need to defend against the whips, she also had to guard against their shadows. After all, a whip might come out at any time and attack Fairy Miao Yin. Splat, splat, splat. Lashing sounds were endless. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was putting up her defense, her clothes were still torn by the whips. Fairy Miao Yin retreated as she used her hands to shield herself from the willow branches. A moment later, her clothes were torn and her snow-white body was exposed. It was beautiful and alluring. Men would have a nosebleed upon seeing her. Xiao Si Lu pursued her along the way. But good times did not last. Her opponent suddenly cried out as a pair of slender hands appeared on her back. Fairy Miao Yin had forearms now. Her forearms defended herself as Fairy Miao Yin restored her steady position. It was easy for her to block those willows now. Xiao Si Lu sighed to herself. This was a mortal killer move. Wondrous hand, profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin's signature killer move. Xiao Si Lu knew of it. She had attacked rapidly earlier to catch Fairy Miao Yin off guard, to maintain her pressure and prevent her from regaining her composure. However, Xiao Si Lu's tactic failed. Fairy Miao Yin managed to use this move in the end. Even though Fairy Miao Yin was facing huge pressure, she was not a newbie like Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Miao Yin did not make an error. She withstood the pressure and used her killer move successfully. With her success, the situation changed. Xiao Si Lu slowly flew backwards, stopping her attacks, and starting a battle of attrition using the damaged Gu formation as she retreated. She had left the Super Gu formation when pursuing Fairy Miao Yin. It was wise to return. It is my turn now, Sister Si Lu. You have to endure it. Fairy Miao Yin smiled. but her gaze was very dark. Her hands started to move rapidly. Her smooth, long fingers were moving in a dazzling motion. Ding ding, dang dang. Cling cling, clang clang. With the movement of her fingers, sharp sounds could be heard whenever they touched. The sounds even caused sound waves to start appearing in the surrounding air. The sound waves were moving rapidly. With Fairy Meow-in at the center, it quickly spread to the radius of a few hundred steps. The damaged third layer of the Gu formation was breaking apart many times as quickly with the effect of the sound. The sound waves appeared quickly and vanished just as quickly. Xiao Si Lu had a solemn expression. She quickly defended herself, as willow branches surrounded her entire body. The two were in a deadlock. And at another hole, Shang Clan Gu Immortal Shang quietly crossed his arms as he stood in front of the hole, looking at He Lu Lan. He had arrogance and disdain on his face. Just a rank 6 Gu Immortal. You dare to attack us. You are truly courting death. I will kill you first before reinforcing my allies. Saying this, he vanished on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared behind He Lu Lan. Next, he stretched out his right hand as it turned into a white bone claw, scratching at He Lu Lan's back. Plop! A soft sound echoed. The white bone claw ripped apart He Lu Lan's defensive method, stabbing into her back as blood splattered upon impact. He Lu Lan shouted in anger, turning around to retaliate. Shang Guili vanished on the spot again, appearing in the damaged formation once more. He Lu Lan missed her attack. She growled in anger. Her expression was twisted. There were 5 deep wounds on her back. Shang Guili mocked in disdain. You're nothing much. I will take your life in the next hit. But suddenly, his expression changed. On his white bone claw, He Lu Lan's flesh and blood were burning in flames. The fire was extremely special. It grew as it burned. In the blink of an eye, it covered Shang Guili's entire right hand. You fell for it so easily. He Lu Lan laughed. Immortal killer move, flesh blood fire. Dragon Man. A middle-aged Gu Immortal with huge nostrils, Chai Huaxiong, was bare on his upper body. He had a wide back and waist. His body's muscles were glowing red, like he was on fire. Every time he breathed, smoke came out of his nostrils. He was brutish and domineering. He stood on the spot and blocked the hole in the Gu formation behind him. At least you are knowledgeable. Bai Ningbing had a plain expression. She stretched out her right arm. Her jade fingers were covered in frost energy as snowflakes descended from the sky. Boom. A loud sound occurred around Chai Huaxiong. The ground caved in as he shot out like a cannonball, charging towards Bai Ningbing. Take this. Chai Huaxiong shouted in the air. Large amounts of flames flew out of his nose and nose. Even his pores were flaming. In an instant, raging flames filled Bai Ningbing's vision. Bai Ningbing had a cold gaze. She did not dodge. She watched as Chai Huaxiong got closer. Her lips curled up. She called out in excitement. Come at me. Before she finished her words, she charged forward. Her body was tiny compared to Chai Huaxiong. This was like the collision of a fly towards a flame. Boom. An intense explosion. Both sides attacked and were locked in the middle, dividing this battlefield into two. Half was flame and half was frost. They were repelling each other. Flames flickered with the power to burn all life forms, while the frost solidified the earth into an icy domain, freezing all life forms. Flames could not melt the frost, and the frost could not freeze the flames. There was no clear victor. When the flames and frost vanished, 2 figures appeared on each end. Bai Ningbing stood on the spot. Excitement and concentration was evident in her dragon eyes. On the other end, the domineering Chai Clan Gu Immortal took several steps back, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Impossible. You are only a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Bai Ningbing smiled and her icy white teeth were exposed. I praised you for being knowledgeable earlier. It seems that I need to take that back. The moment she said need to, Bai Ningbing charged ahead again. When she finished her words, she was right in front of Chai Huaxiong. She jumped into the sky and her right arm was raised up. She was like a deity of snow descending to the world, bringing with her an endless blizzard. Her divine might was unstoppable. Next, Bai Ningbing's right arm slashed down at Chai Huaxiong like a giant sharp blade. White Rabbit, you slut, die. Wu Liao had bloodshot eyes, filled with rage and hatred. Even though he was not on good terms with Wu In as they disliked each other, they were still Wu Clan Gu Immortals. Now that White Rabbit killed Wu In, Wu Liao attacked with hatred, wanting to avenge Wu In. But it was a pity. Lady White Rabbit, who had transformed, or rather, Black Tigress, had rank 7 cultivation level. Her battle strength had surged dramatically. Wu Liao was just a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He could do nothing to Lady White Rabbit. Instead, his own life was in danger. Step down, Wu Liao. You are not her match. Fang Yuan blocked Wu Liao, who was going to fight. He had cold killing intent as he stood in front of Lady White Rabbit. Black Tigress had a strange laugh. Her beautiful appearance looked very twisted. Her clear, innocent eyes were filled with sinister light. There were deep bags under her eyes, like she had not slept for a long time. Her eyeshadow was thick, like the wings of a black butterfly, extending from her eyes to her brows. Even though her appearance did not change much, she had turned sinister and vicious. Her demeanor had changed completely. The innocent and weak form was worlds apart from this. White rabbit, true inheritance, interesting. Fang Yuan's body shined in bright light. When the light faded, Fang Yuan had turned into a huge tortoise. Immortal killer move, divination, tortoise transformation. GUH. The rank 7 formation path, Gu, Immortal Gu, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. He cursed continuously, looking ahead at the fragmented corpse of the Immortal Gu floating in front of him. This Immortal Gu was originally damaged by Zui Hui's attack. Earlier, when Gu wanted to activate the second layer of the Super Gu formation, this Immortal Gu reached its limit and broke. The Gu formation activation failed. There would be a chain reaction and cause other Immortal Gu to be damaged. Gu had to use his own body to endure the backlash of the collapsing Gu formation in order to keep it from being destroyed. But he got injured in the process. Is the injury severe? Bada quickly came to check. Gu swallowed the blood in his mouth. He had a pale expression like that of a dead person, very severe. This destroyed Immortal Gu is one of the main pillars. The second layer of the Gu formation has 300,000 Gu worms, but there are only 4 Immortal Gu of such importance. We need to find a replacement and activate the second layer of the Gu formation. This Gu formation has many linked layers. Without the second layer, the first layer will not be able to activate. After pausing for a while, Gu shouted with a frantic expression. Anyone who has Earth Path Immortal Gu, I need one pass to me. Now is the moment of life and death. Beside him, Ba Quan Feng and Ba De looked at each other helplessly. The former was a Wind Path Gu Immortal, while the latter was Wood Path. They did not have Earth Path Immortal Gu. Gu had to heal his injuries. Ba Quan Feng and Ba De went to ask around. The reason why they had to ask one by one was because he needed to try and conceal this disastrous information. After all, mental state affected battle strength. The fewer people who knew, the better. Thankfully, among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Earth Path Gu Immortals. Soon, some people spoke up. They were willing to contribute their Earth Path Immortal Gu. Gu had to choose. It was not easy to choose the Earth Path Immortal Gu, but he had to try and find the one closest to the one that was destroyed. Gu's injuries had not healed, but he could not care. Next, I need to deduce this and try to add that Earth Path Immortal Gu into this Gu formation. My safety will be in your hands. This act was very risky. He was placing his life in the hands of others. But Gu had a determined expression. He did not hesitate. He knew that there was no other way now. Time was pressing. He needed to gamble. Bada had a solemn expression, nodding. I promise that I will defend your life. Even if Zui Yihui comes, he will have to step over my corpse first. He was sincere. These were not lies. In this situation, even if Bada had high battle strength, he could not resist Zui Yihui. The battle could not be turned around. He was not Feng Gu or Fang Yuan, who had reverse flow protection seal. Bada did not know that Wu Clan's Immortal Gu house was on the way. But the moment Shadow Sect attacked, he had immediately used his information path methods to inform Ba Clan. There were other Gu Immortals who did the same thing, defending with all they had. That was the only way for everyone to survive. Like this, Gu's attention and concentration was focused on the Gu formation, and Bada, who had the highest battle strength, was leading the group in defending the place. With Wu Clan and Xiao Clan in trouble, their reputation had fallen greatly. Ba Clan's Bada became the most suitable leader. Bada did not let go of this chance. As the most important person to protect Gu, he stayed at the back and observed the battlefield. All in all, the Righteous Path's defense was quite stable. The Righteous Path Gu Immortal elites were using the damaged Gu formation. They could retreat in time. Meanwhile, even though the Demonic Path Gu Immortals arrived imposingly, they lacked strong experts. It was not that Southern Border had no Demonic Path or Lone Immortal experts, but most of them had died in Etion Mountain. Even though the Righteous Path also suffered great losses in that battle, compared to the Demonic Path, the Righteous Path was more stable. It was easier to produce Gu Immortal experts with abundant resources. One could imagine, unless something happened, at this rate, for the following period of time, Southern Border's Righteous Path would greatly suppress the Demonic Path and Lone Cultivators. Bada's gaze swept past Fairy Miao Yin, He Lu Lan, and by Ning Bing's battlefield, eventually looking at Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai. He muttered this name, feeling some emotions. In the past, he wanted to suppress Wu Yihai and teach Wu Clan a lesson. But now, they had to work together. Bada had a lot of ambition. He wanted to replace Wu Clan and make Ba Clan flourish. But now, with this strong enemy, he was willing to work with Wu Yihai. He had an open mind. Of course, this was temporary. Once the crisis ended, Bada would deal with them again. With this event, Bada had a huge hold on Fang Yuan. Before the mishap occurred in Wu clan and Xiao clan, Bada had been holding himself back. He did not use the Immortal opportunity business to find trouble with him. He had endured until now. There were finally results to be shown. Black Tigress jumped around. She was very agile, evading many Vajra thoughts. After her personality changed, this former Lady White Rabbit started to use dark path methods. Not just that, her rank 6 cultivation level turned to rank 7. It was simply unreasonable. But no matter how fast she moved, she was merely a bit faster than Fang Yuan's thoughts. Times were different now. If this was Fang Yuan had just obtained Vajra Thought Immortal Gu, he might not have been able to handle Black Tigress. But now, Fang Yuan was very familiar with this move, thoughts scattered like rain, assaulting her and cooperating with each other, forming a huge web of attacks. Even though Black Tigress dodged them, she was still going to be overwhelmed by the countless thoughts. Immortal killer move, Cornered Tiger. Realizing that she was in a disadvantage, Black Tigress' aura burst out as her toes landed lightly on the ground. Black liquid started to spread on the ground. A breath of time later, the water expanded to the size of a pond. 2 breaths of time later, the black water started to bubble. 3 breaths of time later, a lizard sup, 1/sup, with the size of a horse emerged from the black water. This lizard was black in color and had shiny eyes. It was not real. It was made from the Dark Path killer move. The lizard moved rapidly, spreading its limbs and moving like the wind, bringing Black Tigress to its back as she charged away. Compared to Black Tigress, Fang Yuan, who had turned into a divination tortoise, looked very slow. After he transformed, he stopped moving. He blocked the whole of the Gu formation. Even though Fang Yuan did not move, the Vajra thoughts he created were like tiny tortoise shells. They moved agilely and circulated around the divination tortoise's body with an incredible number. Since the battle started, Fang Yuan had been using Vajra shell. The tortoise shell thoughts flew rapidly. Fang Yuan had a composed plan. He first used these thoughts to defend himself before sending the new ones. Outside, Black Tigress stood on top of the black lizard. She could move with ease, but she gritted her teeth. On the surface, her speed was an advantage. She had the initiative, but the truth was, she needed to get past Fang Yuan's obstruction to attack the damaged formation. But Fang Yuan was blocking her way. Black Tigress tried to move every which way, trying to get past Fang Yuan. She moved around these tortoise shell thoughts and exposed vulnerability on purpose, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it. He defended himself firmly and continued to push Black Tigress out. Fang Yuan was a bit wary of Black Tigress' trump card. Even though Fang Yuan did not know its name, he saw how Wuan had turned into a puddle of black water after he got hit by it unknowingly. Black Tigress prepared that move for me. She wanted to meet me, but I rejected her. Thus, she used it on Wuan. This means that the move has a small range. It is quite limited. Like Dark Assassination, even though the aura is concealed and it has great power, the flaw is evident. Fang Yuan created more and more thoughts. The tortoise-shell thoughts were moving around without any gaps. It was terrifying. Black Tigress had to retreat. Seeing so many tortoise shells, she was so angry her chest was moving up and down. This tortoise transformation really suits you, Lord Wu Hai. She grinned, showing a cruel smile filled with killing intent. However, don't think my methods are just these. Take this. Saying so, Black Tigress opened her mouth and aimed at Fang Yuan, sticking out her tiny tongue. Her tongue was cute and pinkish, but her lips were black like ink. It was a clear contrast of black lips and pink tongue. Her tongue moved rapidly. It was like a cute neighbor's daughter making a funny face. But Fang Yuan felt a chill down his spine. He suffered a heavy injury. He quickly turned around and looked. He saw a tiny hole on his shell. This hole was only the size of a basin. It was nothing compared to the giant tortoise's size. But it was very deep. The wound was spreading outwards. Black smoke could be seen rising from the hole, making a cracking sound. Chapter 1353. Tiger Lick. Fang Yuan's heart shook. What killer move is this? The divination tortoise's shell is the hardest thing on its body, yet it could not endure this attack. Even though my sovereign immortal body has the trait of non-conflicting Dao marks, my tough ancient desolate beast body still suffered such injuries. Black Tigress' battle strength was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Her method was peculiar and could bypass even the divination tortoise's defense. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to hold back. He quickly used rank 7 Immortal Gu precaution. This rule path Immortal Gu had already been added into Vajra Shell by Fang Yuan. Immediately, the original Vajra Shell killer move stopped working. A brand new Vajra Shell killer move was activated. Whoosh! Wind was created out of nowhere. The divination tortoise's aura changed. The brand new Vajra Shell killer move used a large number of time path Mortal Gu. Their effect was to eliminate the weakness of precaution Immortal Gu needing 10 breaths of time. Thus, once Vajra Shell was activated, Precaution Immortal Gu's effect became active at once. The small tortoise shell thoughts expanded and became firmer. At the same time, the divination tortoise's main body started to shine in a metallic light. It also became darker. Black Tigress saw this, and her expression changed. She licked again. The two were far away, but Fang Yuan still suffered injuries despite the distance. There was another hole on the tortoise shell, but this time, it was only the size of an adult's fist. The injury was light, and there was no black smoke. The wound earlier had already stopped producing black smoke. The injury was expanding very slowly. Black Tigress snorted coldly. Feeling unresigned, she muttered, "In that case, I will attack there." At the next moment, Fang Yuan felt his tortoise head go numb. Immediately, pain assaulted him. There was also a numb feeling as well. The injuries were not light. Fang Yuan quickly placed his head into the shell. Damn it! Black Tigress saw this, and her eyes spewed fire from rage. Fang Yuan was very shameless. Not just his head, his limbs and tail also went into the shell. Only the tortoise shell thoughts were still spinning and increasing in numbers, raising his defensive power and range once more. Black Tigress licked the tortoise shell continuously, but there was little use. She was in a predicament. There was nothing she could do to Fang Yuan. Wu Liao healed his injuries as he watched the battle. Seeing this, he broke out in sweat. He thought, "At this rate, when will Lord Wu Yihai be able to take revenge for Wuan? How many years would it take?" Bada snorted in unhappiness. The other holes had intense battles, but Fang Yuan was calm and composed. There was little commotion. Fang Yuan easily hid inside his shell. He was thinking rapidly about Black Tigress' killer move. Killer moves could be directed to targets in certain ways. For example, a fireball killer move may need to form in the hands first, before being shot out towards the target, to have any form of impact. But where it flew, in what direction and towards what target, that would depend on the direction that the killer move was designed to move. Wherever the move was directed towards, the fireball would fly there. If the targeting was not impressive, the fireball would move straight. After leaving the hands, its direction could not be changed anymore. If the targeting ability was stronger, the fireball would be able to move in a curved manner. After leaving the hands, its direction could be tweaked slightly, and even stronger ones would have automatic homing abilities. Black Tigress' killer move must also have a targeting ability. It is formless after activation. It is not as obvious as a fireball, but it definitely has a targeting ability. Because it is not a wide-ranged attack, the damage is concentrated. Then how does it do that? By sight. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan activated his Gu worms, creating a thick fog around the divination tortoise, surrounding it. What is this Wu Yihai trying to do? Black Tigress was suspicious that Fang Yuan was using a new killer move. She quickly stretched out her tongue and licked towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was hit again. Not sight? Is it smell? Fang Yuan used his method again. The fog became extremely smelly. Wu Liao, who was close by to him, had a twisted expression as he quickly used his Gu worms to breathe internally. The smell spread in the air. Soon, other battlefields were looking over. Wu Yihai is actually trying to break the other party's killer move. Bada's eyes shined. He could see Fang Yuan's motive. He snorted as the displeasure in his heart grew. There was usually little hope of breaking an enemy's killer move on the spot. Experimentation was needed, and even if the reasoning was understood, there might not be the necessary Immortal Gu or method to counter it. Trying to break a killer move, it would result in a drawn-out battle. This is an emergency, but he still has the time to break the killer move? If he has time, he should try to kill the enemy. Ba Feng expressed the unhappiness in his heart. Bada did not say anything. Now was not the time for internal conflict. Black Tigress hesitated for a moment. She stretched out her tongue and licked again. Another hole appeared on Fang Yuan's shell. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. I get it. This is her sense of taste. Normally speaking, taste was experienced through the tongue, and Gu Immortal's tongues were able to taste things from afar through Immortal Gu or killer moves. It was not hard. Every time she activates it, Black Tigress needs to stretch out her tongue. She and Shadow Sect are aligned, while Shadow Sect has food path true inheritances. Only such a non-standard path can deal such damage to my defensive divination tortoise transformation. Let me test it. The divination tortoise turned red, especially the shell. It was red as molten iron. Black Tigress licked and immediately cringed. Arg, so hot. The divination tortoise's redness faded. There was a strange smell in the sky. Black Tigress stretched out her tongue and licked. She almost puked from disgust. She frowned. So salty. The divination tortoise transformation changed again. Black Tigress stopped trying. She understood Fang Yuan's intention. This guy? He is actually trying to counter my killer move. He is not trying to use any immortal killer moves. Damn it. Black Tigress thought earlier that the divination tortoise's changes were the start of Fang Yuan's new immortal killer move. Thus, she interfered with him time and time again. Once she succeeded, Fang Yuan would suffer an intense backlash. She would have hope of passing this huge tortoiseshell obstacle. Under such a situation, he still has time to try to deduce and counter my killer move. Fang Yuan's movements were not logical. The battle was so intense now. Nobody had any time for this. But precisely so, Black Tigress fell for it. After realizing this, Black Tigress stopped using this move. She started to use other long-range methods. She punched with both fists as dark green fist chi moved around the troublesome tortoiseshell thoughts. Some were wiped out, but some managed to land on the divination tortoiseshell. Even though the damage was little, each time the punches landed, Fang Yuan's body shook uncontrollably. Evidently, this immortal killer move had rule path Gu worms. Black Tigress was trying to prevent Fang Yuan from using an immortal killer move. It was a good strategy. It was taste, huh? Fang Yuan's head was still inside his shell. Even though he had a result, it was still far from truly breaking Black Tigress' move. Fang Yuan, however, was not in a rush. Black Tigress could not use this move anymore. Her punches were of little harm to Fang Yuan. The original Wu Yihai had other methods, but they were all defensive in nature. Black Tigress was really overthinking it when she guarded against Fang Yuan's attacking moves. Even though he had them, with this identity, he could not use them. If he tried, he would incur huge suspicions. His identity was likely to be exposed. Thus, this battle slowed down tremendously. Fang Yuan did not want to attack, or rather, he had no attacking moves, while Black Tigress could not go past this shell. After a long time, there were already 100,000 tortoiseshells around Fang Yuan. Black Tigress felt like she was helpless. The vast number of tortoiseshells made this an incredibly eye-catching sight in the battlefield. Bada's expression became even colder. He could not help but transmit. Wu Yihai, I heard you have 2 more transformations. Why are you still holding back? Quickly kill her and reinforce the others. Unless you really have some relationship with this white rabbit, you can't bear to kill her. Fang Yuan heard Bada's transmissions, but ignored him, pretending not to hear anything. Bada did not get a reply. He gritted his teeth in anger. His gaze towards Fang Yuan turned colder. Fang Yuan was thinking about his situation. Shadow Sect is definitely attacking to save Spectral Soul's main body. They control Zhuo Yihui, but the extent is limited, and the rank 8 Gu Immortal Purple Mountain True Monarch has not shown up yet. The righteous path has the Super Gu formation. We can hold on for a while. As long as we stall for time, reinforcements will come from all over. And I have reverse flow protection seal. I can resist rank 8 existences. They will not be able to defeat me. Purple Mountain True Monarch is a wisdom path Gu Immortal. How can he not have a trump card? And these righteous path Gu Immortals are far from being desperate now. I should conceal my identity and wait for a chance to take action. Maybe this time, I might have some great gains. Fang Yuan thought about it and realized this was a great opportunity. He had sufficient strength, but he needed to wait for the right timing. Shadow Sect was a huge threat to him. He wanted to exterminate them all. But Fang Yuan had not succeeded in any of his attempts so far. It was not that he did not try, or that he was not determined enough, but Shadow Sect's group was made of elites and geniuses. But now was a grand opportunity. Fang Yuan had thought that his pursuit would have no chance, but to think that Shadow Sect personally presented Fang Yuan this great opportunity. Because of sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect would not let Fang Yuan off. If Fang Yuan did not get rid of them and allowed Shadow Sect to grow further, he would end up like Ma Hongyun in the end. After he got rid of Shadow Sect, who would know about Fang Yuan's identity? Eliminating this biggest threat was Fang Yuan's best option. He could even get rid of the weakness of Connect Luck. After that, he would slowly develop and cultivate using the Dream Realm. Because of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan had the greatest foundation in the world. 500 years later, Fang Yuan would have incredible strength, be it his cultivation level, battle strength, or wealth. It would be unimaginable. Fang Yuan does not know that the great era is already impending. During the 5 regions chaotic war, he could either take advantage of the situation for opportunities or fight with brute strength. Heavenly Court might not even be able to do anything to him. If the situation developed well, by the time he reached rank 9, he would be one step closer to his goal of eternal life. This was Fang Yuan's cultivation plan. It was very realistic. Now was the best chance to get rid of Shadow Sect. How could Fang Yuan give it up? And Shadow Sect had no idea Fang Yuan was here. Fang Yuan was the one concealed. Who knew that Wu Yihai was him? Nobody in the righteous path knew. Even his brother, Wu Yong, had no idea. Undoubtedly, eliminating Wu Yihai and impersonating him to join Wu clan was a brilliant move. Even though there was a risk, if he did not do that, how would Fang Yuan get this prime opportunity? Fang Yuan had to make use of it. I might even be able to capture Spectral Soul's main body. With Spectral Soul's main body, I would be able to interrogate the soul and obtain all of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's cultivation memories and experiences. All of his soul path experiences, his perspective and gains in the door of life and death, countless Gu recipes, killer moves, and secrets. Fang Yuan's greatest desire was lead soul into dream. With this killer move, as well as unravel dream and guts Gu, Fang Yuan would be the #1 person in this world in terms of dream realm exploration. He would have an immense advantage. The entire world would be left in the dust, even heavenly court. Ding ding ding. Sound waves could be seen as ripples all around Xiao Si Lu. Fairy Miao Yin's arms had grown to 6 in number. Her fingers were moving elegantly. Her attacks were much more intense than before. Xiao Si Lu, however, was able to defend herself well. Her pupils had turned jade. Her black hair had turned into willow branches that extended to her waist. The 2 southern border fairies were still in a deadlock. Damn it, I can't block it. I need to escape. A demonic path Gu Immortal retreated as resolution flashed in his eyes. Boom. An intensely strong aura burst out from behind him. Cowardly rat, die. A righteous path Gu Immortal shouted, stretching out his hand and grabbing the demonic path Gu Immortal's head. Next, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Deep blue lightning bolts shrouded this battlefield. The lightning flashes lasted for a moment before stopping. The opponent that the righteous path Gu Immortal was holding onto had turned into a charred skeleton with a barely observable human shape. Oomph. Rat that doesn't know his limits. He dared to act arrogantly in front of me. Yihei Ting. The righteous path Gu Immortal relaxed the grip of his hand as the demonic path Gu Immortal's corpse fell to the ground, shattering into tiny black pieces. Everyone, your attacks are only like this? A righteous path Gu Immortal with a slender body and tall nose bridge spoke with arrogance and disappointment. Don't be smug. Tai Clan's Tai Xin. We have been suppressing you all along. You have the face to say ugh. The 3 Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xin ridiculed him, but their expressions suddenly changed. A strong and sharp aura burst into the sky, emitted from Tai Xin's body. The 3 Gu Immortals quickly moved back, feeling on guard. Wind was blowing all around him, causing his clothes to flutter, but Tai Xin had calm emotions. He shut his eyes as he said slowly, "It is useless. I have already seen all your moves. All of your weaknesses are right before me with no secrets left. F***ck your mother." A Gu Immortal cursed, but before he finished, his body shook intensely. Puff puff puff. 3 sounds later, 3 waves of sword chi flashed, so quickly that it felt like an illusion. Heads flew. The 3 Gu Immortals who were attacking Tai Xin were beheaded, losing all their vitality. Ha ha. Hei Lulan laughed loudly. She had severe injuries. Shang Guili had rank 7 cultivation level, but he looked at Hei Lulan with shock and wariness. He was no longer as relaxed as before. As expected of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, you are a battle maniac. Shang Buli was unwilling to give in, but his injuries were already close to his bottom line. Retreat. This thought appeared in his mind. Hei Lulan seemed to have noticed it as she mockingly smiled. Where do you want to escape to? What do you mean? Shang Guili immediately felt something amiss. A strong sense of danger filled his heart. Whoosh. Flames burst out of his mouth, before spewing out of his eye sockets, ears, nose, and other orifices, blazing rampantly. Instantly, Shang Guili was turned into a pillar of fire. His anguished cries resounded in the battlefield before he died. Hei Lulan stared with a cold expression. So what if you are rank 7? Quick, quick, I need more reinforcements. Chai Huaxiong retreated as he screamed. Compared to his earlier demeanor, he had lost all his fighting spirit. Fear and anxiety filled his eyes. Before him, Dragon Lady by Ning Bing walked slowly, approaching him step by step. She was extremely beautiful. It could move one's soul, but in Chai Huaxiong's perspective, she was extremely dangerous. He wanted nothing more than to escape the battlefield. But in this situation, at this time and place, if he tried to leave the battlefield, wouldn't he just become Zui Hui's food? Chai Huaxiong could only fight reluctantly. Bai Ning Bing's battle strength was even higher than Hei Lulan. Because she had Bai Xiang's true inheritance, and all of the ice and snow path Immortal Gu were compatible with her northern dark ice soul physique. Meanwhile, even though Hei Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, she used fire path Immortal Gu, and the fire path methods her aunt left behind. She did not have much Dao mark amplification. Chai Huaxiong had already requested for help once, but Bai Ning Bing killed the backup already. Of course, Bai Ning Bing paid a price for it. Bada was commanding the battle. Upon hearing Chai Huaxiong's yells, his attention was drawn over. Tai Xin, please go and help Chai Huaxiong. Bada thought before transmitting. Okay. Tai Xin immediately flew into the sky, towards Bai Ning Bing. His aura was stunning. He immediately attracted Bai Ning Bing's attention. Her dragon pupils shrunk to pin size as an immortal killer move was activated. My aid is here. Seeing Tai Xinjian's figure, Chai Huaxiong felt great joy. But at this moment, because he relaxed his mind slightly, Bai Ningbing noticed his weakness, and her immortal killer move was unleashed. I want you to die. Tai Xinjian, who was one moment late, burst out with rage. He could only watch helplessly as Chai Huaxiong turned into a popsicle, breaking apart into countless ice fragments. Bai Ningbing smiled, but her expression was plain. She looked at Tai Xinjian, saying calmly, "My move is called Ice Shatter Death. Do you want to try it?" Chai Huaxiong has been sacrificed. Even though this dragon lady is rank 6, her battle strength is first-rate even among rank 7s. Bada's heart sank. He rapidly looked around the battlefield. The defensive line was still being maintained. The righteous path had the advantage, even though they were relying on the damaged third layer of the Gu formation. Even though there were sacrifices, Shadow Sect had even more deaths. Their morale had fallen. Some were wavering. The enemy only has 4 true experts. They are Lady White Rabbit, Demonis Miao Yin, the Dragon Lady, and that Fire Path rank 6, Hei Lulan. As long as we eliminate one of them, their morale will suffer a huge blow. Thinking of this, Bada's attention fell on Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan had turned into a divination tortoise. He was still at the same spot with his limbs and head inside the shell. But there were already 300,000 tortoise shell thoughts. They swept through the battlefield. Black Tigress was pushed far away. Bada snorted again in anger, transmitting to Fang Yuan, "Wu Yi, stop defending. As a Wu Clan Gu Immortal, do you have no courage to fight? Are you so afraid of dying? Let me tell you, you are an important person in this fight. You are the best hope to create an opening in this battle. As long as you kill Black Tigress and reinforce other areas, there will be a qualitative change. The balance will tilt towards our favor." Fang Yuan, the divination tortoise, was like a mountain, not reacting to his words. Damn it, this fellow is still acting like this now. I simply cannot believe it. Bada gritted his teeth, feeling stifled. I'm done. At this moment, Chi Gue opened his eyes. He stood up from the ground with a joyful expression. Success. Ba Feng asked excitedly. Yes, I have already finished the deduction. Now, we have to arrange the Gu formation and activate the second layer. This super Gu formation has greater defense as we get deeper into the layers. It is not a problem to block Grey Knight. Chi Gue nodded. Good. Bada heard this and let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Zui Yihui, who was far away. This legendary, immemorial desolate beast was still exhausted. It did not move from its original spot. It was still breathing in deeply. In Bada's heart, this legendary, immemorial desolate beast was the greatest worry. Most of his pressure came from it. The situation is favoring our righteous path. Bada felt joy and gladness. But Fang Yuan was far less optimistic. Purple Mountain True Monarch has not shown up. What is he planning? Fang Yuan was getting more and more on edge. Chapter 1355. Crucial Traitor at Etion Mountain's location, around the Super Gu formation, while the demonic and righteous paths were fighting, another battle had come to an end. Clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building was undamaged. It was radiating with vitality, floating silently. The huge purple blood river formation was near the brink of collapse. The blood river was no more. Only a lump of red blood was left floating around randomly in the dark purple space. In front of clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, the 7 Illusions demon Immortal was trapped in a ball of wind. Unable to escape, he had no choice but to surrender. Victory was assured. Let me see your true identity. Wu Yong was unharmed. Green light flashed across his eyes. Immediately, the rainbow-colored lights surrounding the 7 Illusions demon Immortal vanished like clouds blown by wind, dispersing. His true identity was exposed. The 3 righteous path Gu Immortals were all stunned. Xiao Zhikai stared with wide-opened eyes, gasping. Yao Geng. It turned out that this 7 Illusions demon Immortal was none other than a member of a super force, Yao Clan Gu Immortal Yao Geng. He had originally fought with Wu Yiran over stunning Immortal's inheritance. During the 5th time, he had died together with Wu Yiran. His life tablet Gu and Yao Clan had shattered. Everyone thought he was dead. But to think that he was the 7 Illusions demon Immortal. Good, very good. Yao Clan is actually like this. Tai Mian-shun said coldly. Yao Geng smiled bitterly. This is my personal action. It has nothing to do with Yao Clan. Wu Yong saw that he was defending his clan to the end. He was not as demonic as they had expected. He asked, what made you think of the method to trap us? Yao Geng's smile became even more bitter. I already have said that I am a minor character. Or rather, I am just a pawn. I was manipulated and forced to do this. My clan has nothing to do with it. Wu Yong's expression sank slightly. Then, the one who manipulated you is that rank 8 Gu Immortal from earlier? Tell me everything about him. Yao Geng laughed loudly, tears rolling down his face. If I say that I do not understand that person, or rather, I have spent just about as much time with him as you. Will you believe me? Tai Mian Shun interjected. Is it because of the 7 illusions' true inheritance? Yao Gong nodded with a bitter expression. Tai Mian Shun sighed. To obtain the 7 illusions' true inheritance, you need to accept an information path alliance agreement. My clan analyzed and concluded that this is a trap. But what we do not understand is, there were many 7 illusions' true inheritance inheritors who did not have to execute the contents of the alliance agreement. You are the first victim. Saying this, Wu Yong and Xiao Zhikai understood. They looked towards Yao Gong with a hint of pity. At this point, what is there to say? Winner takes all, whether you want to kill me or whatever else. It is up to you. Yao Gong sat on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Where is that rank 8 Gu Immortal? Wu Yong asked. He felt something amiss. Yao Gong said all that he knew. I know as much as you do. I thought he was hiding inside the formation. Only until you found the crucial formation core and captured me did I realize that he had left long ago. Wu Yong heard this, and the bad feeling in his heart intensified. He quickly grunted, immobilizing Yao Gong and suppressing him in the bamboo building, before using this Immortal Gu house to unleash a terrifying attack. Rumble. The Purple Blood River formation was completely destroyed. The clear sky could be seen again. The 3 Gu Immortals were freed, but at this moment, before joy showed on their faces, their bodies shook. Oh no, so many days had passed. This Purple Blood River formation not only has Wisdom Path, Blood Path, Phantom Path, and Information Path effects, it even has Time Path methods. In this Gu formation, the 3 Gu Immortals' sense of time was affected. They misjudged it. Even Wu Yong fell for it. He had always thought that the time he spent in the Purple Blood River formation was not long. But after breaking out of the Gu formation, he realized that so much time had passed. Oh no, it seems that the rank 8 Gu Immortal was not trying to fight us to the death. He merely wanted to trap us. Don't tell me his real motive is. Wu Yong's heart sank. He quickly contacted his clan. The Purple Blood River formation isolated them from the outside world. They could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, not to mention their clans. Immediately, the 3 immortals contracted their clans and soon, their expressions changed. Large amounts of information entered their minds. The 3 immortals were stunned to think that so many things had happened these last days. Gu immortals from Wu clan, Yang clan, Chao clan, Qi clan, Chai clan, Xia clan, Ba clan, and others were engaged in a chaotic battle. Purple Mountain True Monarch's plan was to trap Wu Yong's group, creating a false image that he had died, so that Southern Borders politics would go into chaos. He had succeeded. Yang clan, Chao clan, and Wu clan whipped up a storm for their own benefits. Right when they were engaged in a battle for profits, over at the Super Gu formation, large numbers of people assaulted it. After receiving a huge amount of distress letters, the clans fell into panic. What is happening? What guts did these demonic Path Gu immortals grow? How could they attack the Super Gu formation? Not just that, even a Northern Plains Gu immortal appeared. Even a legendary immemorial desolate beast like Zui Yi Hui was controlled. These righteous path clans felt that it was unthinkable. But among them, there were astute people. After realizing this fact, they quickly reacted. What happened recently could be put together as a huge shocking scheme. The mastermind's goal was the giant dream realm. Go. We will go straight to the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong was resolute. They were actually able to cause a storm in Southern Border. I want to see who the mastermind is. Tai Mian Shun followed after. Wu Yong had an anxious expression. My brother is still there. I hope nothing bad happened to him. At this crucial moment, Wu Yong still did not forget to maintain his reputation. Xiao Zhikai quickly cooperated. Lord Wu Yong, you care so much for your brother. You are truly loving towards your family and have a big heart. Truly a role model of the righteous path. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House, clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building tore through the sky, flying towards Etian Mountain. Qi Clan First Supreme Elder was also doing the same thing. After receiving Qi Gui's distress letter, he immediately stopped contesting with Yang Clan. He brought a Qi Clan Immortal Gu House towards the Super Gu formation. Yang Clan was doing the same. Ho Clan, Yao Clan, and Shang Clan sent either Gu Immortal experts or brought their Immortal Gu houses along. These people did not know why Shadow Sect was attacking the Super Gu formation, because from start to finish, they were unclear of what truly happened on Etian Mountain. They only knew some of the information that Heavenly Court purposely leaked. They knew that Heavenly Court had interfered and that the destruction of Zombie Alliance was related to the Battle of Etian Mountain. They did not know the reason for the giant Dream Realm's creation, or that Spectral Soul's main body was inside the Dream Realm. Heavenly Court hid this information because it was afraid that some Southern Border super forces would help Spectral Soul. Even though they did not know the reason, this did not stop the super forces from placing great emphasis on the Super Gu formation. Not only because the giant Dream Realm was there, but also because of Zui Yi Hui. This legendary immemorial desolate beast caused great losses and gave Southern Borders Gu immortal world painful memories whenever it appeared. Thus, Southern Borders super forces sent their people, and even immortal Gu houses, to deal with Zui Yihui. Currently, even though they were attacked by surprise, they have Qi Clan's Gu formation and Qi Clan's Gu immortals there. They can defend themselves for the time being. While flying, Xiao Zhikai said. Tai Mian-shun was silent. Wu Yong shook his head. To speak the truth, I am very worried. The other party has plotted this very deeply. Their pawns are extremely well selected. If Yao Geng was not exposed, who would have guessed that he was the 7 Illusions Demon Immortal? The other party could infiltrate a rank 7 member of a Righteous Path Superforce. I am afraid, saying this, Wu Yong stopped. Tai Mian-shun realized as he spoke. Afraid that they have an insider within the Super Gu formation. Boom. The sneak attack was so sudden, it caught everyone unprepared. Ba Quanfeng, what are you doing? Bada shouted, attacking with rage. Ba Quanfeng was sent flying with Bada's attack. He was on the verge of death. Bada quickly struck and suppressed him before going towards Qi Gui. Qi Gui was heavily injured. His face was purple gold in color. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. Just earlier, his deduction succeeded. When he was at a crucial moment of activating the second layer of the Gu formation, Ba Quanfeng, who was behind him, attacked suddenly with a vicious blow. Qi Gui greatly trusted these 2 Gu immortals from Ba Clan, because earlier when he deduced the Gu formation, they were guarding him wholeheartedly. But to think that Ba Quanfeng attacked at this crucial moment. Ba Quanfeng was just a rank 6 Wind Path Gu immortal, while Qi Gui was a rank 7 Formation Path Gu immortal. He was stronger without doubt. But earlier, Qi Gui was completely focused on the Gu formation. He could not defend himself. He was hit by Ba Quanfeng when unguarded. Qi Gui not only suffered from Ba Quanfeng's attack, the Gu formation activation failed, and he suffered a huge backlash. At the next moment, he was near death, unable to do anything anymore. Ba Quanfeng. Bada screamed. His eyes were red. He stared at Ba Quanfeng. If he did not witness this, he would never believe that Ba Quanfeng was a traitor of the enemy. Surrender, Lord Bada. Just surrender. You do not know how the enemy truly is. Ba Quanfeng was in poor shape. His aura was weak and his expression was pale. He was close to dying. Bada, however, saved him from the brink of dying. You will not die so easily. Trust me. The clan will place judgment upon you. Living will be scarier than dying. You will have a fate worse than death. Bada gritted his teeth. Hearing his words, he truly hated this traitor to the max. Ba Quanfeng was very vicious. Undoubtedly, his choice of timing was impeccable. Right when they were about to succeed, he struck and destroyed the Righteous Path's hope. Not only did he hurt Qi Gui, he even destroyed the newly added Earth Path, Immortal Gu. Without the second layer of the Super Gu formation, the Righteous Path was bound to lose. Chapter 1356. Fang Yuan salvages the situation. Damn it. This tortoise won't stop hiding. Black Tigress gritted her teeth. Hundreds of thousands of tortoise-shell thoughts surrounded the divination tortoise in countless layers. Black Tigress had no way of getting close. With the increasing number of tortoise-shell thoughts, she was pushed farther away by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan defended like an unmovable mountain, but he did not relax his mind. Because Purple Mountain True Monarch had not shown up yet, Fang Yuan used his investigative methods to observe the entire place. Fairy Miao Yin and Xiao Si Lu were 2 of the 3 current generation great fairies of Southern Border. They were fighting on par with each other, still stuck in a deadlock. He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing also displayed battle strength that shocked Fang Yuan. Previously, when Fang Yuan was chasing them, they were still not familiar with their immortal killer moves, but now, they were extremely proficient, using them easily. This made Fang Yuan sigh once again. Shadow Sects' foundation was truly deep. Even in this terrible state, with Shadow Sects' help, He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing still obtained such an increase in their battle strength. If Fang Yuan did not have such gains in Reverse Flow River and used Dream Realms to raise his attainment levels after coming here, the speed of his growth would definitely not match these 2 immortals. However, even though He Lu Lan and Bai Ning Bing were strong, there were no lack of experts in the Righteous Path. Tai Xianjian and Yi He Ting were first-rate experts among rank 7s. Even though they were inferior to Wu Yubo, they were still able to deal with Bai Ning Bing and He Lu Lan. The 2 pairs of Gu immortals engaged in intense battle. Thunder roared as lightning flashed. A blizzard was blowing with countless shining figures. However, Zui Yihui has almost recovered. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield. He did not forget about the strongest existence here. Wu Yihai, quickly return. At this moment, Bada's words were transmitted to Fang Yuan. What is it? Fang Yuan could hear something wrong from Bada's tone. He hesitated. I am defending the opening. Quickly come. We need you. Qi Gui's weak voice was also transmitted. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly entered the hole and got to the inside. Seeing Baquan Feng and Qi Gui on the verge of death, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. An information path Gu flew over. Fang Yuan grabbed it, instantly understanding the situation. Baquan Feng was a spy from Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect truly is everywhere. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, his eyelids were twitching. The situation was horrible. The Earth Path Immortal Gu was destroyed too. Just earlier, the Righteous Path had fallen into a hopeless situation. When Bada had almost lost all his confidence, he heard Qi Gui say, "We still have our final hope. Even though I can't do anything, there is still Wu Yihai. His formation path attainment is something that our clan's Qi Shang had praised. His formation path attainment level is similar to me, at formation path quasi-grandmaster. Let him in, we still can give it a try." Bada knew that Fang Yuan and Qi Shang had a close relationship, but this was the first time he heard confirmation from Qi clan that Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level was actually so high. Normally, Bada would be wary and envious, but now, he was extremely glad about it. He quickly transmitted to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, he asked Fang Yuan to come back. The opening was filled by other Righteous Path Gu Immortals. This information is known only to us. Wu Yihai. Do you have any confidence? Bada had a nervous expression. At this crucial moment, he could not spread news of this. Once everyone became disheartened and lost their morale, the Righteous Path would definitely lose. Confidence my ass. Fang Yuan cursed. He stared at Baquan Feng, his eyes filled with anger. Zui Yihui would only rest for some time. Earlier, Qi Gui had already spent most of it deducing the Gu formation. Fang Yuan had less than 30% of the original duration left. To deduce a way to use a new Immortal Gu for this Gu formation, in addition to countless supplementary Mortal Gu, and arrange them together to form the second layer of the Gu formation, the difficulty was huge, extremely immense. Qi Gui knew about the difficulty, thus he said they could give it a try. The hope was indeed slim. Even if you are not sure if you can succeed, we can only rely on you. Give it your all. If the Gu formation fails, Grey Knight will kill us all. Don't think you can escape. Zui Yihui is extremely ferocious. It is recorded in our bloody history. Our only hope is to defend ourselves using the Super Gu formation. Bada urged. Fang Yuan was silent, rapidly thinking in his mind. Bada and Qi Gui did not know about Fang Yuan's true identity, but the truth was, Fang Yuan's situation was much better than theirs. I have reverse flow protection seal. As long as I use it, I can leave freely. Even if Zui Yihui pursues me, I can use the 5 regional walls to escape from him. But if I do that, my true identity will be exposed. Not only will I lose my opportunity here, I will be hunted by Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. Ignoring anything else, Wu Yong will become a mortal enemy. I should first give it a try. There is still some time. I do not have to make that final decision yet. Fang Yuan thought of this and quickly walked to Qi Gui. Tell me about the secrets of the Gu formation's second layer. Qi Gui's eyes were seeing darkness. He was pale as paper. His injuries were too severe. He was barely staying awake by using his Gu worms. Firstly, we lack an Earth Path Immortal Gu. This information path Mortal Gu has all of the details of this Super Gu formation. After saying that, his eyes closed as he fainted. Damn, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Qi Gui fainting was the icing on the cake. Even though Bada used his methods, it was useless. Fang Yuan almost wanted to use reverse flow protection seal and flee. In his opinion, without Qi Gui's guidance, with the need for an Earth Path Immortal Gu, and also the time needed to deduce the modification, there was basically no hope. But he still looked into the contents of the information path Gu worm first. After seeing it, Fang Yuan was staring wide-eyed. He felt extremely glad that he looked at it. For Elements Gu formation. Out of his expectations, this second layer of the Gu formation was established on the concept of the 4 elements. Earth, water, wind, fire. It was a Gu formation constructed of Earth Path, Water Path, Wind Path, and Fire Path Immortal Gu. Without the Earth Path Gu, the 3 Immortal Gu of Fire Path, Water Path, and Wind Path were left. Earlier, Qi Gui was working hard to replenish that Earth Path aspect. Why is it so coincidental? I am not very familiar with other contents of Formation Path, but I had deeply researched the 4 elements concept. Back then, Tu Shicheng's training of his son in the Formation Path Dream Realm was quite traumatic to Fang Yuan. The 4 elements concept was known as an overly strict concept by later generations. Even without the Earth Path Immortal Gu, I can use other Immortal Gu to replace it. Earth Path is not necessary. Dark Path it is. Dark, water, wind, fire. These are also 4 elements. I can definitely construct the Gu formation's second layer. Fang Yuan was feeling firm intuition regarding this. He believed in this. Because he was a Formation Path Grandmaster, my concept will definitely work. Furthermore, with a Dark Path Immortal Gu, We can also defend against Grey Knight more effectively. Fang Yuan suddenly realized that his understanding of Zui Hui's signature killer move was also not small. The reason? Because he had entered a relevant realistic dream realm. This dream realm was too difficult. Fang Yuan died countless times. He barely passed it using a vast number of uses of Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan had experienced Grey Knight in the dream. Different from now, back then, Zui Hui's signature killer move was different. It was a wide-ranged attack that filled the entire valley. But now, it was a dark, gray beam of light. This was a modified version. No matter how many times it was modified, the core was still the same. Grey Knight was still Grey Knight. Precisely because Fang Yuan had experienced the original Grey Knight, he was confident of creating a Super Gu formation that could defend against it. However, this means I will need to contribute Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This is my only Dark Path Immortal Gu. Dark Limit Immortal Gu is very useful in concealing my identity. Should I retreat now and leave, or stay here and take a risk to see if I can find an opportunity to benefit? Fang Yuan hesitated before making up his mind. I want to fix the Gu formation, but I do not trust anyone. Take Qi Guo and Ba Quan Feng and leave me. Block anyone from getting close to me. Bada knew what was important now. He said nothing, grabbing the two Gu immortals and moving away a distance of a few hundred steps. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, turning into a divination tortoise. A wisdom path ancient desolate beast. His transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. Along with his wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan started to deduce. His progress was rapid. Because he not only had the information on the Gu formation, he also knew about the 4 elements Gu formation. And he was even familiar with Dark Limit Immortal Gu and Grey Knight. Roar! Zui Hui suddenly raised its head, growling loudly. Shadow Sects members had joyful expressions, quickly retreating and abandoning their enemies. Oh no, Grey Knight is coming. Quick, enter the Gu formation. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals did not know about the truth. They thought that this was the strongest defense. Quicker, are you not done yet? Bada could not help but urge. He was the most nervous one. If Fang Yuan did not succeed, he would die. I'm done. Fang Yuan's huge tortoise head let out a breath of air. Joy flashed in his eyes. Dark Limit Immortal Gu flew out along with many mortal Gu. Bada was stunned before panicking. Deep fear was concealed in his voice. This is a Dark Path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation needs an Earth Path Immortal Gu. I don't have Earth Path Immortal Gu. I only have Dark Path. Fang Yuan replied unhappily. Bada's eyes turned. He almost wanted to hit Fang Yuan. He screamed. Tell me if you do not have Earth Path Immortal Gu. I can lend to you. You know nothing, shut up. Fang Yuan rebuked. You. Bada had lost all hope. He was about to berate Fang Yuan when his eyes suddenly enlarged, like someone had slammed the back of his head. Next, he was stunned to see that the second layer of the Gu formation activated, having an imposing aura that was vast as the sea. He actually succeeded? At once, Bada felt like he had gone to heaven from hell. He was dazed on the spot with his mouth wide open. Xiao Si Lu and the rest arrived, seeing this peculiar scene. Bada lost his composure. He was in a daze. It was quite surprising. Bada, what's wrong? Why are you perspiring so much? Someone coughed and notified of this. Chapter 1357. Controlling the Righteous Path. Bada shuddered. When he regained his senses, his face went red as embarrassment flashed on his face for a second. Fang Yuan concentrated on manipulating the second layer of the Gu formation. Before Qi Guo fainted, he had already lent the entire Gu formation to Fang Yuan. He was now the user of the Super Gu formation. Ba Quan Feng's sneak attack, Qi Guo fainting, they all helped Fang Yuan. Very good. Now, using the Super Gu formation, I have a huge hold over others in this battle. It was not a waste of Fang Yuan's Dark Limit Immortal Gu. This way, he had enough strength to wait for an opportunity. Earlier, if Fang Yuan used Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape, he would allow Shadow Sect to escape too. But now, he chose to stay and had increased control over the situation. He only had to wait for an opportunity now. Of course, Fang Yuan did not let down his guard. He spoke to these Righteous Path Gu Immortals solemnly. Get away from me. If anyone gets close, I will consider them a traitor and expel them from the formation. What do you mean? The Righteous Path Gu Immortals looked at Fang Yuan, who was vigilant. Their expressions changed. At this moment, Bada explained for Fang Yuan. I agree with Wu Yihai. Nobody is to get near him. Qi Guo fainted from his injuries. It was because of the attack by Traitor Ba Quan Feng. He told the Righteous Path Gu Immortals all about the incident earlier. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals were all shocked. They knew now. If Fang Yuan did not salvage the formation earlier, the second layer of the Gu Immortal could not be formed. These Righteous Path Gu Immortals were glad about this, but were also increasingly wary of the Gu Immortals around them. Bada looked at Fang Yuan before managing the situation, giving his orders. There were many righteous path Gu immortals. Bada could not awaken Chi Gui who had fainted, but that did not mean that the others could not. Ba Quanfeng was also interrogated. The other righteous path Gu immortals rested and healed their injuries in the meantime, preparing for the intense battle ahead. At this time, far away from the Super Gu formation, Zui Hui's aura finally became calm again. Its huge black body was like an unmoving mountain. It slowly raised its head and opened its mouth, breathing in deeply. There were intense currents in the air. Countless Gu worms mixed together into a complex aura, spreading outwards with explosive force. Its body began to expand like a balloon. It had an intense aura. When it reached its peak, it opened its mouth as a dark gray beam of light shot out. The beam of light was incredibly fast. It landed on the second layer of the Gu formation with the speed of lightning. There was no sound or explosion. It was completely silent. But at the second layer of the Gu formation, there was also a grand, bright light. Red representing fire path, green representing wind path, blue representing water path, and black representing dark path. 4 colors fused together, defending against the gray beam of light. The Gu formation was creaking. The righteous path Gu immortals were all nervous. If this super Gu formation could not hold on, they would be meat on the chopping block. They might survive the attack if they were lucky, but the unlucky ones would disintegrate immediately. Many astute people started to observe Fang Yuan's expression. Fang Yuan was the person manipulating the Gu formation. His every action would affect their mood. Fang Yuan's expression was calm all along. Nobody could read anything from him. But his calmness meant confidence and safety. The righteous path Gu immortals gradually relaxed. A while later, the dark gray beam vanished, while the colorful lights from the Gu formation's second layer also faded. We blocked it. Ha ha. Good job, Lord Wu Hai. The righteous path Gu immortals cheered, looking at Fang Yuan in a new light. I was not wrong after all. Wu Hai, you saved us all. Chi Gui woke up and muttered, feeling glad. He was in poor shape now. He still needed Fang Yuan to continue controlling the Super Gu formation. Xiao Si Lu's eyes also turned to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had saved everyone in the righteous path this time and became a hero. Xiao Si Lu did not have good feelings for Fang Yuan earlier, but now, looking at Fang Yuan who was standing straight, her heart was pounding as she has a wondrous feeling. Immortal Killer moved Grey Knight against the Super Gu formation. It was the contest of spear and shield. Eventually, the latter won and defended against this terrifying attack. As the light faded and dust settled, Zui Hui, who was breathing roughly, looked at the Super Gu formation with wide, open eyes. The dream realm was not affected. It was huge, like a giant pot, with the bottom pointed at the sky, covering the vast land. In the second layer of the Gu formation, Fang Yuan, Bada, Xiao Si Lu, and the other righteous path Gu immortals were protected. This Gu formation had lost its third and fourth layers. It could not conceal the dream realm like before. It could only shield a portion of the dream realm. We did not break through. Ing Wu Xie, He Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, and the rest were greatly surprised. This was not what Purple Mountain True Monarch had told them. Not long ago, they had received Purple Mountain True Monarch's transmission. He said that the Gu formation would be destroyed. They had to attack during that opportunity to secure victory. Chi Gui had already lost consciousness. What could be the cause? Far away, at the edge of the dream realm, Purple Mountain True Monarch sighed deeply. This was troublesome. They had lost the greatest opportunity, but he had no choice but to strike regardless. Purple Mountain True Monarch, who concealed his figure, could not be detected by the others. After arriving at the dream realm, he had already prepared for a long time. At this moment, he activated his method. At once, the world changed colors. Rainbow light shot into the sky beyond the clouds. An unparalleled aura, grand and vast like a tsunami, cracked the Gu immortals' mental fortitude, leaving them in a state of shock. What is going on? The Gu immortals on Shadow Sect's side closed their eyes. The Super Gu formation was shaking intensely. The righteous path Gu immortals were all flustered. What is going on? What killer move is this? Fang Yuan's face flashed with nervousness as he announced. This immortal killer move is not targeting us or the Gu formation. It is targeting the dream realm. After an intense eruption, the rainbow lights did not fade away. Instead, cocoons of light were formed. The dream realm is vanishing, condensing into countless cocoons of light. Oh my, what method is this? It is causing such a huge commotion. Normal methods have no effect on the dream realm, except dream path killer moves. So that's it. These demonic path Gu immortals are after the dream realm. The righteous path Gu immortals called out. Among them, one looked at Fang Yuan sinisterly. I said that the immortal opportunity business was a bad idea. It allowed those demonic path Gu immortals to think of an immortal killer move to make use of the dream realm. This definitely has huge benefits. Otherwise, How could so many Gu immortals disregard all consequences to attack us? These words made most of the righteous path Gu immortals' expressions change. Fang Yuan heard it and had no reaction. Bada snorted angrily, looking at the Xia clan Gu immortal as he shouted, "Shut up." At this moment, he was still trying to sow discord with the enemy right in front of them, and most importantly, he was angering the key person, Fang Yuan. This was simply too stupid. Bada was furious. But at the next moment, this Xia clan Gu immortal vanished on the spot, appearing outside the Gu formation. Why did he go out? The righteous path Gu immortals were stunned. They asked this. Fang Yuan sneered as he said, "This person has ill intentions. He tried to sow discord, so I sent him outside. After all, trash can be recycled. He can probe out the enemy's ability." "Rubbish. Who gave you the authority to do this? You are disregarding our rights. Quick, let our clan's Gu immortal back in. Quick." Fang Yuan smiled coldly, as the other Xia clan Gu immortal, who was screaming, also vanished. At the next moment, he appeared outside the Super Gu formation, in the outside world. Looking at the huge dream realm and the flickering Super Gu formation, he was stunned. "Wui hi." Bada was anxious, almost jumping up. "Are you messing around on purpose?" Fang Yuan looked at him lightly and said, "Make a din, and you will leave too." Bada was dumbfounded. The other righteous path Gu immortals. Bada's chest was moving up and down from rage. His face was flushed red, but he spoke. "Don't forget, the immortal Gu of all our super clans were used to create this Super Gu formation." He was making a threat, but Fang Yuan chuckled. "Do you think that at this moment, you can still recall your Gu worms? Haven't you noticed that you have already lost your connection to these immortal Gu?" The immortal's expressions changed. Chi Gui said solemnly, "Sigh. Everyone, don't bother. This was the Gu formation created by our clan's Lord Chi Chuyu. Earlier, when designing this formation, to guard against traitors and prevent the Gu formation from being destroyed from the inside, the first and second layers can only be controlled by one person, others cannot interfere. Even I cannot control the Gu formation now, unless Wu Yihai transfers the ownership back to me again." Saying this, Chi Gui looked at Fang Yuan sincerely and earnestly. "Chi Gui, you are heavily injured. You have contributed too much for us. You should heal yourself now." Fang Yuan smiled coldly, crushing Chi Gui's hopes immediately. Bada was fuming with rage. The immortals were also flustered. In this situation, weren't they at Fang Yuan's mercy? Xiao Si Lu and the others who were close to Wu clan were fine, but in Ba clan, Yao clan, Yang clan, and others, their Gu immortals had conflict with Wu clan. Their expressions were very ugly. "Chi Chuyu, this old fool." Some people cursed in their minds. Chi Chuyu had secretly dealt a blow to these super clans, under the justification of defending this dream realm and Gu formation, to keep it safe. But because of this change of events, Chi clan lost control and an outsider took over as the person in charge. Don't worry, I, Wu Yihai, am not a person who acts without reason. In this situation, us righteous path clans need to work together through thick and thin to get through this crisis. My Wu clan is still #1 in the righteous path. With such a situation occurring, we will definitely come forward and take on this responsibility. Chapter 1358, Reappearance of Pure Dream Reality Seeker. I have good news to share. My Wu clan has an immortal Gu house secretly on the way here to bring me back to Wu Yi Mountain. It is not far now. It is our closest reinforcement. As long as we work together and cooperate well, we can definitely leave unscathed. We might even do a merit for the righteous path. For everyone living in southern border, we will contribute greatly to this region. Fang Yuan spoke rapidly. Bada's expression turned very ugly. Xiao Si Lu's eyes were shining. Looking at Fang Yuan, her gaze did not shift. She was filled with admiration towards him. Chi Gui had once gave Fang Yuan the information path Gu worm and told him all about the Super Gu formation. Thus, when Fang Yuan realized he could control this Gu formation by himself, he decided to lead all of the righteous path Gu immortals. Xia clan's 2 Gu immortals were unlucky people that Fang Yuan had used to assert his dominance. After that, he gave great news regarding the immortal Gu house. With both the stick and carrot, he successfully got the righteous path Gu immortals under him, becoming a force that he could manipulate. There were no lack of elites in the righteous path, but Fang Yuan had the initiative. His advantage was too large. Because of this situation, they had no choice but to obey him. Fang Yuan's actions turned the situation around. Right now, even Bada had to listen to him. After successfully controlling these righteous path Gu immortals, Fang Yuan turned his attention towards the outside world. Many cocoons of light had already formed, quietly floating in the sky. The price for creating these light cocoons was the dream realm. Large pieces of the dream realm vanished entirely. The originally round and intact giant dream realm now had holes in it. It was like cheese that was eaten by rats with holes all over. More than 20 cocoons of light had formed, and more of them were gradually condensing. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed. Shadow Sect's methods were truly endless. Indeed worthy of the superforce created by a demon venerable which had 100,000 years of accumulation. Crack. At this time, waves of cracking noises could be heard from the first cocoon. Next, cracks appeared on the light cocoon. Bam! The cocoon of light broke as a nude person fell out. Before landing on the ground, Purple Mountain True Monarch, who had waited for a long time, acted rapidly. Large numbers of goo worms flew out and surrounded the pure dream reality seeker physique body before entering their immortal aperture. Soon, this person opened their eyes. Their entire body was covered in clothing as they flew towards the edge of the dream realm without stopping. The other righteous path Gu immortals were stunned, but Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. This is the pure dream reality seeker physique. Fang Yuan had seen it before. Seeing it again, he was still stunned. In the past, Xie had the pure dream reality seeker physique. This immortal body was a man-made extreme physique. Shadow Sect's old man, Yanshi, had researched it for a long time. How did Purple Mountain True Monarch get a hold of this method? Don't forget, Xie was still alive, and Purple Mountain True Monarch had entered the river of time through great risks, interacting deeply with spectral souls while inside the Red Lotus True Inheritance. Purple Mountain True Monarch had wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuan, but because of his low information path foundation, he rejected it. Thus, even though Purple Mountain True Monarch knew that Fang Yuan had methods to deal with the dream realm, he could not make use of them. He wanted to save Spectral Soul's main body. Other than the Super Gu formation, there was also the huge obstacle, the giant dream realm. Fang Yuan was not helpful. Thus, Purple Mountain True Monarch placed his focus on the pure dream reality seeker physique. This way, with the bulk of the dream realms vanishing, he could get to the center of the dream realm and save Spectral Soul. This means the pure dream reality seeker physique is created like this. Shadow Sect's methods are truly fearsome. Even though Fang Yuan had fought against Xie back then, he did not know about his origin. After finally seeing it, Fang Yuan shouted loudly, ordering the righteous path Gu immortals. Quick, destroy all these cocoons. We need to kill the one who just left. What is going on? Wu Yihai, what do you know? Tell us. The righteous path Gu immortals asked. But at the next moment, they were teleported by Fang Yuan to the outside of the Super Gu formation. The F***CK. Not even saying a word. Who does he think we are? Wu Yihai, you are using our clan's immortal Gu. Don't go overboard. Even Xiao Si Lu was sent out. This southern border fairy was a little dazed. She could not accept it. Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw that so many righteous path Gu immortals had landed in their plight. They felt extremely satisfied. They shouted loudly to take down Wu Yihai. But nobody gave them any attention. In this situation, who would dare to offend Fang Yuan, who controlled the Super Gu formation? Fang Yuan transmitted. If you do not want to die here, listen to me. These enemies will grow stronger with time. Now is the best time to eliminate them. While the others hesitated, Wu Liao had already listened to Fang Yuan and acted. Next, Gu immortals close to Wu clan, including Xiao Si Lu, also moved. But because Fang Yuan shifted her out along with the others, this woman, who was one of the 3 great fairies of southern border, had an ugly expression and mood. These people acted quickly. Soon, the righteous path Gu immortals started to fight. One hand. Fang Yuan controlled the Super Gu formation. He controlled their safety. Secondly, the righteous path forces had deep interest in exploring the dream realm. They had desire towards these immortal bodies created from the dream realm. As long as they captured one of them and researched it, their clan's dream path development would rise rapidly. Only Xia Clan's 2 Gu immortals were hesitant. But Fang Yuan did not forget them. He transmitted. As long as you each kill a cocoon, I will spare you and let you return to the Gu formation. Xia Clan's Gu immortals were furious. They gritted their teeth, but they had no choice. After looking at each other, they acted according to Fang Yuan's words. Almost all the righteous path Gu immortals had moved, killing and destroying the cocoons of light. Only Fang Yuan stayed in the Super Gu formation alone, overseeing the battle from the base. It was truly relaxing. Strive for every second. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies broke out of the cocoons of light as they flew out. At the same time, when the cocoons were destroyed, the dream realms that had vanished appeared again. Spectral Soul's main body is inside the dream realm. Shadow Sect has planned this well, creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to obscure our vision. Among these flying pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, there might be Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Fang Yuan stared as he controlled the Super Gu formation, manipulating the battlefield intently. This Super Gu formation was built around the giant dream realm originally. Even though only the second layer of the Gu formation was active now, Fang Yuan could still control half of the battlefield. He could teleport Gu Immortals nearby. Not only did the righteous path Gu Immortals act, Fang Yuan also manipulated the Gu formation, using its power to destroy the cocoons. Unfortunately, this super Gu formation was built on the basis of defense. It was pitifully weak in attack, far weaker than Fang Yuan's own attacks. Kill. At this moment, shouting could be heard. With Fairy Miao Yin, Hei Lu Lan, and by Ning Bing leading, Shadow Sects Gu Immortals had arrived. This wave of Gu Immortals were far less in numbers, but in this complex battle situation, the disadvantage in numbers was easy to cover. The original giant dream realm was intact, resembling a turned-over pot covering the ground. Next, because of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies forming, large pieces of the dream realm went missing. Some cocoons of light were destroyed by righteous path Gu Immortals, and the dream realm appeared again, but it was much smaller than before. This caused the dream realm to not be as complete as before. There was a difference. Some of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were killed and created a huge dream realm on the spot. Because the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had flown away and were not at the original spots, this caused patches of dream realms to be formed outside of the original dream realm. Don't forget, this giant dream realm itself had movement. Thus, large patches of dream realms were all over the place. Some overlapped while some were isolated, and some were only a thin line away from being connected. They were in the sky and on the ground. The terrain was truly very complicated. When fighting here, Gu Immortals had to be very wary. They had to guard against the dream realms and could not fall into dreams. Creating so many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, it must be Purple Mountain True Monarch. But where is he? Fang Yuan looked around using the Super Gu formation, but he could not find Purple Mountain True Monarch. Rumble. With an intense sound, the Super Gu formation burst out with power, as a shadow flew towards a pure dream reality seeker physique body that had just broken out of its cocoon, crashing onto it like a mountain. Suppressed. Without Gu worms to help them, the pure dream reality seeker physique body was easily suppressed before the Super Gu formation teleported them to Fang Yuan. The pure dream reality seeker physique body stared at Fang Yuan fiercely, tied by black chains and unable to move. Fang Yuan sized it up, his eyes shined brightly. Interesting, if I can capture a few more, I might be able to deduce this method of Shadow Sect and create my own pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. This is the extreme physique of Dream Path. Even though it has a short lifespan, it might be able to help me resolve huge issues in critical moments. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan searched for purple while using the Super Gu formation to capture newly formed pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The second layer's coverage was less than half of the dream realm, while the domain he controlled was even smaller. But cocoons of light continued to form. As Fang Yuan struck multiple times, he actually captured close to 10 pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He soon had a shocking discovery. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies did not have rising cultivation levels as time passed. Among them, some had rank 6 immortal bodies while others were mortals. Only a very small number had rank 7 cultivation level. Chapter 1359. Heavenly Court's Interference. Fang Yuan also found something interesting. The time that these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live was inversely correlated to their cultivation level. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter the duration they could live. In contrast, those Gu Master pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could live for 2 to 3 years. They were good research material for Fang Yuan. He had ample time to do so. Earlier, I was wondering why Shadow Sect did not use the method to mass-produce pure dream reality seeker physique bodies during the Battle of Etion Mountain if possible. Now it seems, the pure dream reality seeker physique that created Ing Wu Xia was not this simple. In order to save their main body, Shadow Sect had to use this method to create many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, to disperse and get rid of the dream realms. They have great determination. Fang Yuan sighed as he realized Shadow Sect's firm and determined attitude. Not only did Fang Yuan capture some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, the other righteous path Gu Immortals were not stupid. They also had some captives. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were the dream path fruits of Shadow Sect's research. Once anyone successfully researched on them, they would have an explosive breakthrough in the exploration of dream realms. Shadow Sect did this without hesitation in order to save Spectral Soul's main body. The scene was very chaotic. Purple Mountain True Monarch was not discovered. He was still continuing to create more pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. More and more cocoons of light were starting to appear in the dream realm area. Pieces of dream realms were cluttered together in a messy fashion, creating a complex terrain. Both the righteous path and demonic path were surrounding the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, engaging in fierce battles. Even though Fang Yuan's side was doing their best to obstruct them, Because the battlefield was too chaotic, some pure dream reality seeker physique bodies managed to leave the battlefield amidst the confusion. Damn it. Spectral Soul's main body might be hiding among these bodies. Fang Yuan observed and was about to attack from afar, when suddenly, light that was sharp as a needle descended from the sky. Instantly, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's skull was pierced. This white light that was extremely thin was very sharp. It moved down from the skull of the pure dream reality seeker physique body and penetrated his entire body. It appeared instantly and vanished just as quickly. The pure dream reality seeker physique body that was hit was rank 6. He instantly felt that his body had no strength. He was extremely weak. He showed suspicion on his face as he raised his hand to touch the top of his head. Next, he placed his hand in front of him and saw that there was blood mixed with brain matter. His expression changed abruptly. There was disbelief and fear. Next, his vision turned dark as he lost his life. His corpse fell onto the ground from the sky like a rag doll. Instantly, blood sprayed out. Bones were broken. It was almost a pile of mush. The body was completely dead. Who is it? Fang Yuan saw this, and his pupils shrunk. He was the person in charge of the situation. Among the righteous path, he was the first to observe this. Meanwhile, on the demonic path side, Purple Mountain True Monarch was creating cocoons of light while managing the situation. Seeing this, he was not confused. He frowned deeply. Heavenly Court finally acted. He had expected this. He had some arrangements in White Heaven. Heaven Overseeing Tower was obstructed for a while. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan salvaged the situation. Purple Mountain True Monarch's plan was greatly disrupted. The Super Gu formation and the Righteous Path Gu Immortals greatly hindered Purple Mountain True Monarch's plan to saving his main body. The best timing was lost. Heaven Overseeing Tower broke free of the obstruction and finally acted, joining this huge battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After several soft sounds, several small traces of white light shot out and easily killed all of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies who tried to leave the battlefield. Next, a grand Immortal Gu house appeared from the sky with shining light, as if a deity had descended upon the battlefield. Such an incredible sight attracted the attention of many Gu Immortals. They quickly looked up at the sky. A few of them were dazed, but most Gu Immortals instantly recognized Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower. It was too famous. Heavenly Court. Almost all the Gu Immortals were intensely shocked. Heavenly Court's imposing entrance made this chaotic battle go into even more uncertainty. At the top of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long crossed his hand and stood upright like a tower, observing the entire battlefield. Spectral Soul is too devious. We cannot let a single pure dream reality seeker physique body off. They need to die. Of course, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could just be distractions. Spectral Soul might be lurking in other Gu Immortals' bodies to escape. Thus, all of the Gu Immortals present need to be killed too. It is better to be safe than sorry. Yes. Behind Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei and the Gu Immortals she led responded in unison. Duke Long pondered before saying, "We will kill Shadow Sect before eliminating the righteous path. But if anyone tries to leave the battlefield, no matter who, we will exterminate them." Heaven Overseeing Tower pressed down on the battlefield like an imposing mountain with vast power. The chaotic battlefield froze. Heaven Overseeing Tower had the greatest battle strength. Its movement decided the flow of this battle. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals' hearts were pounding. Heavenly Court. These were Central Continent Gu Immortals. Were they reinforcements? Shadow Sect's side fell into panic. Evidently, Heavenly Court and Shadow Sect were enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. Looking at rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, he frowned deeply. He had somewhat expected this to happen. Heavenly Court appeared again. The situation is horrible. They actually rebuilt Heaven Overseeing Tower in such a short time. I wonder how many rank 8 Gu Immortals came this time. Heaven Overseeing Tower's appearance was a huge blow to Fang Yuan's plans. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was inside the Super Gu formation. It could defend against Heaven Overseeing Tower's might. Fang Yuan had the experience of battling against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Even if the strongest attack from Fate Gu was used, Fang Yuan estimated that this Super Gu formation could endure one attack. Fang Yuan decided to observe for now, but Purple Mountain True Monarch could not do nothing. He was a rank 8 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. How could he not have backup plans? Purple Mountain True Monarch transmitted. Zui Hui, according to our agreement, your enemy is here. What are you waiting for? They are from Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court. Legendary immemorial desolate beast Zui Hui heard this as its body shuddered. Intense rage and hatred could be seen in its eyes. This rage and hatred was embedded into its soul. Even after 1,000,000 years, it still felt this deeply. Heavenly Court. Zui Hui roared. The sound waves burst out and swept an immense surrounding area. Boom. At the next moment, vast darkness burst out from Zhuo Yi Hui's body. Its body was huge to begin with. Now, under the cover of the dark mist, it became increasingly terrifying. Next, its legs bent as its body arched. It bared its teeth and stomped the ground. Bam! There was an intense sound. The ground shook harshly. A huge pit was created under Zhuo Yi Hui, while it shot out like an arrow through the sky towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with power, but Zhuo Yi Hui was covered in dark mist. It was evidently an immortal killer move, allowing it to fly and defend itself. Zhuo Yi Hui moved like a bamboo spear or a huge meteorite. In a few breaths of time, it traveled 100 li, arriving at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Umph! Insolent fool. Duke Long snorted in disdain. His majestic body shook as his thoughts collided. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with an intense white light. At once, the world turned white. Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method, Fate Vanquish. Rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate's power was unrivaled. There was no way of dodging. As long as one was not rank 9, no matter how powerful, they would lose to this move. Light was everywhere. White light, filling the world from all directions. The Gu Immortals exposed to the light, be it righteous path or demonic path, coughed out blood. They were instantly heavily injured, most fainted on the spot. At once, half the battlefield was cleared. There were some Gu Immortals who were shielded by the Dream Realm. They were not exposed to the light and were saved. With a loud sound, even Zhuo Yi Hui could not block the attack of fate. It crashed to the ground. It coughed out blood, but soon, it crawled up and opened its mouth, roaring at Heaven Overseeing Tower. In Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Central Continent Gu Immortals all had shocked expressions. Even Duke Long was surprised. Zhuo Yi Hui did not die from Fate Vanquish. That was normal. It was far sturdier than normal Immortal Gu houses, and had incredible regenerative properties. Zhuo Yi Hui was the problem of Southern Border for ages. Southern Border's Gu Immortal world had mobilized Immortal Gu houses to kill it, but could not. They only defeated it. But Zhuo Yi Hui's injury was far less severe than Duke Long's expectations. Gu Immortals could cultivate, so could Zhuo Yi Hui. After all these years, Zhuo Yi Hui had been getting stronger. Moreover, it was helped by Shadow Sect this time. Purple Mountain True Monarch purposely lent it a lot of Immortal Gu and large numbers of Immortal Killer moves. Zhuo Yi Hui was fully armed. Zhuo Yi Hui stood up again. Half of its injuries had healed. This was a terrifying recovery speed. It pounced at Heaven Overseeing Tower again fearlessly. A cold light shined in Duke Long's eyes. He used Fate Vanquish again. Zhuo Yi Hui was hit and landed on the ground again. But soon, it stood up. Even though it was injured again, it was full of vitality. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were intensely shocked. This is the battle strength of a legendary, immemorial, desolate beast? It is truly stunning. It is a bit troublesome. Fairy Zi Wei had a grim expression. Zhuo Yi Hui's battle strength was out of her imagination. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower had Fate Vanquish, it could not be used consecutively. After all, rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate still had injuries on it. Chapter 1360, Fang Yuan's Desperate Situation Roar. Zhuo Yi Hui growled. This time, it flew to the sky and stayed in midair to attack Heaven Overseeing Tower. Duke Long sneered, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn Phantom. Zhuo Yi Hui missed its target. The entirety of Heaven Overseeing Tower, including the Gu Immortals inside, turned Phantom. Normal methods could not hit them at all. This is on purpose? To lure me to attack. Purple Mountain True Monarch, who was concealed, saw this as bright light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Sect had methods to counter the Phantom form. But Purple Mountain True Monarch did not act against the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower. Because he was not Spectral Soul's main body, he did not have all the Immortal Gu needed to counter the Phantom form. Even if he used them against Heaven Overseeing Tower, it was too inefficient. He did not act, Duke Long thought to himself. In the past, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul had sealed the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower and prevented it from returning to solid. Duke Long had specially prepared well against this killer move, but Purple Mountain True Monarch was really patient. He did not do anything. Duke Long controlled the Phantom Heaven Overseeing Tower and tried to get closer to the Dream Realm. Once the huge Heaven Overseeing Tower entered the Dream Realm, it started to fade from its phantom form. Some Gu worms by the fringe were devoured by the Dream Realm. Phantom methods are useless too. Duke Long's heart shook, bringing Heaven Overseeing Tower away from the Dream Realm. This was the first time Duke Long was seeing an actual Dream Realm. This was something related to Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was quite surprised. Even though Heaven Overseeing Tower was in phantom form, the Dream Realm still devoured a corner of it. The Central Continent Gu Immortals and Heaven Overseeing Tower were quickly trying to repair it. Without any Dream Path methods, even Heaven Overseeing Tower will get lost inside the Dream Realm. Duke Long concluded. one skill to dominate the world. Back then, Ing Wuxia with pure dream reality seeker physique could use lead soul into dream killer move and directly make heaven overseeing tower lord go to sleep. Evidently, even the powerful rank 9 Immortal Gu house could not defend against the might of Dream Path. Unless it was an Immortal Gu house with Dream Path Immortal Gu, normal Immortal Gu houses would get lost in the dream realm without resistance. This means this battlefield is not good for Heaven Overseeing Tower to fight. Heaven Overseeing Tower is too big. It is far less agile than Gu Immortals fighting alone. Duke Long looked at the growling Zui Yihui as light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower returned to solid form as Zui Yihui chased after it. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned and accelerated, rushing towards a dream realm. Zui Yihui flew in the sky, moving even more quickly. Its huge body was like a black cloud. Winds were wild as it moved towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Oh no! Purple Mountain True Monarch saw this and quickly stopped it. A mystical light flew out and landed on Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower's speed slowed. It became illusory as ripples appeared, like it was the surface of water. Fake! Zui Yihui quickly stopped. It almost went into the dream realm. The dream realm was incredibly dangerous to Zui Yihui as well. Behind it, the real Heaven Overseeing Tower appeared. Duke Long stood at the top of the tower, his dragon eyes looking coldly at a certain place. Purple Mountain True Monarch sighed, knowing that this was a trap. Duke Long was seemingly trying to trap Zui Yihui, but the truth was, he wanted to find out Purple Mountain True Monarch's location. But even if Purple Mountain True Monarch knew of Duke Long's plans, he had no choice but to act. Because Zui Yihui was too valuable of a fighting force, it could not be lost. Shadow Sect needed it too. Defend against Heaven Overseeing Tower. Lingering split soul of Spectral Soul. Humph, I will kill him. Fairy Ziwei, go deal with that Super Gu formation and kill Fang Yuan. The others will control Heaven Overseeing Tower and leave this place. Zui Yihui will surely follow. I do not need success. I just do not want failure. Duke Long ordered, as everyone responded. With the roar of a dragon, Duke Long turned into a mystical light and charged at Purple Mountain True Monarch. Meanwhile, Fairy Ziwei charged at the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower brought the Central Continent Gu Immortals and flew into the sky, leaving the battlefield. Zui Yihui looked at Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei, and finally, Heaven Overseeing Tower. It knew that it was highly restricted in this battlefield because of its size, and because it liked to move around fast. Meanwhile, Heaven Overseeing Tower had an aura that it detested, and was the symbol of Heaven Overseeing Tower. It had a deep desire to destroy this tower. Duke Long flew in the sky, turning into a phantom shadow as he appeared before Purple Mountain True Monarch instantly. He had a tall and majestic body. The dragon horn on his head was sharp and imposing. His dragon pupils revealed dominance and indifference. Boom, boom, boom. Purple Mountain True Monarch fought Duke Long. A few breaths later, Purple Mountain True Monarch could not fight on par with him. He had to run away. You will die today. Duke Long roared, chasing relentlessly. In the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was breaking out in cold sweat. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. Heaven's will. It was actually hiding in no. Rather than that, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. Sweat poured down his face. At this moment, Fairy Ziwei had already arrived in front of the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan calmed himself down, activating the Super Gu formation and defending against this enemy. This Gu formation is not bad. Fairy Ziwei's eyes shined with purple light. She observed the Super Gu formation and nodded. It is a pity. There is a flaw. These Gu worms are of different sources. The user of the Gu formation is borrowing other people's Immortal Gu, but this can be used by me. As she said that, she raised her right hand, which was holding an Immortal Gu house. Star Constellation chessboard. This Immortal Gu house was personally created by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was possibly the smallest Immortal Gu house in the world. When the chessboard was activated, it changed into crystal starlight that filled the sky. Starlight moved around like fireflies, surrounding Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's human body was assimilated by this starlight, turning into starlight and joining them. The starlight expanded slightly, pouncing at the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan was already vigilantly waiting. He activated the Gu formation and attacked the starlight. But the starlight completely ignored the Gu formation's attack. It started to infiltrate the Super Gu formation. Originally, this Super Gu formation was shining in 4 profound colors of red, green, blue, and black. But now, with the invasion of the starlight, these 4 lights weakened as starlight mixed in. Fang Yuan felt a sense of sluggishness from the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan, you were an otherworldly demon chosen by Heaven's will and tasked to save the people of this world. Even though you destroyed Shadow Sect's heaven-defying plan, You took a wrong step and betrayed the righteous path, entering the demonic path and becoming enemies with the world. If you admit your mistake now and surrender, I will leave you with a complete corpse. I will make a biography for you after death so that your name will go down in history as a lesson for the future. At this time, Fairy Ziwei's voice came from the Super Gu formation. Fang Yuan laughed as he said, "This is truly an incredible scheme by heaven's will." As he said that, he tried to activate the Super Gu formation. The Gu formation was still under his control, but it was getting incredibly hard to use. Some mortal Gu by the fringe were vanishing from Fang Yuan's control. Evidently, Fairy Ziwei was fighting with him over the control of this Super Gu formation. Stubborn fool. Fairy Ziwei had a cold voice. Seeing Fang Yuan struggle, she put in more effort. The starlight shining in the Super Gu formation became brighter. Heavenly Court knows my identity. This proves my conjecture. I cannot take back Dark Limit Immortal Gu anymore. As time passes, the Super Gu formation will go under Heavenly Court's control. What do? Do I discard the Super Gu formation and activate Reverse Flow Protection Seal to escape? No. Heavenly Court has fought with me before. They definitely know about Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Since they want to eliminate both me and Shadow Sect, how could they not consider the element of Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Heavenly Court wants to see me rely solely on this move. If my killer move is broken, I will face a backlash. I will lose all my battle strength and even die immediately. What should I do? Thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind like a huge storm was brewing. It was a desperate situation. Fang Yuan thought of how he could leave the battlefield. There was no way. He could not otherwise escape. His only hope was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Should I bet that Heavenly Court has no method against Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Fang Yuan had a bitter expression. He knew that the chances were slim in this regard. As for the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, Fang Yuan did not have heavenly crystals. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle could not become an immemorial desolate beast. Even if he had a lot of heavenly crystals, an immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle may not be under his control. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was prideful and only submitted to strong experts. There was a huge chance of betrayal. Just that slight relationship it had with Fang Yuan was fragile and unreliable. There are two ways of stalling. Fang Yuan thought of two methods. The first was to bring out Reverse Flow River and placed himself inside like a fortress. The second was to put himself in his Immortal Aperture, placing in southern border and closing his Immortal Aperture's entrance shut. But both methods only stalled for time. They could not change the situation. If Fang Yuan used these methods, he would be giving up the initiative. This was very dangerous. The only hope in these two methods letting Fang Yuan escape was Southern Border's Righteous Path reinforcements. If Southern Border's Gu Immortals could repel Heavenly Court, Fang Yuan might be able to escape. But Heavenly Court was not stupid or weak. The overall strength of Southern Border's Righteous Path was definitely stronger than the group from Central Continent that was here. But whether the reinforcements could handle Heaven Overseeing Tower and Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, that was uncertain. Even if they won and Heavenly Court was chased away, could Fang Yuan continue to be Wu Yihai? How could that be possible? Since Heavenly Court knew his identity, they just needed a few words to get Southern Border to turn on Fang Yuan. Wu Yihai's identity could not last if the entire Southern Border Righteous Path was investigating it. Swish, swish. Killing intent surged. Two figures flew rapidly between dream realms. Purple Mountain True Monarch against Duke Long. They were extremely fast, like meteors in the sky, but they were incredibly agile like snakes. Boom, boom, boom. As both sides fought, explosions could be heard. Waves of air currents crashed imposingly, but after getting to any dream realm, they dissipated. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals fought. One was a first-generation split soul of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, having cultivated for 100,000 years. The other was unknown in history, but was a legend of Heavenly Court, having quasi-rank 9 power. Undeniably, the fight between these two was the core and essence of this battle of the giant Dream Realm battle, and was the most intense. Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zui Yi Hui collided. It was far less important than the fight between those two. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes flickered with crystal purple light. His arms were stretched out as small rocks resembling charcoal appeared around his body. The rocks flew out and became larger in the air. The surface of the rocks burned with raging red flames. Thousands of fiery rocks charged at Duke Long like a meteorite storm. Duke Long took the attack head-on, not dodging. As the fiery rocks hit his body, he was surrounded by a light resembling a cloud. The cloud light did not move, but soon, Duke Long found that a fire was burning inside his mind. His thoughts were moving, but the fire was burning up these thoughts. The cloud light needed to be maintained by Duke Long. Thoughts about it were constantly created. Now that they were burned, this defense was gone. The fiery rocks thus landed harshly on Duke Long's body. At once, there were loud sounds as fiery rocks landed on Duke Long's muscular and tall iron-like body. Like eggs, these fiery rocks broke and shattered, exploding as sparks poured out along with rock fragments. Duke Long continued to charge. His body had a terrifying accumulation of Dao marks. He also had defensive methods similar to Bai Chen Tian's wood armor and Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment. His aura was shocking, like a wild dragon in human form. He endured Purple Mountain True Monarch's attacks as he moved unceasingly. His dragon eyes were cold and indifferent. Duke Long had no expression except a cold look. He did not frown. Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal killer move seemed like a gust of wind, harmless and weak. Duke Long had a very powerful disposition. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. He focused on his tactic. He retreated as he fought. The fiery rocks could do nothing to Duke Long, but Purple Mountain True Monarch was smirking. He stretched out his left index finger, pointing at Duke Long who was chasing after him. Immediately, flowers bloomed. On Duke Long's body, countless flowers grew out of nowhere. Fresh flowers blossomed. Thousands of them covered Duke Long's body. Duke Long had a strong body with shocking defense, but when the flowers bloomed, his expression finally changed. Consecutive move. For the first time, Duke Long stopped his chase as he floated in the air. Even though he was flying at a rapid speed, he could immediately stop moving. Anyone would sigh at his amazing movement method and his incredibly strong physique. The flowers were blooming at an increasing rate on Duke Long's body. The petals were tender and fragile, but they were a huge problem to Duke Long. Duke Long stretched out his right hand. He grabbed into a fist, and after a while, opened his hand. Poof! With an explosive sound, his right hand burst out with countless faint pale air currents. These air currents were like threads flying in the sky, circulating around Duke Long's entire body continuously. Waves of air currents were like sharp blades, getting rid of the flowers on his body. At once, flower petals floated in the air as these flowers were eradicated. The air currents seemed weak, but were extremely sharp. After a few breaths of time, the flowers on Duke Long were all wiped out. Purple Mountain True Monarch saw this, and his pupils shrunk. Duke Long's killer move was incredible sharp. It was not about the mass of the air currents, but the technique involved in manipulating them that was extremely profound. Originally, this was a method to deal with enemies, but Duke Long controlled it for use on himself. If he was careless, he would get injured. But Duke Long was proficient and daring. He was extremely confident in this move. He could use it like moving his fingers. Many of the air currents grazed his skin and clothing, but he was completely unharmed. He had complete control of his actions. It was truly superb. However, with this amount of time, Purple Mountain True Monarch was ready with his move. Immortal killer moves had difficulties in activation. If Xiao Lianyun was in Purple Mountain True Monarch's position, she might likely fail her activation of the killer move. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was incredibly experienced and resolute. He used this chance without doubt. An immortal killer move was activated. Illusions appeared, surrounding Purple Mountain True Monarch. There were dozens of purple light illusions. These illusions were still increasing. 1 turned into 4, while 4 turned into 10. They formed into a huge army. Purple Mountain True Monarch's true body was concealed as the purple light illusion army charged at Duke Long. Duke Long snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a dragon claw as he waved. Claw marks appeared in the air out of nowhere. They were several meters long. Everywhere they went, purple light illusions collapsed. Next, Duke Long's left hand also turned into a dragon claw. He slashed at another area as the marks extended, almost creating wounds in space. The purple light illusions were quickly eradicated. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined as a mystical light surrounded a secluded space. Purple Mountain True Monarch knew that his location was exposed. He came out. Both sides were standing in the air, with the backdrop of countless messy dream realms. They were 1,000 steps apart. It seems that after such a long time of sleeping, you're still able to keep up with the times. Purple Mountain True Monarch said plainly. He was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. His long robe was fluttering as his purple hair swayed. His gaze was focused, and he was in his top condition. I practiced a bit recently. The times are always changing. There were too many geniuses in the last million years. There are simply too many new incredible methods now. Duke Long sighed. He sighed before continuing. All right, enough with these petty tricks. The probing is over. Let's use our real methods now. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled, nodding. Indeed. At the next moment, both of them collided like 2 flashes of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling rainbow lights shone like fireworks. When used, the surrounding dream realms became even more illusory and enchanting. These 2 fellows, seriously. Fang Yuan was observing the battlefield with the Super Gu formation. After observing Purple Mountain True Monarch's and Duke Long's fight, Fang Yuan was speechless. Both of them are rank 8 Gu Immortals, and not ordinary ones at that. They are simply too strong. Normally speaking, when Gu Immortals first fight, they would use Mortal Gu and Mortal Killer moves. Only when they fight seriously will they use Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves. But these two directly used Immortal Killer moves to probe each other. These two have at least great Grandmaster attainment level. Be it the fiery rocks, flowers, or the air currents and cloud light, they are all mimicry of other paths. If I do not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, I would lose terribly in one move. So intense. The two of them are fighting with greater intensity now. Their firepower has increased. Information was very important to Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan used the Super Gu formation to observe them. He had huge gains. Be it Purple, Mountain True Monarch, or Duke Long, Fang Yuan was not their match. Even if he used Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would only passively take a beating. As a matter of fact, during the Battle of Northern Plains Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was able to escape because of the chaotic situation. Eventually, Fang Yuan used the regional wall to escape from Dogtail Life, extending Ferret Mali Chiao. With my own strength, it is hard to escape from such a situation. Hope is slim. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. At this moment, his expression changed. It turned out that in his immortal aperture, an information path, Gu Worm brought words from Wu Yong. Wu Yong did not die. Xiao Zikai and Tai Mian Shun are alive too. They are only trapped for the time being. They are trying to get here with an immortal Gu house. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan to hold on to his life. It was fine even if he escaped. He even told Fang Yuan that Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chu Yu, was also bringing an immortal Gu house here as backup, but he was still farther away than Wu Yong. Not just the two of them, the other super forces also sent their immortal Gu houses. Southern Border's Righteous Path super clans were in conflict, but after hearing Wu Yong's words about the giant Dream Realm situation, they immediately went into ceasefire and worked together, gathering and moving towards the giant Dream Realm. Looking at the entirety of Southern Border from a bird's-eye view, Etion Mountain was at the center of Southern Border towards the west, while the super forces were scattered in all directions, all heading towards the center. Fang Yuan had a complex expression. If he was Wu Yihai, upon hearing this, he would be overjoyed and have improved morale. But he was not. He was Fang Yuan. Once Southern Border's reinforcements came, Heavenly Court would expose his identity, chaos would ensue, Fang Yuan would be all alone. As for Wu Yong, Fang Yuan's side, this brother, his biggest backer, would turn into an extremely strong enemy, chasing after him in the future. Fang Yuan killed the real Wu Yihai. Even if Wu Yong did not care about his brother and did not want revenge, because of his righteous path status, he needed to take revenge and kill Fang Yuan. One could say, Fang Yuan and Wu Yong had an unresolvable conflict. Wu Clan actually had another immortal Gu house. Wu Yong was really good at concealing himself, but even though he is very fast, as the closest reinforcement around, he still needs at least a day to get here. Fang Yuan rapidly calculated. When the reinforcements arrived and Heavenly Court exposed Fang Yuan's identity, would he be able to escape amidst the chaos? Chapter 1362. For now, cooperate hope was slim. It was a chaotic three-way battle now. Heavenly Court's forces were number 1. Shadow Sect was number 2 because of their rank 8 battle strengths. Purple Mountain True Monarch and Zui Yihui. Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were 3rd. Even with the Super Gu formation, it was stationary, and even Fairy Z Wei's Star Constellation chessboard could infiltrate it. As for Fang Yuan, he was a Southern Border Righteous Path member on the surface, but the truth was, he was closer to Shadow Sect's side. He was a unique person. Based on the battle situation, Heavenly Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path were attacking Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect was unable to rival Heavenly Court. Now that they were attacked by another side, they were in the worst position. One day, it takes at least one day to get here. In this current situation, if the situation continues like this, I cannot hold on until then. Moreover, once Shadow Sect falls, Heavenly Court and Southern Border's Righteous Path would deal with me, the traitor, together. Shadow Sect's loss is just one aspect. This Super Gu formation is also unable to hold on for a day. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He looked at this Super Gu formation worriedly. Because of Qi Chu Yu's design, this Super Gu formation's second layer could only be controlled by one person, others were useless. Thus, even if Fang Yuan intended to recall the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals, they were unable to resist Fairy Z Wei's invasion. Moreover, Fang Yuan's identity was a problem. If these Southern Border Gu Immortals learned about Fang Yuan's true identity from Heavenly Court, regardless of whether they believed it or not, or whatever action they take, it meant there would be unknown danger for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had naturally thought of the first layer of the Gu formation. This Super Gu formation had 4 layers. Fang Yuan was only controlling the second layer. There was still a first layer. If Fairy Z Wei succeeded, Fang Yuan would destroy the second layer of the Gu formation. In theory, he could activate the first layer and resist her. But, according to Qi Gui's information path Gu Worm, the user of this first layer must be a Qi clan Gu Immortal. This was Qi Chu Yu's personal arrangement. From his perspective, he naturally placed his clan's benefits first. The first layer of the Gu formation had many ways to detect identities. Fang Yuan could disguise himself if it was bloodline. But unfortunately for him, one of the methods was about Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. Fang Yuan did not leave any Life Tablet Gu or Soul Lantern Gu in Qi clan. Regarding this, Fang Yuan could only sigh. He cursed helplessly in his mind. Qi Chu Yu, this old dog. A rank 8 Gu Immortal. How could he be simple? When Qi Chu Yu designed it, he naturally did not think of this complex situation. But now, it was Fang Yuan's greatest restriction. It was like a dead end. Fang Yuan was getting closer and closer to it. But Qi Chu Yu's move was undoubtedly the best one he could have made. It was a huge assurance to Qi clan. Fang Yuan had to ensure that Qi clan's Gu Immortals did not die out completely, especially Qi Gui. If anything dangerous happened, he needed to teleport him back using the Super Gu formation. With Qi Gui, there would be the first layer of the Gu formation. As for what attitude Qi Gui would have and how he would treat Fang Yuan, it was a mystery. Unless he was completely helpless, Fang Yuan would not make use of Qi Gui. The situation was complex. Three sides were fighting. Fang Yuan had a special status. Even though he was in the southern border righteous path camp, it was not reliable. There were too many variables now. He was using wisdom path methods too. Fang Yuan's mind was full of churning thoughts. His brain was going to emit smoke at this rate. How could he escape? This was an unsolved problem. Spring Autumn Cicada? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied the possibility. He could not use Spring Autumn Cicada no matter what. Heaven's will was inside it. The risk of failure was nearly certain. A few times, Fang Yuan was able to rebirth successfully because of the secret help of Heaven's will. But now, he was standing on the opposite side. Heaven's will wanted to eradicate him. Using Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth in this situation was simply deluding himself. The Heaven's will and Spring Autumn Cicada would directly kill him. Using Spring Autumn Cicada was suicide, unless he used Shadow Sect's method to reverse refine it. But now, how could Fang Yuan find time for that? Wait, no. I can use time path methods to accelerate the time of my Immortal aperture. This way, I can give up the Super Gu formation and hide inside my Immortal aperture to refine Spring Autumn Cicada. No, this won't do. There are calamities and tribulations. If I accelerate the Immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations will descend. Heaven's will would control them and make it much more difficult. And my time path attainment level is too low. I have no guarantee in this to successfully purify Spring Autumn Cicada under such restrictions. And this method requires me to give up the Super Gu formation. It is simply an idiotic way of crippling myself. This would not do. Fate was too vicious, as if there was no way to survive. But Fang Yuan did not give up. He continued to persevere. His determination did not waver, even though his pressure was intense. Even though Fairy Zi-Wei had not stopped her invasion of the Super Gu formation. Persevere. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with vigor. He was not afraid. He was very calm in his mind. This was not his first desperate situation. In fact, he had many such encounters. In this world, cultivating and fighting for one's life, no matter what choices one made, there were risks involved. Once one started moving up, like climbing a mountain, how could there be gains and growth without any risks? Even the powerful old ancestor Shui Hu, the #1 battle strength in Northern Plains, publicly, had taken a risk, causing Snowy Mountain, hundreds of years of his hard work, to be destroyed. His plan of refining fortune rivaling heaven completely failed. Reverse Flow River was taken away, and even his wife, Lady Wan Shou, was injured. Or look at Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals, by Chun Tian and Wei Ling Yang. These rank 8 great experts. They were such high and mighty existences. But in the end, they died in another region. Even their ruined corpses were lost, unable to return home. And Sword Immortal Bo Qing, as well as Feng Jiugu, who died from attacking Langya blessed land back in the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan was not Ma Hongyun. He was not the child of luck. Compared to everyone above, he was extremely ordinary. In fact, Ma Hongyun died too, even with fortune rivaling heaven's protection. Heaven and earth were impartial, treating all beings as pawns. No matter how talented one was, or how extraordinary the Gu Immortal was, in this world, they were just a life form, ordinary and simple. They were all treated equally. His 500 years of experience, compared to heaven and earth, what could it amount to? His experience and deep schemes were just the result of having experienced the callous nature of this world, and having understood the ways of human minds. Humans had limits, who had never made a mistake. Even rank 9 venerables were no exception. Even Rinzhu was deceived by Wisdom Gu. Conversely, Heaven's will was vast. It controlled the situation. The power of heaven and earth was limitless. Defying heaven as a human, how hard was that? Such feelings were not just in Fang Yuan's heart. Ing Wuxia felt very similarly. He was fighting. His enemy was a rank 7 righteous path Gu Immortal. At this moment, the rank 6 immortal zombie, Ing Wuxia, had the disadvantage. Even though he had incredible immortal killer moves, his opponent was so strong, Ing Wuxia was just barely able to stay on par with him. After an intense, chaotic battle, Ing Wuxia was left to fight alone. The situation was dangerous. Soul Beast Summoning. Ing Wuxia unleashed his immortal killer move. 3 ancient soul beasts surrounded his body again. But his enemy, a Xia clan rank 7 Gu Immortal, laughed mockingly. Not long ago, when he first faced the soul beast summoning killer move, he was flustered. But now, after gaining experience, the Xia clan Gu Immortal found a way to counter the ancient soul beasts. Using the dream realms, ancient soul beasts had low intelligence. With just some schemes, the Xia clan Gu Immortal was able to lure these soul beasts towards dream realms. Once the soul entered the dream realm, they were meat on the chopping block. Soul beasts were souls that became solid bodies. Making full use of the battlefield was part of the qualities that made up a Gu Immortal's battle strength. Soon, the ancient soul beasts that Ing Wuxia painstakingly summoned were dealt with by the Xia clan Gu Immortal. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly on the inside. He could not get free. He had to rely on external help now. But at this moment, his expression froze. He received 6th Hair's letter. Fang Yuan wanted to cooperate with Shadow Sect. Ever since Purple Mountain True Monarch awakened and took over control, he had contacted Fang Yuan, asking to work together. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan had been wary of Shadow Sect's information path methods. Even though they had their respective needs, they did not make any progress in cooperation. Ing Wuxia did not expect that Fang Yuan would seek cooperation with Shadow Sect now. It's too late. The bitterness in Ing Wuxia's heart intensified. Too late. It was too late. He did not know where Fang Yuan was, but Shadow Sect had already started the mission to save the main body. 6th Hair transmitted that Fang Yuan needed an information path Gu Worm to communicate with Ing Wuxia. Fang Yuan could not interact with Shadow Sect directly. They needed 6th Hair as the middleman. This was because communication information path Gu came in pairs. This way, clues to each other's whereabouts were left behind. It was easy to deduce their locations from this. Give it to him, Ing Wuxia thought, and did not reject it. Next, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in Ing Wuxia's mind. You are in a sorry state. Ing Wuxia, the Xia clan Immortal, is about to kill you. What about lead soul into dream? Aren't you using it? Ing Wuxia heard these words, and his eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan, he transmitted. You are here in this battlefield? What do you think? Fang Yuan chuckled. Stop using soul beast summoning randomly. You have already used it 3 times. The effect is getting worse. You are only increasing the risk and wasting your immortal essence. Ing Wuxia shook. Fang Yuan, you are here indeed. Damn it, you actually made your way in? Since when? Wait, is my opponent you? If that was me, you would be dead already. Enough idle chatter, let's. Fang Yuan paused. Cooperate. Chapter 1363. Biggest traitor in Southern Border's righteous path, cooperation. Hearing Fang Yuan's suggestion, a complex expression appeared on Ing Wuxia's face uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's and Shadow Sect's relationship was very intertwined and complex. As a half-otherworldly demon, Fang Yuan was once Heaven's Will's tool, sent back to destroy Shadow Sect's plan in a last-ditch attempt. Fang Yuan, who successfully obtained the sovereign immortal aperture, was enemies with Shadow Sect. They were at a complete conflict. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect lost entirely. They wanted to tear Fang Yuan to pieces. But Fang Yuan made good use of his time, and the advantage of the sovereign immortal body to get stronger, he started to hunt Ing Wuxia and gang. If Ing Wuxia and the others did not have a good grasp of time or excellent methods to escape, they would have died at Fang Yuan's hands already. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan was already able to match rank 8 Gu Immortals. Shadow Sect was now led by Purple Mountain True Monarch. They changed their tactics, seeking cooperation with Fang Yuan. This was a crucial turning point in their relationship. Precisely because of this, at this moment, when Fang Yuan initiated the cooperation, Ing Wuxia nodded, replying, Then let's work together. Ing Wuxia was not against working together. Or rather, he was once against and hated the idea when Purple Mountain True Monarch mentioned it. He did not understand why. But people change. If this was during the Battle of Etion Mountain, Ing Wuxia was new to life. He knew nothing. He would not consider working with his enemy. When Shadow Sect was strong, Fang Yuan was weak as an ant. Ing Wuxia would never work with Fang Yuan. After losing in Etion Mountain, Ing Wuxia hated Fang Yuan. There was no way for them to cooperate. Ing Wuxia only wanted to regain Shadow Sect's former glory. But as Fang Yuan grew stronger and went after Ing Wuxia multiple times, Ing Wuxia started to feel deep wariness in his heart. Recently, when Fang Yuan chased them to northern plains, other than wariness, Ing Wuxia also felt fear towards Fang Yuan. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Ing Wuxia developed a new emotion towards Fang Yuan. That was admiration. Fang Yuan did what Ing Wuxia was unable to do. He was truly worthy of being chosen by Heaven's will to return to the past and disrupt Shadow Sect's plans. It is not that I am not strong, but that my enemy is Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia had such a thought and realized that his losses were not that unacceptable. How are we going to cooperate? I can't hang on anymore. Ing Wuxia said directly. Fang Yuan frowned. Ing Wuxia had a very direct attitude. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Of course I will help you people first. Heavenly Court is too strong. There is only hope if we work together. Fang Yuan sighed, transmitting to the Xia Clan Gu Immortal, who was fighting Ing Wuxia. Retreat? Why must I retreat? I already know about my enemy's weaknesses. I can win this. The Xia Clan Gu Immortal was very confused. A Yao Clan Gu Immortal is in great danger. You need to help him. Quickly go. I am overseeing the entire battlefield. How can you understand the big picture like me? Fang Yuan said without politeness. The Xia Clan Gu Immortal was very unhappy, but because of Wu Yihai's status and the fact that he was in control of the Super Gu formation, he snorted in his mind before leaving. How are you going to help me? Quickly do something. Ing Wuxia urged, but suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at his opponent in shock. He retreated while having a discontent gaze at Ing Wuxia, rapidly flying away. Stop making a fuss. I already helped you. Fang Yuan said at an appropriate timing. Ing Wuxia's heart shook, asking, didn't you say that was not you? Is he one of your subordinates? Enough pointless chatter. Tell me, what is Shadow Sect's plan? Don't. Tell me you have no backup plans. Fang Yuan immediately asked. Ing Wuxia smiled bitterly, replying, of course we do. Our backup is me. Rumble. An intense explosion occurred. From the raging air currents, Purple Mountain True Monarch flew out of the endless profound lights as he charged down. Why are you escaping? Fight me. Behind him, Duke Long chased. His long hair was fluttering. His muscular body had changed. Not only were his dragon horns sharper and longer now, his hands had turned into dragon claws. His dragon tail was waving behind him. His skin was covered with a layer of dragon scales. Purple Mountain True Monarch looked pathetic, but his gaze was clear like water. Duke Long. History states that he cultivated Chi Path primarily, but because of his lacking lifespan, he also cultivated Transformation Path. Purple Mountain True Monarch analyzed in his mind. Just his Transformation Path methods are already so powerful, as expected of someone on par with Bo Qing. Let him try this move. Thinking of this, Purple Mountain True Monarch's body shook. He turned around agilely, flying upwards. At the same time, his 10 fingers fluttered like he was playing a zither. Swish, swish, swish. An endless stream of purple starlight specks shot out of his fingers, piercing through space and attacking Duke Long. These starlight specks were extremely dazzling. Not only were they fast, they flew in the air with a trail of light behind them. It was extremely beautiful. Duke Long grunted. He felt that these purple starlight specks were not simple. He quickly used his attacking methods against them. But these purple starlight specks were very agile. They quickly dodged Duke Long's attacks as they aimed directly at him. Duke Long saw this and praised in his mind. As expected of a Wisdom Path cultivator, his Immortal killer moves are agile and nimble, especially this move. It is extremely refined. I cannot compare to him in this aspect. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals had endless thoughts. They were most skilled in controlling Immortal killer moves and creating attacks of varying styles. Why must I get bogged down? It is wiser to make use of my advantages. Duke Long ignored these purple starlight specks, using his powerful defense to take on the starlight specks and charging ahead fearlessly. Seeing this, mysterious light shined in Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes. He finally fell into my trap. It turned out that his move had a hidden effect. Upon contact with any Immortal killer move, it would transmit some fragmented information to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Countless fragmented pieces of information would combine and expose the secrets of the Immortal killer move. With enough information, Purple Mountain True Monarch would be able to target Duke Long's defensive method and retaliate against it. Duke Long's offensive approach after confirming the power of the purple starlight specks suited Purple Mountain True Monarch's tactic. Purple Mountain True Monarch had always been feeling troubled by Duke Long's defense. After getting enough information, Purple Mountain True Monarch used a new Immortal killer move. He pushed with both palms as large amounts of cloud mist appeared, blocking Duke Long from advancing. Duke Long's dragon eyes flickered with sharp light. After looking at it, He instantly saw the power of this immortal killer move. He laughed heartily as he charged into the purple mist. Instantly, he lost his sense of direction entirely. Duke Long immediately stopped, staying motionless as he opened his mouth, emitting a loud dragon roar. The dragon roar reverberated in the entire area. The purple mist became thinner until it faded away. Duke Long saw Purple Mountain True Monarch again. He was still retreating, attempting to pull away from Duke Long. Duke Long laughed. His figure vanished and appeared before Purple Mountain True Monarch instantly. "Eat my fist," Duke Long shouted loudly, striking with his right fist directly. This was not an immortal killer move. In such a short time, Duke Long had to maintain his concentration on his various defensive killer moves. He did not activate any other immortal killer moves. But with his physical toughness, his normal fist had incredible offensive power. Bam! Purple Mountain True Monarch could not dodge in time. He was directly hit by Duke Long's fist. But his chest that was punched flickered with profound light. His body was basically unharmed. Purple Mountain True Monarch had incredible defensive methods too. Purple Mountain True Monarch was uninjured from Duke Long's punch. He even used the force of the fist to accelerate his retreat backwards. But at the next moment, Duke Long appeared beside Purple Mountain True Monarch again, punching. Bam! The same scene appeared again, but Duke Long chased relentlessly. No matter where Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to, he could instantly teleport over and punch with his fists. Duke Long's punches rained down endlessly. Countless fist shadows enshrouded Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch was like a rubber ball, thrown around by Duke Long constantly. He was taking a beating without being able to retaliate. Purple Mountain True Monarch was flickering with profound light, defending against Duke Long's fists. Soon, Duke Long's punches were no longer so simple. Chaotic Dragon Fist. An immortal killer move was activated, but the effect was low. Duke Long thought, "My Chaotic Dragon Fist will cause the thoughts in my enemy's mind to become chaotic if it hits. With a flurry of punches, my opponents will not be able to think, they will only take hits passively." But this effect does not appear on him at all. At Duke Long's level, he can already achieve the traits of other paths. Duke Long's Transformation Path killer move had Wisdom Path effects. But when it was used on a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Purple Mountain True Monarch, it was simply child's play. Duke Long could punch his other enemies with death with Chaotic Dragon Fist, but against Purple Mountain True Monarch, he only had the upper hand. While Duke Long was probing Purple Mountain True Monarch's Wisdom Path attainment, Purple Mountain True Monarch was also analyzing Duke Long. Even though he was taking hits, he was calm in his mind, with no hint of panic. Wisdom Path had three aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Purple Mountain True Monarch had methods to eliminate his negative emotions in battle. Duke Long's movement is evidently an immortal killer move, allowing him to teleport continuously. Inside his dragon eyes, there is another immortal killer move with powerful investigative effects. With my initial deduction, his teleportation does not depend on where he looks. Don't tell me. At the next moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch snapped his fingers. An immortal killer move was used. Purple halo spread to the range of thousands of steps. Duke Long's figure came to a stop. He could no longer use teleportation to get close to Purple Mountain True Monarch. He saw through it. That reaction speed is really fast. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals are as troublesome as always. Duke Long stopped his attacks, sighing. His movement killer move was used with the Dragon Roar earlier. Wherever the Dragon Roar reached, he could teleport over using the killer move. But there was a time limit. Purple Mountain True Monarch saw through this and used his Wisdom Path methods to mimic the effect of Sound Path, cleansing his surroundings. Duke Long's movement method could no longer be used. It was ineffective. In that case, try this move. Duke Long opened his mouth in the air. Two teeth fell out. They grew larger with the moving wind. In an instant, his two teeth became snow-white dragon fangs that resembled curved blades. Duke Long breathed in deeply and after a few breaths of time, used his immortal killer move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Two snow-white dragon fangs shot out rapidly. The speed far surpassed Purple Mountain True Monarch, rapidly approaching him. The two curved dragon fang blades spiraled around Purple Mountain True Monarch. Each time they hit, there was a dazzling sharp light on Purple Mountain True Monarch's body. Trying to use this method to restrain me? Dragon fangs, they are solid. This is different from normal killer moves. Purple Mountain True Monarch felt his pressure intensifying. The power of the dragon fangs was no small matter. Purple Mountain True Monarch quickly realized that he had to deal with this immortal killer move. Lord Purple has already used his personal methods, but he is still suppressed by Duke Long. Ing Wuxia flew as he observed Purple Mountain True Monarch's and Duke Long's battle. He had a good angle of the battle. In this complex battlefield, he could actually watch the battle of two rank 8 Gu Immortals. At the moment, the two were still probing. Evidently, Duke Long was stronger than Purple Mountain True Monarch. In terms of battle strength, Duke Long was on par with Bo Qing. Purple Mountain True Monarch was naturally weaker, even though the latter actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Lord Purple's strength will continue to weaken, because he is constantly using the Immortal Killer move to create more defective pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and clear the dream realm. During this process, he would need to split his own soul. It is extremely painful. Ing Wuxia watched with worry. Purple Mountain True Monarch was not Duke Long's match to begin with, but he still had to create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies now. By the time Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods were fully understood by Duke Long, he would lose. Quick, 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 Ing Wuxia urged himself. He would not tell this to Fang Yuan, of course. Even though they were working together, they did not set any information path agreements. Ing Wuxia did not trust Fang Yuan fully. But if they wanted to set an agreement, the situation did not allow them to. And even if they could, Fang Yuan would not do it. Both sides wanted to cooperate, but they did not trust each other. But because of the enemy, Heavenly Court, they had to work together. Found it. Towards your southeast, there is a cocoon of light about to form. Get there quickly. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted. Ing Wuxia looked in that direction and felt hesitant. If he followed Fang Yuan's instructions, he had to get deep into the territory of Southern Border's righteous path. There were many Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals there. Was Fang Yuan reliable? Was this a trap? Ing Wuxia could not help but hesitate. If I wanted to harm you, you would have died earlier. Fang Yuan transmitted, as if he knew what Ing Wuxia was thinking. Ing Wuxia had to admit that Fang Yuan was right, but he thought, maybe Fang Yuan doesn't want me dead and wants to capture me alive? If he wants to capture me, he would need to make arrangements. Is there a Gu formation or a battlefield killer move there? But this time, Ing Wuxia shook his head, no longer hesitating. He wanted to gamble. At this moment, he had to gamble. Following Fang Yuan's instructions, he flew. Soon, he saw a Southern Border righteous path Gu immortal. Damn it! Ing Wuxia's heart jumped. The Southern Border righteous path Gu immortal also found him. But when he was about to pounce on Ing Wuxia, his face changed. After hesitating, he flew away with a complex expression. Why did that happen? Ing Wuxia was shocked. This was the second time. Was he also Fang Yuan's subordinate? If so, why did he have that expression? He strangely looked unwilling and slightly angry. Ing Wuxia was getting more confused. He continued to move forward and met with the third person, and then a fourth. The two Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals he met also left him alone. This was naturally Fang Yuan's manipulation. Using the excuse of the big picture, he sent all those Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals away with simple reasons. For example, that place needs you more. An ally is in danger. If you do not go, they will die. And ignore that rank 6 immortal zombie. I have sent others to deal with him ahead. All sorts of reasons allowed Ing Wuxia to move unhindered. Nobody would expect Wu Yihai to work with Shadow Sect. Among the righteous path Gu immortals and Southern Border, who would think of that? At this time, Heavenly Court had not yet exposed Fang Yuan's true identity. With Fang Yuan's help, Ing Wuxia got closer to his destination. There is actually a cocoon of light here. Rank 7 expert Yi Ting had a sudden discovery. His body flickered with lightning, bringing his body towards the cocoon. Stop it! Ing Wuxia, who had just arrived, suddenly shouted out loud. Yi Ting felt strange. Who is this? He actually made it here. Ing Wuxia's yell did not disrupt him. He was already very close to the light cocoon. He was about to succeed. But at the next moment, Yi Ting's vision changed. He was forcefully teleported by the Super Gu formation. Lord Wu Yihai. I was about to. Yi Ting realized this and suddenly bellowed. He was truly a hindrance rather than help. He was clearly about to succeed. I know, but another place needs you more. Don't worry. I have already noticed the enemy by the cocoon. I will deal with it. Fang Yuan interrupted Yi Ting's words. Yi Ting wanted to say more, but his vision changed. He was teleported out again to another place. This Wu Yihai. He thinks he can use me as a pawn because he controls the Gu formation? Yi Ting was extremely unhappy, but he did not suspect Fang Yuan's true intentions. Fang Yuan did not randomly teleport him, because around him, there was a Southern Border Gu immortal about to die from Fairy Miaoyin. Yi Ting quickly entered the battle, forgetting about the displeasure towards Fang Yuan. Ing Wuxia felt like he was in a dream. Seeing that Yi Ting was about to succeed, he almost despaired. But at the next moment, he went from hell to heaven. This change was too sudden. He was overjoyed. Ing Wuxia was a little dazed. But when he came to his senses, he contacted Fang Yuan with his information path Gu worm, crying out, You actually control the entire Super Gu formation. What is your current identity? Fang Yuan knew this could not be concealed. He exposed it. Who else? I am currently Wu Yihai. Ing Wuxia heard this. His eyes almost popped out. This answer was too stunning. Since when and what methods did Fang Yuan use to get to this position? After accepting this fact, Ing Wuxia understood everything. No wonder those southern border righteous path Gu immortals gave way to him. Ing Wuxia thought that their expressions were rather funny now. But soon, he felt some worry. Fang Yuan has unraveled dream. Staying here for so long without any detection, he definitely has a huge scheme. He definitely made great gains. So close. If not for Lord Purple's plan to catch the righteous path off guard, Fang Yuan might have been able to continue staying here for a long time. It would be a huge problem for Shadow Sect. Ing Wuxia's emotions were changing. From shock to realization and to worry, he finally reached the cocoon of light. This aura, a rank 7 cocoon. Ing Wuxia was excited. How can I choose wrongly? What are you waiting for? Fang Yuan laughed. Ing Wuxia nodded, using his immortal killer move. This killer move took effect rapidly. In an instant, the cocoon that had not formed yet stabilized completely and took shape. Ing Wuxia's soul and Gu worms entered the cocoon of light. Meanwhile, his rank 6 immortal zombie body was abandoned. The cocoon of light broke apart as a rank 7 Ing Wuxia appeared. Don't resist, I will send you off. Fang Yuan's voice entered Ing Wuxia's mind again. At the next moment, Ing Wuxia was teleported away, watching Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarchs battle again. Without hesitation, Ing Wuxia used his trump card. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Ugh. Duke Long's expression changed. In an instant, he was dragged into a dream. At the next moment, he lost contact with the outside world. Purple Mountain True Monarch was stunned. What is going on? A scheme? But next, he received Ing Wuxia's transmission. I am here, Lord Purple. I am a rank 7 Dream Path Gu Immortal now. Good. Purple Mountain True Monarch was overjoyed. This trump card was finally activated. After some hurdles, I obtained this immortal body due to Fang Yuan's help. He is currently acting as Wu Yihai. He is controlling the Super Gu formation of Southern Border's righteous path. He wants to cooperate with you. Oh, Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes shined brightly. Excellent. Send my information path Gu worm to him. We need to talk. With Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect starting their cooperation, the situation finally appeared to be turning around. Chapter 1365. Star Constellation Heavens will appears Duke Long entered a dream. Ing Wuxia had a rank 7 immortal body. He burst out with great strength, changing the battle situation between two rank 8 Gu immortals. Duke Long fell into a dream realm and could not escape. Purple Mountain True Monarch used this great chance to retaliate. Rumble. Explosions continued unceasingly, but countless dragon shadows appeared on Duke Long's body. There were also countless dragon-shaped tattoos moving around his skin. Such an amazing defensive killer move. Purple Mountain True Monarch could not do anything to Duke Long for the time being. Similar to Purple Mountain True Monarch, Duke Long had a lot of defensive methods. Among them were incredibly useful killer moves. These killer moves were like the wood armor that Bai Chun Tian was so proud of. This type of killer move turned into Dao marks and became engraved on the Gu Immortal's body. They were normally dormant, but when attacked, they would activate themselves and would not need any thoughts for manipulation, only using immortal essence. This was somewhat like Fang Yuan's Ghostly Concealment. Ghostly Concealment was a top-tier killer move created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but this move was much more refined than Bai Chun Tian's wood armor or Duke Long's and Purple Mountain True Monarch's defensive methods. Because Ghostly Concealment not only melded with oneself and had an active effect all the time, most importantly, it did not cost any of the Gu Immortal's immortal essence. A killer move that was active permanently without using any immortal essence. This was a supreme method of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. From the perspective of Central Continent's 10 great sects and Fang Yuan, it was unthinkable. They had no way of understanding such a mystical method. Swish swish. Two white lights were spiraling and landing on Purple Mountain True Monarch's body. It was the spiraling Dragon Fang killer move that Duke Long had used earlier. After the two flashes of light burst out, the two dragon fangs met with no success, but they still circled around Purple Mountain True Monarch, ready for an opportunity. This killer move also needs no manipulation from the Gu Immortal. Troublesome. Purple Mountain True Monarch frowned slightly. But thankfully, I have been keeping Purple Thought Perception Starlight activated. Purple Mountain True Monarch let out a loud shout as countless starlight specks emerged from the pores of his body. Starlight specks flew around Duke Long. They gathered, shooting at Duke Long's layers of defense and being broken continuously. But soon, all sorts of information was transmitted into Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind. Quickly kill him. Ing Wuxia observed the battle from afar, calling out in his mind. In the Super Gu formation, Fang Yuan was also watching Purple Mountain True Monarch's battle closely. Truly unrepentant. Fallen demon, you are beyond saving. Fairy Ziwei's voice could be heard from the Super Gu formation again. Fang Yuan had helped Ing Wuxia and indirectly caused Duke Long to enter his dream. Fairy Ziwei saw all of these. However, if you think Lord Duke Long will fail because of this, you are completely wrong. Saying this, Fairy Ziwei actually laughed. I need to thank you. The many times you used the Super Gu formation allowed me to see many of the operations of the Super Gu formation. Haven't you noticed that you are gradually losing control of this Super Gu formation? Your invasion speed is getting faster, but there is no need to try and bluff me. Fang Yuan sneered. Fairy Ziwei was dazed. Even though you people came here imposingly, your true battle strength is only at this level. Fang Yuan's eyes shine brightly. The truth is, as long as another rank 8 Gu Immortal like you shows up, you would be able to sweep the battlefield. Unfortunately, Heaven Overseeing Tower did not send anyone else. Instead, you had to come here secretly to invade the Super Gu formation, and Duke Long had to go battle personally. Even though you know my true identity, you have not exposed me. My identity is still a secret. Other than having no evidence, your intention is to use the strength of Southern Border's righteous path to deal with Shadow Sect, right? And also, there is another reason. Even if you expose my identity and convince Southern Border's righteous path, this Super Gu formation will still be in my control. This crucial point will not change because of my identity. You came to the Super Gu formation in order to get this huge bargaining chip too. All these show that your heavenly court is putting up a false front. Your rank 8 battle strength is lacking. Fairy Ziwei went silent. She recalled the scene a few days ago. Back then, she was researching Star Constellation chessboard. This Immortal Gu house had always been in Heavenly Court's treasury. After Duke Long woke up, he had the authority to take it out and let Fairy Ziwei use it. After interacting with and using it, Fairy Ziwei felt the supreme brilliance of this Immortal Gu house. This Immortal Gu house was indeed the wisdom path Immortal Gu house created by Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It could actually allow my deduction ability to rise by many times. Thinking of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Fairy Ziwei had a look of admiration. Her wisdom path deduction ability was originally amazing. Now that it grew by several times, Fairy Ziwei felt as if this was an illusion of her being the #1 wisdom path immortal in the current world. It is a pity that even though my deductions are more powerful now, I still need crucial information. The clues are too few. It is hard to make deductions. Fairy Ziwei had a dim gaze. She thought about earlier, when Central Continent's Gu Immortals were pursued by old ancestor Shui Hu and Longevity Heaven. They managed to conceal the clues and prevent Fairy Ziwei from deducing the location of where the Central Continent Gu Immortals were trapped. The reinforcements thus had no place to go and could not be sent. She also thought about Fang Yuan. All along, Heavenly Court had been trying to kill this person, but they lacked the clues to him. When deducing, because Fang Yuan had preventive measures, he could always hold out and get informed of the deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan's whereabouts were not in Heavenly Court's grasp. Fairy Ziwei sighed eerily. But right at this moment, the Star Constellation chessboard in her hands started to absorb her immortal essence and activated on its own. A lump of heavens will gushed out of Star Constellation chessboard, floating in the air and turning into Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's appearance. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei was extremely shocked. Star Constellation chessboard was the possession of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but she had died long ago. Fairy Ziwei was able to control this Immortal Gu house now. She was merely borrowing it. Ziwei, this is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Why are you not paying respects? Duke Long arrived and stood behind Fairy Ziwei. But this is Heaven's will. Fairy Ziwei was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She could naturally tell what this will was. Of course this is Heaven's will. You are too young, you do not know this secret. Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had assimilated with Heaven's will long ago. Even though her body is gone, her will resides in the world of the 5 regions. She is one with heaven and earth. Duke Long exposed some truly terrifying secrets. Fairy Ziwei was in a daze, feeling unparalleled shock. This means Star Constellation Immortal Venerable achieved eternal life? If Heaven's will is Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, then wouldn't the entire world be on Heavenly Court's side? But Duke Long shook his head. You should say, Heavenly Court is on the side of Heaven's will. After assimilating with Heaven's will, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is no longer herself. This was a major and selfless sacrifice. Back then, for the sake of humanity, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sacrificed herself to modify Heaven's will. Since then, Heaven's will gain the form of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but it is still Heaven's will in essence. Fairy Ziwei's gaze flickered. She was a wisdom path Gu Immortal. She immediately understood. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sacrificed herself for the entire human race. She assimilated with Heaven's will. The core of Heaven's will did not change, but some things were modified by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. For example, the form that it took, and maybe a hint of human-like concern towards Heavenly Court. This was perhaps the reason why Heavenly Court followed and executed the will of heaven, and after countless eons, it was still standing strong. The great era is coming. The 5 regions will become one. Destiny has already reached a crucial point. Star Constellation Heavens will spoke while stretching out her right hand. On her right hand, a lump of heavens will flew out and floated in the air, turning into the form of Southern Border's Super Gu formation. Here, a crucial battle is about to unfold. The result of this battle will affect the entire world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is extremely weak. All of Shadow Sect will be gathered here. Fang Yuan is disguised as Wu Yi, mixing in with Southern Border's righteous path. These are a bunch of fate-defying people, the source of all chaos and turmoil. Eliminating them will help towards the repairing of fate, Immortal Gu. However, Heavenly Court will only allow the 2 of you to fight this time. Star Constellation Heavens will said plainly. Why? Fairy Z-Wei did not understand. Heavenly Court had very deep foundations. Earlier in the Battle of Etion Mountain, they had found out too late, and the awakened Heavenly Court rank 8 Gu Immortals were not enough to turn the situation around. But now that they had the reminder of Star Constellation Heaven's will, time was ample. Heavenly Court had lots of time to prepare. Heavenly Court could totally gather its power and crush the enemies. But Star Constellation Heavens will told Fairy Z-Wei and Duke Long that only the 2 of them could go. This is something fated to happen. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, the uncertainties of luck have greatly decreased. Now that Fate Immortal Gu is recovering, Fate is regaining control of the world. You will undoubtedly win this time. Do not bother the hibernating Gu Immortals in Heavenly Court. They serve a greater purpose. Heavenly Court's foundation cannot be weakened further, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower and Star Constellation Chessboard. The Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects should not be mobilized unnecessarily. Keep in mind to preserve their lives. In the next 10 years, Heaven Overseeing Tower will need even more rank 8 Gu Immortals to hibernate. Remember this. Star Constellation Heavens will give them many instructions. Fairy Z-Wei obtained a lot of information, but she became much more confused now. She found out that even though she was a member of Heavenly Court, she, in fact, knew too little about it. Such a huge organization had deep foundations, but it could not use them recklessly like she had imagined before. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were hibernating. Other than to extend their lifespan, there seemed to be an even greater purpose. Chapter 1366. Duke Long Awakens. Heavenly Court had its concerns, but what these concerns were, Star Constellation Heavens will did not state clearly. After saying everything, Star Constellation Heavens will vanished into thin air. Oh Z-Wei, don't look at me. Even though I have lived longer, I do not know as many secrets as you think I do. I'll tell you the truth. This is only the second time I've seen Star Constellation Heavens will appear on its own. Duke Long sighed deeply. After pausing for a while, he continued. We need to believe in Star Constellation Heaven's will and do as she says. We will definitely win this time. This is our fate. Duke Long's unwavering determination rubbed off on Fairy Z-Wei. In Heavenly Court's actions later, it went according to Star Constellation Heaven's will's instructions. Duke Long and the rest did not defy her. While Heaven Overseeing Tower moved in White Heaven, it was obstructed by Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods. It was carrying Duke Long, Fairy Z-Wei, and other Gu Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects, joining in this crucial battle. Fang Yuan's analysis was correct. Even though he did not understand why Heavenly Court refused to send more Gu Immortals, this did not stop him from seeing through this detail. Precisely so, Fang Yuan made the decision to use the Super Gu formation to help Ing Wuxie and effect the battle between Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarch. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan successfully obtained an information path, Gu Worm, from Ing Wuxie. This information path, Gu Worm, allowed him to talk directly to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan helped Ing Wuxie so as to gain Shadow Sect's initial trust. Otherwise, how could he get this Gu Worm? This Gu Worm and Purple Mountain True Monarch had a close relationship. With it, he would have a crucial clue and would be able to deduce matters on Purple Mountain True Monarch. Thus, these Gu Worms were usually kept very closely to oneself. Only in this situation would Purple Mountain True Monarch give this information path, Gu Worm, to Fang Yuan. During normal times, they would definitely need to set an information path alliance agreement. After getting the information path Gu Worm, Purple Mountain True Monarch contacted Fang Yuan and said, Fang Yuan, I need to thank you. Purple Mountain True Monarch is a great title. Thanks for bestowing it. I like it. Fang Yuan did not expect that the lie he used to deceive Tai by Yun Sheng would become reality one day. Purple Mountain True Monarch had well-honed interpersonal skills. Once he said that, the relationship between him and Fang Yuan became much closer. Fang Yuan laughed. Then I'll call you Purple Mountain True Monarch. You have already felt my sincerity. We are working together. I am not the only one putting in effort. Now, it is time for your side of the deal. Purple Mountain True Monarch attacked Duke Long fiercely while answering. Okay, what do you want? He knew what strength Fang Yuan had, but in this crucial moment, he did not hesitate at all. Fang Yuan answered, Heavenly crystals. I want a large amount of heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals were too hard to obtain. Even though they were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they were rare and in small quantities. Fang Yuan's needs were not satisfied. But Shadow Sect had them. Fang Yuan did not doubt that. Even though Shadow Sect was greatly damaged and lost a lot, it did not lack resources. Fang Yuan could see this during his pursuit of Ying Wuxie and gang. As expected, Purple Mountain True Monarch answered, Okay, I have a lot of heavenly crystals. They can be given to you to express my sincerity. You want heavenly crystals to nurture the upper extreme heavenly eagle? This is a sound idea. Reverse flow protection seal cannot be used recklessly. But even if you turn the upper extreme heavenly eagle into a true immemorial desolate beast, you might not be able to control it. I know about your enslavement path. Method. But don't worry. I have a method for you to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Purple Mountain True Monarch's words made Fang Yuan overjoyed and also incredibly amazed. Purple Mountain True Monarch was very generous. He gave up the heavenly crystals to gain Fang Yuan's support without hesitation. He was already in a passive state. Thus, when he said his later words, the method to control upper extreme heavenly eagle, he lured Fang Yuan. This was turning his position from passive to active. As expected of a rank 8 wisdom path Gu Immortal, his words were filled with wisdom. Fang Yuan felt the aura of an intense opponent. Fang Yuan was silent before saying, adding in another method to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle is fine. But now, I have something more important to do. He said that as if he had some way to control the upper extreme heavenly eagle himself. This way, Purple Mountain True Monarch's bargaining chip was not as significant. Purple Mountain True Monarch smiled. What is more important? That is, both of us need to enter a ceasefire now. Fang Yuan said. Shadow Sect would benefit from this matter. It was good for Fang Yuan too. Only Heavenly Court would not stand to gain from it. Immediately, Purple Mountain True Monarch gave his orders, recalling the Gu Immortals of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan also sent orders, even though the southern border Gu Immortals did not understand it. Due to Wu Yihai's identity and his control of the Gu formation, they listened to him. Both sides began to separate. Shadow Sect had many losses. Only Ying Wuxie, by Ning Bing, He Lulan, Fairy Miao Yin, and so on were left. Over at southern border, even though there were losses, they were not significant. Their numbers were not lacking. However, Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were still breaking out of the cocoons. The numbers were increasing as the dream realm continued to weaken and vanish. This situation was the worst for Heavenly Court. The difference in strength between both sides is shrinking. Now, what will Heavenly Court do? Fang Yuan was vigilant against Heavenly Court's actions. Duke Long was still sleeping, while Fairy Ziwei was increasing her speed of taking over the Super Gu formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still entangled with Zui Yihui. Boom. Zui Yihui raised its left claw and jumped up, slamming Heaven Overseeing Tower to the ground. Heaven Overseeing Tower flickered with white light, being undamaged. Zui Yihui opened its mouth and let out Grey Knight. Heaven Overseeing Tower used Fate Vanquish again. The two killer moves faced off. Grey Knight vanished in the white light as Zui Yihui was pushed away with broken bones and tendons. But almost instantly, it used an Immortal killer move and its injuries vanished. Regaining its peak condition, Zui Yihui growled again and attacked Heaven Overseeing Tower with fury and hatred. There was a sigh in Heaven Overseeing Tower before it flew into the sky. Zui Yihui had its flying killer move too. It flew into the sky and chased after Heaven Overseeing Tower. The central continent Gu Immortals in the tower had nervous and anxious expressions. Damn it. This immemorial desolate beast is too sturdy. It is able to use killer moves. Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot deal with it in a short time. What do we do? Lord Duke Long was targeted and fell into a dream realm, being attacked by the rank 8 demon. We need to go. We need to send reinforcements to Lord Duke Long. If this goes on, it will not be good. But Lord Duke Long instructed before leaving that we need to stay inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. We cannot move rashly. Times are different now. There are rank 8 Gu Immortals among us. Now that Lord Duke Long is in danger, he has lost control of the battle. If we do not help him, Lord Duke Long will be in danger. After a short discussion, Heaven Overseeing Tower attacked, temporarily pushing Zui Yihui back and creating a chance. 2 Central. Continent Gu Immortals took the chance to fly out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and move towards Duke Long. Ha! 2 rats came out. Zui Yihui laughed. a sinister light shining in its bestial eyes. It opened its bloodthirsty mouth. The two Central Continent Gu immortals' bodies shook. As if they had encountered a predator, they felt an incredible danger and could not control themselves. Crack! Zhuo Yihui shut its mouth. Even though it was far from these two Central Continent Gu immortals, when its teeth connected, it was as if it had bitten these two Central Continent Gu immortals. Blood flowed out of its mouth. At the same time, the two Central Continent Gu immortals were spurting out blood. They were covered in terrifying wounds. Their organs were punctured. Their entire bodies looked completely deformed. This is a food path killer move. It is hard to defend against. Zhuo Yihui has human intelligence. It knows how to use the tactic of targeting an enemy's weakness. Quick, bring the two back. Heaven Overseeing Tower quickly tried to save them. And because the two Central Continent rank 8s had methods to help themselves, they narrowly escaped death and were not eaten by Zhuo Yihui. After escaping that danger, the Central Continent Gu immortals realized the terrifying power of Zhuo Yihui. Indeed worthy of a legendary immemorial desolate beast, the beast that reckless savage left behind. But this way, how can we save Lord Duke Long? Bring Heaven Overseeing Tower in. It is too dangerous. If we are sent into a dream realm, we will lose Heaven Overseeing Tower. Can any of us bear that responsibility? While Central Continent's Gu immortals were discussing, Duke Long was in the greatest danger he had ever been in. Purple Mountain True Monarch's methods were finally working. He broke through Duke Long's defenses. Break! Purple Mountain True Monarch flew to Duke Long and spat out some purple gas. This mystical breath landed on Duke Long and dissolved all of his defenses. Immortal killer move. Brilliant will dissolution. Die. Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes shined with bright purple light. He used his killer move on Duke Long. But at this moment, Duke Long opened his eyes. Boom. There was a thunderous explosion. Purple Mountain True Monarch flew out from the dust and smoke as Duke Long stood on the spot. He had woken up. How could he escape so quickly? Ing Wuxia was greatly shocked. He quickly used Lead Soul into Dream. Purple Mountain True Monarch had a bad feeling. Duke Long had woken up at a very coincidental time. He wanted to stop Ing Wuxia, but it was too late. Duke Long vanished instantly, and Ing Wuxia received the backlash of the killer move. He had fallen into the dream himself. This move seems to be called Lead Soul into Dream. It is a good move. If I had more time, I would be able to decipher its profundity. Duke Long spoke. As the vigilant appearance of Purple Mountain True Monarch was reflected in his cold dragon eyes, Duke Long continued speaking. As for you, if your methods are only at this level, you will not be able to handle my next move. Because this was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long cultivated Chi Path primarily and Transformation Path secondarily. At this moment, he was finally going to use his true methods. Chapter 1367. Triple Chi Retraction. After Duke Long said that, his aura changed abruptly. He had just forced Purple Mountain True Monarch back and caused Ing Wuxia's Lead Soul into Dream to be ineffective. His aura was overwhelming. He was like a giant dragon soaring into the sky. But now, it was decreasing. Decrease was not an appropriate word. It was condensing and solidifying. His overwhelming aura earlier was condensing now, in a few breaths' time. Duke Long's shocking aura was completely concealed. He was like a deep abyss, unfathomable and mysterious. Purple Mountain True Monarch acted like he was facing a strong foe. He could sense that Duke Long in this condition was much more dangerous than Duke Long with overwhelming aura. Roar. Duke Long opened his mouth and roared. Next, he vanished entirely on the spot. Oh no. Purple Mountain True Monarch's heart sank. Duke Long was doing the same thing again. He had once used this method to teleport to Purple Mountain True Monarch and use Chaotic Dragon Fist, suppressing Purple Mountain True Monarch. Ordinary Gu immortals would not be able to react even if they knew about Duke Long's intention. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was different. He cultivated Wisdom Path. He could think rapidly. Almost at the same time as Duke Long roared, Purple Mountain True Monarch finished thinking and reacted. In their earlier combat, Purple Mountain True Monarch had seen through the secret of Duke Long's teleportation. At this moment, he used the same method again, eradicating the sound of the dragon's roar around him. Indeed, at the next moment, Duke Long stopped moving. He reappeared in front of Purple Mountain True Monarch. But this time, he did not succeed in getting close. He was still several hundred steps away from Purple Mountain True Monarch. But to Duke Long, this was enough distance. Human Chi Retraction, he shouted, waving at Purple Mountain True Monarch. His movement was very ordinary, like a friend waving to another friend. But Purple Mountain True Monarch suffered a huge blow. A huge amount of human chi gushed out of his body and flew towards Duke Long uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it entered Duke Long's palm and vanished. After losing such a huge amount of human chi, Purple Mountain True Monarch's eye socket sank in. His expression turned pale, and his bright purple hair became dull. he felt an intense feeling of weakness in his head and throughout his entire body. Deep within Purple Mountain True Monarch's eyes, a mysterious light of shock could be seen. When he heard Duke Long shout, he thought of a famous Chi Path killer move, Triple Chi Retraction. This killer move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It had two very well-known traits. The first was that it was very difficult to learn. This killer move was incredibly complex and used a lot of Gu worms. They were used interchangeably with countless steps. Even Wisdom Path Gu Immortals would have a headache in attempting it. The second was that the risks were huge. Because this killer move was very complex, when Gu Immortals used it and made a mistake, the huge backlash would be inflicted on them. If the killer move succeeded and could not hit the enemy, this killer move would return and harm the user. Triple Chi Retraction had incredibly terrifying power. The explanation started at the process of Immortal Ascension. When humans underwent Immortal Ascension, there were 3 Chi involved: Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, and Human Chi. When Gu Masters cultivate from rank 1 to rank 5, they would accumulate Human Chi in this process. When they undergo Ascension, they would take in Heaven and Earth Chi. The 3 Chi would become one, and the Gu Master would concentrate in controlling them, tossing their vital Gu in and creating the Immortal Aperture through an explosion. The more Human Chi the Gu Master had, the more Heaven and Earth Chi they would be able to fuse, and the higher the grade of the Immortal Aperture they would get. Normally speaking, the 10 extreme physiques meant incredibly abundant Human Chi, far beyond normal people. Or perhaps a Gu Master could make accumulations by themselves, regardless of what path. As long as one had Grandmaster attainment level, their Human Chi would be very abundant. After creating the Immortal Aperture, be it cultivation or managing the Immortal Aperture, Gu Immortals had to keep a balance between the 3 Chi. Heaven Chi, Earth Chi, Human Chi. Not one of the 3 could be lacking and break the balance. Like Fang Yuan, after getting a secluded domain of Heaven and Earth like Reverse Flow River, the Heaven and Earth Chi expenditure of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture became extremely high. Thus, he had to place his Immortal Aperture often to take in Heaven and Earth Chi of the outside world, to replenish himself and maintain balance. Regarding the 3 Chi, no matter which Gu Immortal or Venerable, they could not be careless about it. In the world of the 5 regions, Heaven and Earth Chi varied. If Gu Immortals who were not native took in foreign Heaven and Earth Chi, their Immortal Apertures would suffer great losses. Even though they could do that in an emergency situation, it could not happen a lot of times. When Gu Immortals die, blessed lands would form. For example, in Luo Pa Valley, many Central Continent Gu Immortals died in the battlefield. Their Immortal Apertures became blessed lands in northern plains, but because they took in Heaven and Earth Chi of another region, the foundation and resources inside the blessed lands were greatly damaged. All of these explanations served to prove a point. Heaven, Earth, and Human Chi, they were incredibly important to the Immortal Aperture and Gu Immortals. Any imbalance would cause great damage to the Immortal Aperture. And this Immortal killer move, Triple Chi Retraction, targeted this point. It directly attacked the foundation of the Immortal Aperture. It was the combination of a consecutive move and variation move. Thus, the Gu Immortal who used this killer move had to be extremely skilled. Triple Chi Retraction had 3 styles. The first style, Human Chi Retraction. After the target was hit, they would lose a lot of Human Chi, their foundation would fall. Of course, if the target had no Human Chi, like a desolate beast, this move would have no effect. The second style, Earth Chi Retraction. If hit, the Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture would be drained of Earth Chi. With a severe loss of Earth Chi, the 3 Chi would completely be out of balance. The Immortal Aperture would be in grave danger. The third style, Heaven Chi Retraction. This would extract Heaven Chi. If a person was hit by all 3 moves, their Immortal Aperture would break apart instantly. Purple Mountain True Monarch retreated. He was already hit by Human Chi Retraction. If he was hit by Earth Chi Retraction too, the disadvantage would be too severe. Even though Purple Mountain True Monarch knew about this move, this was his first time seeing it. He could not see through it in this short period. This move was too complex. The more complex a move was, even though it was more difficult to use in battle, it was also harder for opponents to unravel. After all, everything had advantages and disadvantages. Purple Mountain True Monarch could not resolve it. He could only use his methods as he created countless clones. At once, hundreds of Purple Mountain True Monarchs flew out randomly. At the same time, his main body vanished. Triple Chi Retraction was powerful, but if it could not hit, it was useless. However, Duke Long was unmoved. He was completely prepared for Purple Mountain True Monarch's response. Next, he laughed coldly as his voice spread throughout the battlefield, even though he was not loud. It is too late, Purple Mountain True Monarch. You were hit by Human Chi Retraction. There is no way for you to dodge the next 2 styles. You can only endure it. Come, Earth Chi Retraction. Duke Long paused before waving again. He was not trying to deceive him. Duke Long's waving motion was not in the right direction, and he did not make any investigations. He had no idea where Purple Mountain True Monarch was now, but he was still hit instantly. Purple Mountain True Monarch was greatly shocked. A vast amount of earth chi flew out of his immortal aperture, raging on like a storm towards Duke Long's palm, before vanishing without a trace. Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal aperture was greatly damaged. His foundations were crippled, and his 3 chi had lost balance long ago. His immortal aperture was going to break apart in a few breaths' time. At this moment, one final choice was presented to Purple Mountain True Monarch. Placing his aperture here. This way, he could take in heaven and earth chi to regain balance. But Purple Mountain True Monarch gave up on this option immediately. This was a horrible idea. Once Purple Mountain True Monarch placed his aperture, his main body would be stuck in his immortal aperture. He would leave the battlefield immediately and lose all initiative. And most importantly, the immortal aperture could only take in heaven and earth chi by opening the entrance. A passage was necessary, and outside, Duke Long was waiting for him. If this immortal aperture's entrance opened, Duke Long would charge in and easily deal great damage to the immortal aperture. Furthermore, he could fight or retreat at will, while Purple Mountain True Monarch would be trapped inside his immortal aperture. Even if I place my aperture and replenish my earth chi, the balance was long since lost due to my lack of human chi. I do not have the human path methods needed to replenish human chi. I can only buy large numbers of humans or variant humans. Countless thoughts flashed inside Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind. In a short time, he made his choice. He stretched out his arm and grabbed at his stomach, before an eerie purple light shined in his hand, as his hand pulled away from his stomach slowly. With his movement, the immortal aperture was taken out. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt a familiar feeling in his mind. He thought of Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis had a fire path method that could take someone else's immortal aperture. This move left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. How does Purple Mountain True Monarch know this? Fang Yuan was a little puzzled, but he soon understood. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a member of Zombie Alliance to begin with, and He Lulan was firmly controlled by Shadow Sect. It was not strange for Purple Mountain True Monarch to know this method. All the paths in the world, with a deep enough attainment, could mimic other paths and achieve their effects. Purple Mountain True Monarch's move was evidently a wisdom path method. It could also be that he created it himself, and it had nothing to do with Blazing Heaven Demonis. Purple Mountain True Monarch took out his immortal aperture and placed it in the outside world. The immortal aperture's entrance opened and began to take in earth chi. But this grotto heaven had little hope of salvation. Even if the earth chi was regained, human chi was too lacking. Seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch's resolution, Duke Long was slightly shocked. A look of admiration flashed on his face for a moment. Chapter 1368. Capturing Spectral Soul. Purple Mountain True Monarch lost his immortal aperture. He lost his cultivation foundation. Without his immortal aperture, his future was bleak. Forget about the future. Even now, after his immortal aperture left his body, he lost a huge amount of Dao marks. Even though he kept most of the Gu worms and immortal essence with him, without the amplification of Dao marks, his battle strength fell to rock bottom. This was something he had no other way to deal with. If his heaven chi was extracted, Purple Mountain True Monarch's immortal aperture would break apart. The winds of assimilation will blow, and he would be in even greater danger of losing his life. Triple Chi Retraction was simply too incredible. It directly targeted the Gu Immortal's foundation. Even the great Purple Mountain True Monarch had to discard his own immortal aperture. It was like an iron palm, one martial arts expert breaking his own 2 arms. Fang Yuan watched this, filled with shock. Throughout history, there were only 10 who became venerables. Anything related to these 10 existences could become extraordinary. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's formless hand was like this. So was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's reincarnation battlefield, and so was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's Triple Chi Retraction. What can we do? Fang Yuan thought hard on how to change the situation. There was nothing he could do. He could only feel glad now. Glad that Purple Mountain True Monarch had already given him all the heavenly crystals earlier. While manipulating the Super Gu formation and resisting Fairy Z-Way, he started to nurture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. He had a lot of heavenly crystals now, far more than the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest earlier. Even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle became an immemorial desolate beast, the same thing would not happen again. It would not starve to death. Indeed worthy of Duke Long. Purple Mountain True Monarch spoke, expressing his admiration towards Duke Long. Duke Long was too powerful. He definitely had quasi-rank 9 battle strength. Against ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals, he could crush them. Only people like Purple Mountain True Monarch, at the peak of rank 8, and being one of the original split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, having cultivated for 100,000 years, had the foundation and qualifications to challenge him. But after dozens of rounds, after Duke Long's probing ended, he realized that Purple Mountain True Monarch had no true way of countering him. So he started to use his Chi Path trump card. Triple Chi Retraction was incredibly powerful, but such a strong killer move would leave the user in horrible condition if it was countered. It was like lifting a rock and smashing it on one's own head. Thus, any Gu Immortal would be very careful with such a killer move. Like how Fang Yuan would rather nurture the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle than use Reverse Flow Protection Seal. In this battle, I am bullying a junior. If you are not someone who is defying fate, we might be able to sit down and have a nice conversation. After all, in this world, there are too few people who can register my interest. However, I believe that in the near future, the entire world will brighten up, it will become incredibly exciting. And I will be the person to unveil this great new era. Duke Long sighed, starting to chase after Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch fought and retreated. He was completely suppressed. He was hit by the first two styles of Triple Chi Retraction. His battle strength fell drastically. He was not Duke Long's match originally. The situation was worse now. Duke Long's attacks were powerful and unceasing. At this moment, he surpassed Purple Mountain True Monarch in every aspect. Purple Mountain True Monarch could only hold on desperately while trying to use the killer move to create pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But he had no choice other than to stop it. Wu Xie was still stuck in a dream realm. The other Gu Immortals only watched helplessly. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, having a heavy heart. He quickly looked around the battlefield. Duke Long had a great advantage. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a lost cause. The only way now was to target the enemy's weakness to salvage the situation. However, Duke Long had predicted this when he sent his forces. All of the people he sent out were powerful beings. Ignoring Duke Long, Fairy Ziwei had Star Constellation chessboard, while Heaven Overseeing Tower was tough as a fortress. Even though Zui Yihui was attacking, it could only damage the exterior. There were many southern border righteous path Gu Immortals, but they could not interfere in a battle of such intensity. Oh no, this cannot go on. Once Purple Mountain True Monarch loses, the entire battle will tilt in Heavenly Court's favor. By then, there will be too little hope for me to escape. Should I retreat now? Should I take a gamble on whether Heavenly Court has already found a way to counter Reverse Flow Protection Seal? Fang Yuan could not help but hesitate. This was something hard to decide on. But at this time, the battle between Purple Mountain True Monarch and Duke Long had a new development. A Blessed Land's entrance suddenly opened, as a huge soul beast army appeared from within. Purple Mountain True Monarch relied on these soul beasts to block Duke Long's attacks as he retreated into the Blessed Land. This is Shadow Sect's Blessed Land. Fang Yuan saw this as his eyes shined brightly, flashing with dazzling light. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect's Blessed Land was moved here by Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's Blessed Land contained the door of life and death. Spectral Soul had emerged from it to resist the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, unleashing his great power and killing Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was destroyed, and Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined. After the Battle of Etion Mountain, Shadow Sect met with failure as Fang Yuan snatched the fruits of their labor. The Dream Realm covered the entire place, and Shadow Sect's Blessed Land had to shut its entrance, defending from the outside. Purple Mountain True Monarch led Shadow Sect here, and had been using his killer move to turn Dream Realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. After trying hard, unknowingly, the Blessed Land was freed, as the surrounding Dream Realms were removed. Thus, the entrance of Shadow Sect's Blessed Land could open again. There were countless soul beasts inside the door of life and death. They were all mobilized now to attack Duke Long. These soul beasts were of a massive scale. There were countless desolate beasts, with many ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts among them. The soul beast army disregarded sacrifices, attacking Duke Long in a suicidal manner. Purple Mountain True Monarch passed through the Immortal Aperture's entrance with the help of the soul beasts, entering Shadow Sect's Blessed Land. The appearance of the soul beast army did not turn the situation around. It only gave Purple Mountain True Monarch some time to regain his footing. Fang Yuan, let out your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. What are you waiting for? At the same time, Purple Mountain True Monarch continued to ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered. This was already the 50th time he had asked. Ever since he was hit by the Chi Path killer move, he had been urging Fang Yuan to no avail. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was his final trump card. Even if it was uncontrollable, he could let it out to cause chaos. How could he release it according to Purple Mountain True Monarch's words? Charge in, this Blessed Land is Shadow Sect's base camp. Fang Yuan thought. He wanted to see Duke Long enter the Blessed Land and fight to the death with Shadow Sect. He wanted Shadow Sect's Blessed Land to be full of traps so that Duke Long could meet with trouble. But Duke Long did not pursue him. He stopped his movement. Fang Yuan was disappointed, while Purple Mountain True Monarch was slightly flustered. Duke Long's lips curled upwards. For the first time, he showed a natural smile. He suddenly turned around, charging somewhere with the speed of lightning. You finally decided to come out? Spectral Soul, he shouted, attacking as air currents raged, turning into a huge claw that grabbed at an area in the Soul Beast army. He found out. Purple Mountain True Monarch felt like he had fallen into an icy river. From the Soul Beast army, a human-shaped soul emerged. He did not evade Duke Long. He attacked. Boom. Even the powerful Duke Long was sent flying, while that human-shaped soul remained unmoved. Ha ha. Duke Long spat out blood, but he laughed. Spectral Soul, you are truly at your weakest. Damn it. Purple Mountain True Monarch quickly charged ahead, trying to reinforce him. Panic showed on his face for the first time. Fang Yuan saw this and finally understood everything. Shadow Sect is truly cunning. Purple Mountain True Monarch created a huge amount of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, seemingly wanting to let Spectral Soul escape. But this was all a distraction. His true intention was to let out the Soul Beast army for Spectral Soul to devour and strengthen himself. Spectral Soul had the supreme method of devouring souls. That was the only way he could recover his strength rapidly. He might even be able to help Purple Mountain True Monarch defeat Duke Long. But all this was predicted by Duke Long in advance. Duke Long attacked while Spectral Soul was still weak. Purple Mountain True Monarch had to intervene. Too late. Duke Long laughed, stretching his arms as his dragon claws tore through space, forcing Purple Mountain True Monarch to retreat. Duke Long attacked Spectral Soul again. Air currents raged like dragons, entangling with Spectral Soul's main body. Spectral Soul's main body was originally very powerful. It was considered a quasi-rank 9 immemorial soul beast. It could even use Gu worms and the immortal essence he had left behind in his lifetime. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, Spectral Soul only had a trace of his remnant soul left. And this trace of his remnant soul was surrounded by dream realms, constantly consumed. The human-shaped soul roared, forcefully defending against Duke Long's methods. Duke Long's dragon eyes shined with intense fighting spirit. You want to resist me? Oh, Spectral Soul, if you were still a rank 9, I would avoid you at all costs. I would escape to the ends of the world. But now, you are just a remnant soul. Your Gu worms and immortal essence are not with you. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I'll tell you the truth. I am here to capture and imprison you within Heavenly Court, so that the entire world will understand the supreme might and glory of my Heavenly Court. The human-shaped soul was still struggling, while Purple Mountain True Monarch attacked Duke Long like he had gone mad. Duke Long defended against the latter easily while he looked at the human-shaped soul. He said arrogantly, "Still going to struggle pointlessly? In the past, even Red Lotus Demon Venerable was stopped by me. Now, surrender to me." As he said that, Spectral Soul's main body was unable to defend against Duke Long's methods. He was trapped by a cage created from countless air currents. Like what Duke Long had said, he actually managed to capture Spectral Soul's main soul body. Chapter 1369. Elder Brother, quickly lend me Immortal Gu. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could not help but stare with wide eyes. A rank 9 venerable, with overwhelming prestige that flowed into every Gu master's and Gu immortal's heart, like a river of fame. But now, Fang Yuan saw that Spectral Soul was actually captured by a rank 8 Gu immortal. As a matter of fact, who is this Duke Long? He is actually so strong. However, thinking about it, Spectral Soul had died long ago. This is only his soul remaining. If his soul was in top condition, Duke Long would not be able to take him down. But unfortunately, Spectral Soul had resisted the tribulations and made great sacrifices to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Even though he succeeded and forced back Heaven Overseeing Tower, the result of his hard work was taken by me. Shadow Sect only had some remnant forces remaining while Zombie Alliance was wiped out. Their losses were severe. And his own soul was depleted until only a trace was left in Etion Mountain. After falling into the dream realm and being weakened for so long, it is already unthinkable that he could last this long. Fang Yuan thought about himself. If his soul was thrown into such a massive dream realm, weakened and depleted by it, without using any dream path killer moves, he would only be able to last for a few days. Even though Spectral Soul only had a trace of his soul left, the quality was superb. He could endure such a long period of time. Even now, he could still struggle. It was not strange that Duke Long could capture him. After all, Duke Long was strong while Spectral Soul was currently weak. Spectral Soul's era was over. He had once slaughtered the world and his demonic might spread over the 5 regions and 2 heavens. It was a chaotic time period. In his life, he was invincible in the world. He was the strongest being alive and had the greatest status in heaven and earth. However, time flowed like water. He eventually died. After death, and with the appearance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's influence was greatly reduced. Peace and blessings were brought to this world. Even after Spectral Soul died, he was not resigned to failure. He built Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, attempting to defy heaven again. Sword Immortal Bo Ching was his first attempt, but he only managed to become a pseudo-immortal venerable, and his corpse sank into falling heavenly river. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was his second attempt, but the world schemed against him. His hard work of 100,000 years was taken away by Fang Yuan. The failure of Etion Mountain and Spectral Soul's terrible loss had consumed all of his foundation. But with just Shadow Sect's remnant forces, he still whipped up a storm. Until now, Spectral Soul failed completely and was captured by Heavenly Court's Duke Long. The great era is coming. Antiques like myself should quietly lie down and stop trying to become the main characters of the current era. Oh Spectral Soul, your era is long gone. Duke Long sighed as he stretched out his hand. Air currents moved and carried Spectral Soul as it entered his phantom aperture. Ah! Purple Mountain True Monarch screamed at the sky. His eyes were bloodshot. Seeing how Spectral Soul had fallen into captivity, he almost went crazy. Even the main body was captured. All hope was lost. A complete loss. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was a wisdom path Gu Immortal after all. He held in the urge to seek out Duke Long for a suicidal attack. That would truly be giving up. He breathed in deeply and moved towards a deeper part of Shadow Sect's blessed land. Running? Why do you think you're going? Duke Long floated in the air. His dragon eyes looked towards Purple Mountain True Monarch with a cold gaze. The entrance of Shadow Sect's blessed land closed, and the Soul Beast army stopped charging out. They returned to defend it. Duke Long laughed arrogantly. He turned around to look at the Super Gu formation and saw that Fairy Z-Wei was making good progress. He aimed at the location of Shadow Sect's blessed land and used an immortal killer move, Dragon Gate. This Dragon Gate was majestic and huge. There were two red pillars by the side with a dragon coiling around each of them. Their dragon claws were holding up the top of the gate, firm as a mountain. There were flickering dragon scales and two tough dragon bodies. The dragon bodies coiled around the huge pillars. As the dragon's upper bodies looked at each other, the dragon mouths were open with a dragon pearl in each of them, shining like radiant suns, forming a scene of two dragons and two pearls. The Dragon Gate opened. The interior of Shadow Sect's blessed land could be seen. This immortal killer move, Dragon Gate, could forcefully open blessed lands. Duke Long laughed, stepping in as the Dragon Gate closed, before vanishing. There was an intense battle in the blessed land, but there was no commotion outside. The entire battlefield fell into a peculiar silence. But it could be easily imagined that Shadow Sect's blessed land was definitely not peaceful. With Duke Long inside, the Soul Beast army was definitely attacking him endlessly. What do we do? Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals looked at each other. Suddenly, they realized that they had no enemies left. Purple Mountain True Monarch against Duke Long. They were inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. Bai Ning Bing, He Lu Lan, Ing Wu Xie, and the rest were hiding inside the dream realms with the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The only things moving in the battlefield were soul beasts. Countless soul beasts were rampaging the battlefield. A portion of them were inside dream realms. Unable to escape, they were quickly dissolved by the dream realms. Most of the soul beasts saw the dangers of the dream realms and escaped due to their survival instincts. Soul beasts could hunt for all life forms with souls and devour them to strengthen themselves. Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals quickly became the targets of these soul beasts, even though they did not want to fight. Wu Yi, quickly send us into the Gu formation. The Southern Border righteous path Gu Immortals quickly requested. They did not want to leave. Because now, Shadow Sect lost, Heavenly Court was likely to win. And Heavenly Court had not shown any killing intent towards Southern Border's righteous path. Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals subconsciously thought that Heavenly Court was on their side. After all, they were all in the righteous path. One was Central Continent's righteous path, and the other was Southern Border's righteous path. Of course, there was also another important element that affected their judgment. The Dream Realm. This Dream Realm might be extremely scattered now, but from the perspectives of Southern Border's Gu Immortals, it was their resource, it belonged to them. Furthermore, they had witnessed the battle between Duke Long and Purple Mountain True Monarch, as well as Spectral Soul's main body. They finally experienced some of the hidden details of the Battle of Etion Mountain. The huge secret of a rank 9 Venerable was here. There might be a fortuitous encounter. Who would want to leave? This was Southern Border's Super Gu formation, and all sorts of reinforcements from the super clans were rapidly getting closer. As for Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zhuoyihui, they were still fighting, with both sides in a deadlock. Fang Yuan ordered, "Everyone, work hard to kill these soul beasts. Our reinforcements are coming closer." These soul beasts were sent by the enemy. Killing them is weakening the enemy. If we let these soul beasts leave, there would be a huge problem. This is the responsibility of the righteous path. These words made sense, but the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals did not listen to him. Aren't the reinforcements arriving? Let them handle it. That's right. I am so tired. I need to rest. Even if we are not injured currently, our immortal essence expenditure was huge. We need to save up our battle strength and not waste it. Fang Yuan snorted. I'm telling you to go. Enough nonsense. Southern border's righteous path Gu Immortals scolded and cursed, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He was doing something very exciting. That was asking Wu Clan for help. Quick, it is very dangerous here. The situation is very complex. Quickly send the Gu worms I need over with treasure, Yellow Heaven. No worries. I will bear all the cost myself. Why do I want Bloodline Immortal Gu? I need to use it in the Super Gu formation and increase its power. It is difficult because I am borrowing so many Immortal Gu. Why are you troubled? This is not my first time borrowing Gu. What? Borrowing Immortal Gu in Wu Clan's internal treasury requires the first Supreme Elder's approval. Fang Yuan contacted Wu Yong. Elder brother, quickly lend me a hand. Wu Yong was controlling the Immortal Gu house and rapidly moving. Hearing his brother's words, he replied, What happened? What help do you need? I am sure you know about the situation. Brother, I am controlling the Super Gu formation now. This is a great opportunity. It can allow our Wu clan to control this resource point and suppress the other clans. We will be free from our difficult situation. Fang Yuan spoke sincerely. Wu Yong was silent for a moment. This battlefield was not sealed. Southern Border's righteous path Gu Immortals could communicate with their clans using information path methods. Over at Wu clan, they only had Fang Yuan and Wu Liao, along with Qiao clan's Gu Immortals. Thus, all of the reinforcements were familiar with the battlefield situation. Wu Yong was no exception. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan salvaged the situation and took over Qi Gui's spot in the Super Gu formation. Wu Yong naturally knew about this. When he first heard it, he was a little surprised. He did not expect his own brother to have such a strong formation path attainment. But Wu Yong quickly accepted it. Why? Because earlier, Fang Yuan had competed with Qi Shang in terms of formation path. Among them, Xiao Si Lu was involved. Rumors about them had caused a commotion in Southern Border for some time. Fang Yuan exposed his formation path attainment. Everyone was shocked about it. But because of that, everyone could accept this result easily. If Wu Yihai were a Gu Immortal born and bred in Southern Border, he would face great suspicion. The great thing was, Wu Yihai came from Eastern Sea. The Southern Border Gu Immortals did not know much about him. Therefore, Fang Yuan had ample room to act and perform. Wu Yong heard Fang Yuan's words. He could use reputation restriction Immortal Gu to reinforce the Super Gu formation and gain more benefits for Wu clan. He hesitated, but his hesitation had no suspicion in it. He believed Fang Yuan. He had not suspected that Wu Yihai was an imposter from the very start. His hesitation was about how reliable Fang Yuan's plan was, and how successful it could be. If the chances of success were low, and if they failed, what would Wu clan's political situation become? These were all things that Wu Yong had to consider. As a person in power, he needed to have foresight. He could not focus solely on immediate benefits. Chapter 1370, Shadow Sect's New Leader? Wu Yong's hesitation did not last long. He quickly decided to act according to Fang Yuan's plan. This was a great opportunity. It was a good chance for Wu clan. Wu Yong had been defending Wu clan and resisting the challenges sent by all the other clans earlier. It was quite a tough time. He did not want to face it again. And he also understood, as long as he, as a rank 8 Gu Immortal, did not die, Wu clan would have enough foundation in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. They would never truly fall. Lend him. Fang Yuan wants reputation restriction Immortal Gu. He will get to borrow it. Bloodline Immortal Gu? Lent. But his action was not blindly decided. Wu Yong and Wu clan's Gu Immortals listened to the reasons for Fang Yuan's borrowing. If there was any inconsistencies or illogical points, they would retort and reject him. Such vigilance was the tradition of all the super forces. Immortal Gu were unique. Any Immortal Gu, even rank 6, counted as the foundation of a super force. Immortal Gu could not be lent out easily. Fang Yuan had to make up logical reasons in this short time period. It was not easy. But eventually, he still borrowed 6 Immortal Gu. 6 Immortal Gu is about enough. If we lend more, do you have enough Immortal Essence to use them? Wu Yong rejected Fang Yuan's request in a nice manner. 6 Immortal Gu lent to one person, it was a huge risk. Not that Wu clan suspected Wu Yihai's identity, but if anything happened to him, these Immortal Gu would be lost. It would be a huge loss to Wu clan's foundation. Never put all your eggs into one basket. Everyone understood this logic. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Oh, brother, your reminder is true. I do not have much red date immortal essence left. Brother, lend me some immortal essence stones. I need to replenish my immortal essence. He decided to get some more benefits. Wu Yong did not hesitate. He approved of it. An emperor has no use for hungry soldiers. Without immortal essence, all those immortal gu were useless. After lending out so many immortal gu, they had to make sure they were used properly, right? Fang Yuan obtained 100,000 immortal essence stones. Wu clan was a super force indeed. This showed their tremendous foundation. Use it sparingly. The immortal essence stones and immortal gu are all lent to you. Remember to be vigilant and careful. Wu Yong told Fang Yuan concernedly. Fang Yuan quickly acknowledged it. Immortal gu and immortal essence stones were transmitted over through Treasure Yellow Heaven rapidly into Fang Yuan's hands. Treasure Yellow Heaven went into a commotion. Once Fang Yuan obtained them, he quickly turned the immortal essence stones into his immortal essence, while tossing those 6 immortal gu into reverse flow river. Suppressed entirely. After this battle, Wu Yihai's identity would definitely be exposed. Just a few words from Heavenly Court would attract sufficient suspicion. Fang Yuan could not pass intense investigations. Just soul-searching or checking his immortal aperture would expose him. Thus, before running, he had to dig out the last bit of benefits possible. It is a huge pity I could not borrow any immortal gu house. Fang Yuan pursed his lips. Even though he scammed Wu clan to this extent, he was not fully satisfied. For any super force, immortal gu houses had much greater significance than immortal gu. They could not be lent out to Fang Yuan no matter what. Similar to nuclear weapons on Earth, they were the last resorts of certain countries. They could not be lent out. Unless Fang Yuan became someone like Wu Yong who had the greatest authority in Wu clan, then nobody would say anything about him having an immortal gu house. Like how He Chung borrowed Dark Prison due to the 4 He tribe supreme elders being forced to stay together as a result of cultivating Green City Rampage and being unable to go out alone. He Chung only managed to gain his authority as a result of this. If Fang Yuan asked to borrow immortal gu house, Wu Yong's first thought would be, my brother wants to borrow an immortal gu house. After this battle, if he does not return it, and uses this immortal gu house together with Xiao clan's help to resist me, what would I do? Also, immortal gu houses could not be completely sent over using Treasure Yellow Heaven. Immortal gu houses were gu formations. Nobody could use gu formations or killer moves in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, to send an immortal gu house over, it had to be split apart, but reconstructing an immortal gu house was very difficult. Immortal gu houses were the apex of formation path. To create an immortal gu house, even if one knew about the steps involved, a formation path gu immortal still needed to focus entirely and put in hard work. Any carelessness and the creation would fail. This was similar to setting up a formation. The gu immortal would face a backlash, and the gu formation and immortal gu house would also end in the same result. The risks were too great. Lending Fang Yuan so many immortal gu and immortal essence stones was Wu clan's limit. This was also due to Fang Yuan being Wu Yong's brother, and the fact that he had contributed a lot to Wu clan recently. If not for Frosty Peak, Moon Bowl, and Mount Snail, Fang Yuan would not be able to borrow it. Fang Yuan was profiting on the side, watching Shadow Sect and Heavenly Court go against each other while he reaped benefits. Even though he tried very hard, the situation did not go according to his wishes. Heavenly Court's Duke Long was too powerful, beyond his imagination. Shadow Sect lost, and Heavenly Court won. This was basically assured. Even Spectral Soul's main body had been captured. If Shadow Sect had any other methods, they already would have been used up. Speaking of which, Shadow Sect's foundation was truly deep. It was a pity that their losses were too severe on Etion Mountain when they tried to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu. The loss was too great. They were unable to recover. On their last breaths, they were still faced with Fang Yuan's pursuit. They could not develop properly. But I have captured pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and gained a lot of heavenly crystals. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle is currently being nurtured. And now, I scammed 6 immortal gu and 100,000 immortal essence stones from Wu clan. My gains are actually huge. Fang Yuan was good at reaping benefits. Until this point, he did not fight to the death. He did not put in much effort, but his gains were still stunning. Unfortunately, Dark Limit Immortal Gu cannot be retrieved. I cannot take it out recklessly now. If the Gu formation breaks apart, I will need to face Fairy Z Wei. There is also another problem. That is Wu clan's alliance agreement. I joined Wu clan and underwent an agreement. There is also the Life Tablet Gu and Soul Lantern Gu. They are still inside Wu clan's ancestral hall. This final problem gave Fang Yuan a headache. The reason why he scammed 6 immortal gu was for this problem as well. If Wu clan used this relationship to try and harm Fang Yuan, He could use the 6 Wu clan Immortal Gu that he possessed to negotiate with them on that basis. A great chess player would need to plan multiple steps ahead when making a move. Even though Fang Yuan was still stuck in the battlefield now, he was planning for the future. Demonic Path members are truly insidious and greedy beyond hope. Even before death, you are still scamming others. Oh Fang Yuan, your crimes are too severe. You will die today without doubt. Forget about running away, because with me around, you have no hope of escaping. At this time, Fairy Ziwei's voice resounded from the Super Gu formation. Fairy Ziwei must have known about the matter of Fang Yuan borrowing Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence Stones from Wu Clan. There was no helping it. Treasure Yellow Heaven was like this. It was an open market. Any transaction could be exposed easily. How could Heavenly Court not have methods to observe? Treasure Yellow Heaven and keep it under surveillance? Fang Yuan sneered. This is the result of Heavenly Court not exposing me earlier. It seems that you have no conclusive proof. Actually, even if you do, so what? Will Wu Clan believe you? Will Southern Borders Gu Immortal World believe you abruptly? They will only believe in what they have verified themselves. These righteous path forces are like this. Any sort of matter would be a political scheme in their eyes. Fairy Ziwei was silent. She did not speak. She understood thoroughly that Fang Yuan was completely immersed into the demonic path. His mind was firm and determined. Words could not sway him. Fairy Ziwei chose not to waste her effort on pointless attempts. Her speed in invading the Super Gu formation became quicker now. Fang Yuan's expression changed, realizing that this was bad. At this rate, even if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle matured, it would be too late. The Super Gu formation would break apart in advance. He had the information path reputation restriction Immortal Gu now. His plan was to use this Immortal Gu to control the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in this. Because the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, it had rank 8 battle strength, while reputation restriction Immortal Gu was just rank 7. The only thing that gave Fang Yuan hope was that he indeed had strong reputation. He could hopefully use it to allow reputation restriction Immortal Gu to display incredible power. If it did not work, he would need to release the rampaging upper extreme Heavenly Eagle and create chaos to find a chance to escape. The battlefield was divided into 4 parts now. The first and most crucial area was the battle between Purple Mountain True Monarch and Duke Long. They were fighting inside Shadow Sect's blessed land. The situation was unknown, but Duke Long had the advantage. It was highly likely that he would emerge victorious. The second area was Heaven Overseeing Tower and Zuoyi Hui. They were unable to defeat each other. Both sides were injured now. Even with Zuoyi Hui's incredible recovery speed, it was still covered in wounds. Heaven Overseeing Tower's edges were also breaking apart. It was no longer as grand as before. The third area was the fight between the Southern Border Gu Immortals and Soul Beasts. Nothing much was happening. The fourth area was Fairy Ziwei's and Fang Yuan's fight over the Super Gu formation's control. This battlefield was the most secretive. Even the Southern Border Righteous Path Gu Immortals were kept in the dark. In Fang Yuan's opinion, it was a foregone conclusion. Heavenly Court was sure to win. In this situation, he could only escape and his plan of fishing for benefits was over. But Fang Yuan was an old demon. Even if he was about to be defeated, his gains were tremendous. Now, it is time to see if I can escape. Right when Fang Yuan was working hard on this goal, he received Purple Mountain True Monarch's words. Fang Yuan, can we continue to cooperate? Fang Yuan's interest was roused. Of course. Very good. I was not wrong about you. I will entrust everything to you. My Immortal Gu, my killer moves, my experiences, and you will not need to bear any responsibility or task. Ing Wu Xia, He Lu Lan, White Rabbit, Miao Yin and Sixth Hair, they will all be your subordinates. From now onwards, you will be the leader of Shadow Sect. Letting me become the leader of Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Unbelievable. He had never imagined the situation would develop like this. I am enemies with Shadow Sect. I even took their sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Why is Purple Mountain True Monarch doing this? What scheme does he have? Countless thoughts were moving and colliding in Fang Yuan's mind. Purple Mountain True Monarch. What is the meaning of this? Fang Yuan was silent before asking. Purple Mountain True Monarch explained. Fang Yuan, no need to worry that this is a scheme. There is no such thing. Because I am about to die. Spectral soul was captured. Duke Long is here personally. He will not let me off. The great era is coming. Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court wants to be the leader of the 5 regions and rule all of humanity. Heavenly Court will not let you off, because you are not Zhao Yin Yuan. You are a complete otherworldly demon. You have the sovereign immortal aperture as well as the luck path true inheritance. You do not belong to this world. You are a defier of fate, a source of chaos, the biggest uncertainty in heaven and earth. You are the target of Heavenly Court's extermination. If you do not get rid of Heavenly Court, they will eradicate you. My shadow sect had once wanted to defy the way of heaven and become a venerable again. But Heavenly Court was our greatest obstacle. Even though we lost, I would rather pass you everything than give them to our enemies. Ha ha. Purple Mountain True Monarch said this and laughed. Fang Yuan pondered. Even in death, not letting enemies have an easy time? This makes sense. However, I need to probe something. Thinking of this, he asked Purple Mountain True Monarch. You have once said that the sovereign immortal body possessed a huge flaw. What is it? Purple Mountain True Monarch chuckled. Haven't you noticed this flaw? It is not hard to guess. The answer is food. Your sovereign immortal body was not created by human reproduction. Even though it has flesh and blood, the origin is different. The essence of a rank 9 Immortal Gu remains. Since it is like a rank 9 Immortal Gu, it definitely needs to be fed. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. I had guessed this long ago. What I want to ask is, what exactly does sovereign immortal fetus Gu eat? Purple Mountain True Monarch laughed loudly. Didn't you guess it? You are merely testing my sincerity. I will tell you. Purple Mountain True Monarch said his answer. Fang Yuan sucked in a deep breath after hearing it. Like what he had expected, sovereign immortal fetus Gu's food was what he had guessed earlier. In that case, I have a huge problem. But Purple Mountain True Monarch actually told me directly. He indeed seems sincere. Inside Shadow Sect's blessed land, countless soul beasts formed into an army and charged at Duke Long like a shocking tide. Duke Long was encircled by the soul beast army. His body was smaller than any of the soul beasts, but he had terrifying battle strength. Even though the soul beasts were numerous, regardless of their cultivation level, they all fell to Duke Long. Duke Long waved his dragon claws. Swish! With a soft sound, a claw mark could be seen. It almost pierced space. Along the way, soul beasts were torn apart, without putting up any resistance. Among these dead soul beasts, there were desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, but under Duke Long's claws, they were like tofu, soft and mercilessly slaughtered. A bunch of trash. No matter how many you send, it is useless. Duke Long floated in the sky. His body was tall and straight, resembling the peak of a mountain. His dragon horns were sharp and ruthless. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. With him at the center, in the radius of 1,000 steps, there was no living beings. A vast number of soul beast corpses were piled up. Purple Mountain True Monarch had already hidden in the soul beast army. His whereabouts were unknown. Duke Long was besieged by the soul beast army for so long, yet he was unharmed. He was expressionlessly looking at a certain location on the ground. Over there, the door of life and death was opened. Countless soul beasts were coming out from inside like a geyser. Soul beasts had the natural survival instinct to avoid danger, but after such a long time of being inside, the door of life and death was Spectral Soul's domain. The soul beasts inside the door of life and death were controlled by Spectral Soul to an extent. They were incredibly loyal to Shadow Sect and would not care about sacrifices. They listened to Purple Mountain True Monarch's orders and attacked Duke Long, even though it was hopeless. Door of life and death, Duke Long pondered. This was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, unique in this world. It was also one of Duke Long's targets in this journey. After taking the door of life and death, when fate Immortal Gu recovers completely, any life form's soul upon death, without exception, would need to enter the door of life and death. By then, with this secluded domain of heaven and earth, Heavenly Court's rule will be absolute. From Duke Long's perspective, once he used a strong move like Triple Chi Retraction, Shadow Sect's blessed land would be incredibly fragile. But now, in order to not destroy the door of life and death, Duke Long decided to use another method. Boom. Duke Long flew out rapidly. He moved like a flying dragon, rampaging without fear. All the soul beasts around him were sent flying, before countless air currents sliced them into pieces. Just a tiny split soul. Where do you think you're hiding? Duke Long spoke as he slammed with his hand. Rumble. A huge translucent mountain created from air currents descended and pressed down immediately. Purple Mountain True Monarch gritted his teeth. He had to show up and resist it. Both sides fought as the air current mountain was expended by half. Purple Mountain True Monarch coughed out blood. He was tossed away like a kite with its strings cut. What are you resisting for? Do you still have hope? Duke Long snorted coldly. He attacked again mercilessly with an imposing aura. Hope? Huh? Purple Mountain True Monarch knew that he could not survive this battle. This was his final moment in life. His gaze couldn't help but become slightly hazy. More than 100,000 years ago, 7 people emerged from the door of life and death. Huff. We finally got out of the door of life and death. We revived. There are only 7 of us now. Thankfully, Reverse Flow River is not around. Otherwise, how could we have left? Now that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is dead, let's go. We carry the hope of our main body to return to rank 9. That year, Shadow Sect was established. The first generation split souls were known as red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. That means I am purple. Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at the water. Seeing his reflection, he looked far away. Let's start cultivating. We need strength. Many years later. Rumble. A huge explosion occurred as the Gu formation shattered. Smoke started to appear. We got through. As expected of Purple, you are really amazing. We actually managed to destroy the Gu formation that Limitless Demon Venerable created. Yellow laughed loudly. Yellow patted Purple's shoulder, asking, Purple, among us, you cultivate wisdom path. What is your wisdom path attainment level now? Great Grandmaster. Purple answered plainly. Yellow's mouth was open mouth. Heavens, you are the first great Grandmaster among us. Purple looked at Yellow. What is there to be surprised about? Don't forget, we are the main body's split souls. We carry a portion of his cultivation experiences. Yellow nodded. That's right. The best thing to be happy about is this limitless true inheritance. We got past Limitless Demon Venerable's final test. This true inheritance is ours. That's right. This way, our hope of executing our major plan has increased. Purple smiled lightly. If it develops like this, we will continue to gain more true inheritances and resources. We will grow stronger and pave the way for our main body. Many years passed again. Heaven's will. To think that it has such great power. Even Azure suffered a loss. What do we do now? The higher our cultivation level, the stronger Shadow Sect's forces become, and the more Heavens will target us. At this rate, we will have huge problems. It is not hard to settle Azure's matter. I have a way, that is to refine Wisdom's sword Immortal Gu. As for Heaven's will, I will think of a way. Purple said this as he squinted. Even though Azure is no longer bounded by love, his second Venerable Ascension attempt failed completely. What else can we do? How can we resist Heaven's will? Purple started to enter deep seclusion, trying his best to find a way. Finally, he found a method. Assimilate with Heaven's will. Let myself become part of Heaven's will temporarily. Even though it is dangerous, the idea is good. We will enter the enemy's base and learn about a portion of Heaven's will's plans. But there is something to note. If the assimilation is long-term, Heaven's will might take me over, and I will truly become part of Heaven's will entirely. I need to find a way to maintain my own consciousness. After a long and difficult deduction, I finally deduced it. I will name this method Purple Gold Rock. Against Heaven's will, even though hope is small, there is still a trace of it. Cough, cough, cough. He suddenly covered his mouth, coughing violently for some time, as blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. Time continued to pass. At some point in time, the Purple Gold Rock broke as Purple woke up. Where is this? How long has it been? Looking at the unknown environment, Purple was dazed. Most of the first-generation split souls have died. Only a few are left. They are like me, barely alive. Sigh. Thankfully, Shadow Sect is developing well. Purple let out a deep sigh as he looked at the sky. Heaven's will. He had a solemn gaze. Grandpa, drink some water. One day, Purple woke up and found a pair of master and servant beside him. A young girl wearing elegant clothes along with a muscular female servant. Third young miss, don't bother with this old beggar. Oh, you are too kind-hearted. This old beggar is not a member of our village. Why are you involved with him? The female servant looked at Purple, her Gu master aura unconcealed. Purple looked at himself, smiling bitterly. Chapter 1372. Demise of Purple, 2 halves. Purple Mountain True Monarch realized that his clothes were extremely tattered. He had a wrinkled face covered in dust and mud. He was scrawny and dirty. But soon, he looked at the female Gu master in front of him, thinking, it's her? The crucial person in fate? No, this feeling is not her. It is her descendant. The female Gu master left behind some food before leaving with the servant. That night, Purple went to her and left a true inheritance in her dream. This true inheritance is a little messy. It has wisdom path, transformation path, and also food path. I'll call it Black Tigress True Inheritance. Oh, I wonder if it will be effective. Can I influence anything? But there is still hope at least, right? Purple left silently. Northern Plains, in a cave. She's here. Purple Mountain True Monarch thought to himself. A young lady Wansho charged into this place. Upon seeing Purple Mountain True Monarch, her heart sank to rock bottom. So Senior, you were already here. This Junior will leave. I don't dare disturb Senior from taking this true inheritance. Purple Mountain True Monarch's aura made Lady Wansho's heart palpitate. Purple Mountain True Monarch looked at her, thinking, this is the girl. He said, little girl, you could become a Gu Immortal at such a young age, and also know your own limits. Knowing when to retreat or advance, quite good. I don't have the qualifications to take this true inheritance. I am willing to give this true inheritance to you, but after you inherit it, you need to tell me of its contents. You will also owe me a favor. If there is a situation in the future, you must help the person who uses this information path Gu worm. You can kill me however you want, but I will never beg for mercy. The female Gu master lying on the ground said stubbornly. Purple laughed. Little girl, you are quite interesting. You remind me of the past. Meeting me is your great fortune. Saying this, Purple stretched out his index finger, pointing on the female Gu master's forehead. This is a fire path true inheritance. I am giving you the first half. When you reach rank 5 and become a Gu master expert, you can find the second half somewhere in Northern Plains. If you manage to obtain it, you might be able to become an immortal. Saying this, Purple vanished. Immortal ascension? This old beggar is crazy. Is he a Gu immortal? The female Gu master recovered after a long time. She left this place filled with shock and suspicion. Purple stood on the cloud, looking at the departing female Gu master. He muttered, "This girl is quite special. Not only is there the smell of fate, she is also receiving Heaven's will's attention. I'm afraid that one of her close relatives becomes a pawn of Heaven's will in the future. Young man, I have 3 true inheritances here. The first can allow you to bathe in flames and step on fire, surpassing the mortal realm. The second can allow you to control wind and fly in the air, roaming the world freely. The third can allow you to surpass life and death, gaining the ability to assist the world's people. Which one will you choose? Think about it and tell me." The young Tai Bai Yunsheng thought for a while and said, "The third one, another source of hope. Sigh, it has been almost 100,000 years. I hope that the seeds of hope that I spread will accumulate sufficiently to help our main body's plan." Roar. A dragon roar resounded in the entire blessed land. Duke Long spat out dragon flames and directly hit Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch sacrificed his own arm to block his attack before retreating. Duke Long grabbed. Purple Mountain True Monarch felt intense pain in his heart. After some struggling, half of his skeleton was smashed to bits by Duke Long. Purple Mountain True Monarch endured the pain. Even though he could not move, he still tried to use Gu worms to dodge. Duke Long's expression was still cold. "Want to know why you lost?" He looked at Purple Mountain True Monarch like a cat looking at a mouse. Purple Mountain True Monarch coughed as he spat out some blood, looking at Duke Long. "I am listening." Duke Long smiled coldly, vanishing on the spot before appearing in front of Purple Mountain True Monarch. A tough fist. Purple Mountain True Monarch's stomach was hit by the fist. The unparalleled force directly broke through his abdomen and created a huge hole. Purple Mountain True Monarch was like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a deep pit. You tried to partially assimilate with Heaven's will. The truth is, Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had done that eons ago. She is the creator of Wisdom Path. How could you possibly play tricks before her very eyes? The latter half of your life was spent doing one thing. That was to fight for pawns against Heaven's will. But unfortunately, you were assimilated with Heaven's will. You are one of Heaven's will's pawns too. Duke Long said this as he descended. Purple Mountain True Monarch gritted his teeth, exerting his strength to fly out of the pit. He flew backwards and landed on the ground, coughing out blood again. His stomach was held together by 2 pieces of skin, but he no longer bled. He had used healing methods already. Purple Mountain True Monarch had a pale expression. His body was wavering. All he saw was darkness. Using only his will to maintain his consciousness, he tried not to faint. Duke Long gradually landed on the ground. He did not pursue him, stretching out his index finger to point at Purple Mountain True Monarch. Boom. A grand beam of light shot out intensely. Purple Mountain True Monarch's entire body was flickering with purple light, but under Duke Long's unstoppable attacks, he was thrown into the sky, before crashing onto the ground, his body covered by a pool of blood. As for the second reason you failed, I am sure you have guessed it. That's right. This dream realm has been taken over by Heaven's will. The longer the dream realm manifests, the deeper the infiltration of Heaven's will in this place. This time, my heavenly court was blessed to have gained the guidance of Star Constellation Heaven's will. We have already understood the condition and location of Spectral Soul's main body. Oh, and that Fang Yuan. It is quite ironic. If he hid somewhere else, we would not have been able to find him. But because he was here to explore the dream realm, he was completely exposed to Heaven's will. He attempted to defy the will of Heaven. He deserves death. He will die today, without doubt. Duke Long stepped forward, during which countless soul beasts gathered. It was a completely dark area filled with endlessly killing intent against Duke Long. Duke Long continued moving forward. Without looking above himself, he raised his left arm and grasped lightly. Rumble. There was a huge explosion. During that period, countless soul beasts broke apart, smashed into smithereens. Duke Long had quasi-rank 9 battle strength indeed, primarily cultivating Chi Path, and transformation path secondarily. He was now using his chi path methods. In front of him, the Soul Beast army was like a fragile toy army. He moved forward. His body was tough and his hair was fluttering. Getting to Purple Mountain True Monarch, Duke Long stood and observed Purple Mountain True Monarch by his feet. Purple Mountain True Monarch lay on the ground. His arms were trembling. He was trying to sit up. He wanted to stand. He wanted to continue fighting. Thus, Duke Long looked at him quietly, seeing him exert all his strength to stand up against him. But Purple Mountain True Monarch was too heavily injured. He had no way of fighting back. Even the action of standing was too tough for him. But just when he was about to fall, Duke Long attacked and grabbed Purple Mountain True Monarch's neck. Duke Long used his pincer-like hand to grab Purple Mountain True Monarch, holding him up towards the sky. How does it feel to have your hopes dashed? Attempting to defy fate will result in such a pitiful ending. Even a venerable soul is no different. Duke Long said coldly. Purple Mountain True Monarch grabbed Duke Long's arms weakly. Cough, cough, cough. I indeed have no hope, but that does not mean that others have no hope. Duke Long's expression changed. His sharp dragon eyes gazed at Purple Mountain True Monarch's body. No wonder you are so weak. You sent a portion of your Immortal Gu away. You are truly unrepentant. Even you could not succeed. What can the rest of Shadow Sect do? Purple Mountain True Monarch's face was purple. He could not breathe. He could not speak. He could only think to himself. This person is different. Oh, Fang Yuan, you are definitely different. You are a complete otherworldly demon, the best person to resist fate. You are the greatest pawn chosen by Heaven's will to deal with Shadow Sect, but now, you have already escaped the manipulation of Heaven's will. I assimilated with Heaven's will to spread hope in this world and influence fate. Unfortunately, I failed. Like what Duke Long said, I had unknowingly become the pawn of Heaven's will. In the process of assimilating with Heaven's will also assimilated me. I have no hope left, but Fang Yuan, you carry the biggest hope. Let me exert my final influence at the last moment of my life. I am really curious, after gaining the entirety of Shadow Sect, how far can you go? Go ahead and wreak havoc in this world, Fang Yuan. All of his internal thoughts were transmitted to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. A person near death, he held no more suspicions. I understand you, even though we were enemies. I will accept this and become the leader of Shadow Sect. Very good, very good. Purple Mountain True Monarch closed his eyes weakly. He grabbed onto Duke Long's hands in the end. Even though his movement was stiff, he did not let go. He did not go down without a fight. At this moment, Purple Mountain True Monarch truly died from combat. His messy purple hair was no longer shiny. After 100,000 years, his journey had come to an end. This person who had fought endlessly in his life, he had finally rested. Even though he failed and lost his life, at the final moment of his life, he still continued to spread hope. He died with great expectations. Perhaps this was the reason why he was still carrying a smile upon death. This was truly 100,000 years of living in this world, being in a state of half clarity and half insanity. Staring at heaven without bowing down. Before his death, he gifts the source of chaos one. Purple Mountain True Monarch had no more life force. He was now a corpse. What a clean death. Duke Long snorted. His cold dragon eyes could see both the inside and outside of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Purple Mountain True Monarch had many Immortal Gu originally, but he had sent most of them away, while the rest had died along with him. Not just that, his soul was dissipating quickly. Duke Long wanted to stop him, but he could not. The more surprising thing was that Purple Mountain True Monarch's corpse had many Dao marks originally, but now, they were all dissipating. He truly left no resources to Heavenly Court. Duke Long let go with his hand, as the Purple Mountain True Monarch corpse with 0 value fell to the ground. Soul beasts roared and surrounded Duke Long. But because of his great power, none of the soul beasts dared to attack him. The soul beasts were far bigger than Duke Long's body, but he could actually move confidently and slowly, unhindered. As expected of the door of life and death, there are a great number of soul beasts here. Even if I kill some, more will appear. They are endless. Duke Long sighed softly. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had existed since the creation of the world Sup 1/Sup. Thinking about it, throughout history, the souls of all living beings that died would reside here. Only after Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged fate, Gu did souls gain the ability to remain in the outside world. Thus, deep inside the door of life and death, only Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would know how many soul beasts or souls there truly were. Duke Long did not pay attention to these soul beasts. Even immemorial soul beasts were just small issues to Duke Long unless it were a legendary immemorial desolate beast, like Zui Hui or Mao Li Qiu. Then he would have to deal with them seriously. Spectral Soul has been captured and most of the split souls are dead. It is time to go outside and sweep the battlefield. Duke Long had the Immortal killer move Dragon Gate. He could freely enter and exit Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Even if Shadow Sect's Blessed Land closed its entrance, it could not trap him. But when he was about to move, the entire Blessed Land started shaking. Cracks were forming in the sky, like a shattering mirror. Duke Long frowned slightly. The entirety of Shadow Sect's Blessed Land is self-detonating? As expected of a demon. This way, Duke Long had no choice but to give up his earlier plan. He had to take out the door of life and death before the Blessed Land was destroyed. If the Blessed Land was destroyed, it would create the winds of assimilations. This important secluded domain of heaven and earth would not be safe. Grr. The Soul Beast army growled with fear in their vocalizations. This world was getting destroyed. These Soul Beasts felt that a calamity was coming. More and more Soul Beasts went into chaos. Duke Long went against the tide and slaughtered a bunch of Soul Beasts, ending up in front of the door of life and death. At the same time, outside Shadow Sect's Blessed Land. We cannot take it anymore. Several pure dream reality seeker physique bodies flew out of dream realms one by one. They were not complete extreme physique bodies. They had flaws. Even though they had dream path down marks, they could not stay inside dream realms indefinitely. Once time was up, they would have to come out. But when the righteous path Gu immortals in southern border wanted to kill them, the Super Gu formation activated and the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were teleported away. These pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created using the cocoons of light by Purple Mountain True Monarch, who expended his own soul. In terms of identity, they were considered Shadow Sect split souls. They were the lingering split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, their battle strength was unreliable. Purple Mountain True Monarch had only given them some mortal goo before dying. And their thoughts and foundation were vastly different from Purple Mountain True Monarch. They were like new entities. Greetings to Shadow Sect's new leader. After seeing Fang Yuan, they paid respects to him. Before Purple Mountain True Monarch died, he had arranged everything. Hei Lu Lan, by Ning Bing, Ing Wu Xie, Fairy Miao Yin, Black Tigress, they all came out of the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Facing Fang Yuan, these people had interesting expressions. Miao Yin pays respects to Lord Sect leader. Fairy Miao Yin spoke first. She and Xiao Si Lu were among the three great fairies in southern border. Her voice was alluring. Her clothes were a beautiful pink. Her body was alluring and her eyes were deep set. Her nose was tall and her eyes were seductive. Lord Sect leader. Black Tigress followed. Her expression was stiff. Not long ago, she had fought and wanted to kill Fang Yuan. But now, fate worked in mysterious ways. Fang Yuan became her leader in such a short time. Hei Lu Lan gritted her teeth, sighing deeply. Hei Lu Lan pays respects to Lord Sect leader. She had worked together with Fang Yuan, became enemies with him, and was even saved by him before. She also used her aunt, Blazing Heaven Demoness, to trap Fang Yuan. But later, during the Battle of Etion Mountain, because of a change of events, she had to join Shadow Sect and undergo a tough alliance agreement. Precisely so, after Fang Yuan took over Shadow Sect, he could decide her life and death. Hei Lu Lan had to lower her head. To think that the day would come when we work together again. Bai Ning Bing stood alone. She crossed her arms as her dragon eyes shined with cold light. She sighed as she looked at Fang Yuan. Her relationship with Fang Yuan went even further back. From Qingmao Mountain, they had traveled together. And now, both of them had their respective fortuitous encounters. They met again and became allies once more. It was truly interesting. As for Ing Wu Xie, he was still in a dream realm. Fang Yuan looked at these Gu immortals. His gaze swept past the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They had short lifespan. They would detonate when time was up. The higher their cultivation level, the shorter their lives. Thus, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were cannon fodder. Among the members of Shadow Sect, the only ones important to Fang Yuan were Ing Wu Xie, Hei Lu Lan, Bai Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and Black Tigress. There was also Sixth Hair, the spy of Shadow Sect inside Langya Blessed Land. He counted as the sixth person. Among these six, Hei Lu Lan was the most trustworthy one to Fang Yuan, because she could not betray him. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady Black Tigress were members of Shadow Sect due to Purple Mountain True Monarch's true inheritances. After inheriting everything from Purple Mountain True Monarch, Fang Yuan had a good grasp over these two. Ing Wu Xie and Sixth Hair were split souls of Spectral Soul. Since Fang Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect, they had to acknowledge him. As for whether they would follow his orders and act with enthusiasm, that would depend on Fang Yuan's leadership skill. Bai Ning Bing was the hardest to control. She had set an alliance agreement with Shadow Sect. They had equal status. Even when Purple Mountain True Monarch was still around, by Ningbing did not show them much respect, not to mention Fang Yuan, who had just become the leader of Shadow Sect. In this instant, all sorts of thoughts flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. Next, he said, "Hey Lulan, look after the Super Gu formation for me. I need to wake Ing Wu Xiao up." He was controlling the Super Gu formation to resist Fairy Z Wei. It was very hard for him to split his concentration on any complex killer moves. The reason why he chose He Lulan was because she was the most trustworthy among the five. Immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan succeeded in saving Ing Wu Xia, allowing him to escape the dream realm. However, even though Ing Wu Xia was awake, his condition was not normal. He was listless, he had no fighting spirit at all, he was lying down on the ground like his back was removed. He had been completely broken. Spectral soul was captured, Purple Mountain True Monarch died, Ing Wu Xia's hopes and dreams were shattered. He felt like there was no future left, it was bleak, and there was absolutely no hope. Since his life began, the goal of saving his main body had always motivated him and driven him forward. But now that this goal was crushed, Ing Wu Xia lost all his drive. Even though they were all split souls, he is still too young. He has not lived as long as Purple Mountain True Monarch. Since the Battle of Etion Mountain, how long has passed? Fang Yuan realized as he urged. Were the inheritances that Purple Mountain True Monarch left in your immortal aperture? Pass them to me. Even though Ing Wu Xia was dejected, he still acknowledged Fang Yuan's identity and opened his immortal aperture's entrance, letting out a purple will. The will was surrounded by rank 8 immortal essence as well as Immortal Gu, floating in the air. Purple Mountain True Monarch. Fang Yuan took a step back, feeling vigilant. Even though Purple Mountain True Monarch only had a will left, his immortal essence and Gu worms were a threat to him. The purple will slowly formed into Purple Mountain True Monarch's appearance as he passed all of his immortal essence and Gu worms to Fang Yuan, like what he had promised earlier. Immediately, Fang Yuan refined all of the Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, even though he communicated with Purple Mountain True Monarch, that was all he could do. He could not let Purple Mountain True Monarch send all of his inheritances into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Purple Mountain True Monarch had to pass these inheritances to Ing Wu Xia before Fang Yuan could take them. Of course, Purple Mountain True Monarch did not request anything from Fang Yuan, but his intention was clear. Purple Mountain True Monarch wanted Fang Yuan to save these people. Of course, if Fang Yuan refused, he would not be in danger. To think that my gains this time will be this huge. After getting the inheritances, Fang Yuan sighed. In his original plan, he wanted to exterminate Shadow Sect and get rid of Shadow Sect's remnant forces. If he was lucky and went one step further, he would be able to capture Spectral Soul's remnant soul. Of course, he did not bear much hope in that aspect. He knew how hard it was to capture souls, and even if he succeeded, the soul search would be extremely difficult. Chapter 1374. Flying away Spectral Soul was, after all, the founder of Soul Path, a rank 9 venerable, one of the 10 cultivators at the apex in the long span of history. It would be a joke if his soul could be easily searched. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Space Path and created Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment, which were in a permanently active state and did not use any immortal essence. Although Spectral Soul's main body did not have immortal essence and Gu worms, he absolutely was not to be underestimated. When Purple Mountain True Monarch handed all his inheritances to Fang Yuan, making Fang Yuan the leader of Shadow Sect, Fang Yuan's gains naturally greatly surpassed his previous expectations. Purple Mountain True Monarch wants me to save these people, even though he did not express this verbally. He was afraid I would be suspicious and not agree to accept his gift. He really put in a lot of effort for this. But if I can make good use of these people, they will indeed be a great help to me. They already have no other options. They are my natural allies. I'll bring you all with me then. Fang Yuan had never been a narrow-minded person. Even when he had just transmigrated to this world, he had been like this. His experiences in his previous life and this life made it such that he was much more open-minded than normal people. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Black Tigress had all betrayed him. But so what? Fang Yuan completely understood their actions. All these thoughts flashed in his mind for only a moment. Fang Yuan stored Purple Mountain True Monarch's will into his sovereign immortal aperture as well. Without immortal essence and immortal Gu, the threat level of this will of Purple Mountain True Monarch was close to 0. In the future, unless he had no choice, Fang Yuan would absolutely not give immortal essence and immortal Gu for this purple will to use. The situation was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have time to inspect his gains, immediately communicating with the purple will in his immortal aperture. The question he asked was naturally about the method of controlling the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Purple Mountain True Monarch had mentioned before. It was very risky for Fang Yuan to use reverse flow protection seal right now. As such, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle naturally became his first choice. The advantages of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in place of reverse flow protection seal was that it was faster and could penetrate space. Moreover, it was an immemorial desolate beast and had an extremely tough body. Naturally, the precondition was for Fang Yuan to be able to control it. Although Fang Yuan had reputation restriction Immortal Gu, it was not his, and he had only borrowed it from Wu clan. Secondly, this Immortal Gu was rank 7 and would probably not have enough strength to control the rank 8 upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan soon learned of Purple Mountain True Monarch's method, and surprisingly, he actually also knew of this method. This was an enslavement path method and had a relation to a person. This person's name was somewhat strange. He was called 180 Slaves. He was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal who had a rough childhood. He was born as a slave. He used every opportunity he got and took risks to continuously grow, finally climbing to the peak of his life. He was an absolute genius of enslavement path in his generation. Normal enslavement path methods were to use a higher status to rule over lower status. But he did the opposite, using beasts of lower status to rule over those of a higher status. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had grasped 180 slaves' inheritance and put a portion of its contents on sale to Zombie Alliance's members. Shark Demon had once purchased a portion of 180 slaves' true inheritance content. He wanted to use groups of sharks to gain control over that one finger flow shark. Unfortunately, he was routed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. And with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters being schemed by Shadow's sect, not only him, even his wife Subai Man was turned into Gu materials to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Shadow Sect's foundation was extremely deep. Purple Mountain True Monarch was a first-generation split soul. He definitely did not have just one method to enslave the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. But what Purple Mountain True Monarch could offer right now was only this method of 180 slaves. To speak of it, it was actually quite fortunate. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in possession of many Immortal Gu, but earlier on, he had set up the Purple Blood River Formation. And in his 100,000 years of life, he had been spreading true inheritances everywhere. It was not easy for his current variety of Gu worms to use a method of enslaving the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. This immortal killer move is called 180 Slaves. He used his own name for it. It seems that 180 Slaves regarded it as his main trump card and his proudest method. This killer move is not difficult, and I have all the required Immortal Gu as well. Its Mortal Gu are common and can be bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. It seems Shadow Sect had already modified 180 slaves. What I lack now are Eagle-type Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle continued to mature while large amounts of heavenly crystals were expended. Fang Yuan began to wantonly buy Eagle-type Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Transactions of live Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts had always had a huge market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But eagles were somewhat rare among these. Time was pressing. Fang Yuan did not have much choice. He hesitated slightly before making a decision. He recklessly proclaimed in Treasure Yellow Heaven, purchasing Eagle-type Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts at a high price. We can trade with Immortal Gu as well. In an instant, this caused an uproar. Using Immortal Gu to purchase Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts? Immortal Gu were unique and extremely difficult to refine, while Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts were easy to raise and cultivate. He was clearly trading at a loss. However, Fang Yuan had to disregard it. Soon, he attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. I have both Desolate Beast and Ancient Desolate Beast mixed Heavenly Eagles. What Immortal Gu are you selling? The first Gu immortal asked. The mixed Heavenly Eagle was not a normal eagle. It had an eagle head and a human body, a pair of hands with 5 human fingers and sharp nails. Its feet were that of an eagle, and it had eagle wings. It liked to use a long bone as a staff to fight. This mixed Heavenly Eagle might have a peculiar appearance, but it is indeed an eagle. I can use it. Fang Yuan thought, before inquiring, how many do you have? I have 33 Desolate Beast mixed Heavenly Eagles and 7 Ancient mixed Heavenly Eagles. That Gu immortal responded. Fang Yuan nodded and said without hesitation, I will buy them. I have a rank 6 Immortal Gu here. Only a rank 6 Immortal Gu? These are 7 Ancient Desolate Beasts. The Gu immortal said in a dissatisfied tone. Fang Yuan was even more dissatisfied, directly shouting, Get lost if you are not selling. That Gu immortal's attitude immediately changed. Oh, don't get so angry. I will sell them. How could I not sell? The moment this transaction was completed, it immediately created even more uproar in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven's transactions were open. Everyone had personally seen both sides transacting. He actually used an Immortal Gu to buy the desolate beasts? This is an unprecedented event. There is something wrong with this Gu Immortal's brain. Although there are a lot of mixed heavenly eagles, how many immortal materials could they be turned into? Using equivalent immortal materials, they would only be barely enough for 10 attempts in refining that rank 6 Immortal Gu he used. Refining Immortal Gu was truly too difficult with extremely low success rate. 10 times looked like a lot, but in truth, there were many Gu Immortals who had to attempt 50 or 60 times to refine Immortal Gu. It is not a fraud, right? Does this Immortal Gu has hidden problems? A Gu Immortal was doubtful. No chance. This is treasure yellow heaven. Who can deceive it? The treasure light it emitted was genuine. My turn. I have rainbow chasing eagles. Over 100 of them. Someone came to transact. Rainbow chasing eagles were rather small and were all desolate beasts. There had never been an ancient desolate beast level rainbow chasing eagle. This eagle did not have strong battle strength. Wild rainbow chasing eagles like to chase after rainbows. There was little to comment on their other aspects, but in terms of speed, they were outstanding. All right, this rank 6 Immortal Gu is yours. Fang Yuan directly was ready to buy it. The seller asked awkwardly, "Can we change it to another Immortal Gu? I had to raise these rainbow-chasing eagles for over 100 years before they could grow to this scale." Fang Yuan's stance was firm. "Get lost. Trade if you want, or screw off somewhere. Don't. Are you trading or not?" Trading. Fang Yuan's divine sense snorted. "If I were not in urgent need of eagles, would you people be able to get such benefits? Hurry up. Here, take your Immortal Gu. My time is precious." Thereupon, the following Gu Immortals all started addressing Fang Yuan as senior. The scene was getting crowded. Even the Gu Immortals who did not have eagle-type desolate beasts gathered to watch this show. To see this eccentric character who was using Immortal Gu to buy desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Treasure Yellow Heaven's commotion naturally attracted the attention of many forces in the 5 regions. Among them was naturally Heavenly Court, as well as Longevity Heaven and so on. However, they were unable to stop Fang Yuan. Treasure Yellow Heaven had always maintained neutrality. No one could find its location, and no one was able to exert influence on it. In just a short while, Fang Yuan had gathered enough eagle-type desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. For this, Fang Yuan paid 4 Immortal Gu, 3 rank 6, and 1 rank 7. In return, the number of eagles he obtained was shocking, reaching over 400. Most of them were desolate beasts, while 20% were ancient desolate beasts. At the same time, he had also gathered enough of the necessary Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan began to try activating the Immortal Killer move 180 slaves. He was careful because this was the first time he was using this move. His speed was slow, even though he could not afford to waste a single second in this current situation. Gu worms after Gu worms were activated. Fang Yuan's progress was quite steady. GUH. Suddenly, his body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The activation had failed, and the backlash caused him injuries. Large amounts of mortal Gu were destroyed, and his mental energy was also expended by a lot. Man as before. Instantly, Fang Yuan recovered. He had no expression on his face as he continued to activate the killer move 180 slaves. Failure. Another failure. After repeatedly failing for 3 times, by the 4th time, Fang Yuan resisted an intense headache, finally activating the killer move. A bunch of strange lights covered the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle raised its head and gave a clear and resonant cry, submitting itself to the rule of Fang Yuan. Success. Fang Yuan had no time to be happy as he heard He Lu Lan's voice. "Quick, I am about to lose control over the Gu formation." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, immediately letting out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. "You will not escape." Fairy Ziwei's slightly dismayed voice resounded. Fang Yuan had, under her nose, become the new leader of Shadow Sect, and was still trying to escape. He was truly disregarding Fairy Ziwei. But right at this time, Fang Yuan let out Purple Mountain True Monarch's Will, along with Immortal Essence and a few Immortal Gu. "Fang Yuan, remember what I told you. Leave quickly." The Purple Will said this and activated a killer move, pouncing at the Super Gu formation and colliding into it. At the next moment, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle carried Fang Yuan and the rest, piercing into space, appearing outside the Gu formation. With one flap of its wings, it immediately soared to the sky. With another flap, it had already become a tiny dark in the horizon, flying out of everyone's vision. Chapter 1375, Battle Ceases, Another Immemorial Desolate Beast. Someone left the battlefield. It looks like it was from the Super Gu formation's direction. What had actually happened? The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle carried Fang Yuan, Ingwu Xie, and the rest, quickly leaving the battlefield, stupefying all the southern border righteous path Gu Immortals present on the scene. In fact, When Ing Wu Xie and the others were transported by the Super Gu formation, many among them had felt something wrong. Almost all those Gu immortals on the eagle's back are the demonic path scoundrels who attacked us. What exactly is Wu Yihai playing at? Quick, let us in. The southern border Gu immortals began to protest. However, there was not even a trace of Fang Yuan left in the Super Gu formation. He had already changed his appearance and fled right under everyone's noses. Qi, something seems to be off. At this moment, in the battlefield, an expert among Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, Old Treeman, went up to Qi side. It did not matter if the other clan's Gu immortals failed to contact Wu Yihai. The main thing was Wu clan and Xiao clan, especially Fairy Si Lu failing to get a response from Wu Yihai. There was definitely a problem. Wu Yihai had control over the whole Super Gu formation. If he made a mistake, it would definitely be a big and fatal one. Qi nodded solemnly. He also knew the severity of this matter. This Super Gu formation was, after all, personally arranged by Qi clan's first supreme elder, Qi Chuyu. Although Qi was not able to control the Gu formation, he still could inspect the state of the Gu formation. It was just that this would use up his energy and time, and it was rather troublesome. This inspection immediately turned Qi expression ashen. Bada had been observing Qi, and seeing the latter's expression change to that of shock and terror, his heart jolted, and he quickly transmitted his voice. What happened? Lord Wu Yihai is missing. The whole Super Gu formation is forcibly controlled by two forces, and they are fighting against each other. One has a central continent aura, and the other has a northern plains aura. Just based on their auras, they are both rank 8 Gu immortals. Qi said with distress. Bada was immediately dazed. The impact was too heavy. He took a few deep breaths, as sweat started to appear on his forehead. Too dangerous. This situation was too dangerous. Wu Yihai has mysteriously gone missing. He is very likely to have been killed. Regardless of how the two rank 8s infiltrated the Super Gu formation, Wu Yihai has no chance with his rank 7 cultivation. Bada started to make deductions. Right now, he could not even imagine Fang Yuan was a traitor. This was also the result of Fang Yuan paying attention to small details like changing his appearance before leaving. More importantly, they could not even imagine that Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan, would mix in with Shadow Sect. Why? Because not long ago, Baquan Feng, this mole in the southern border righteous path forces, had caused the Super Gu formation to be unable to activate. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had saved the day, and with his help, Southern Border's righteous forces were able to bring up the second layer of the Super Gu formation. This matter had left a very deep impression on the Southern Border righteous path Gu immortals. If such a person was Shadow Sect's mole, how could he hinder Shadow Sect's plan at the crucial moment? It probably bodes ill for Wu Yihai. Oh, now that I think of it, I am lucky I was plotted against by Baquan Feng. If it were me controlling the Super Gu formation right now, Wu Yihai's ending would have been my ending. I should be grateful to Wu Yihai for replacing me. Qi was inwardly thankful to Fang Yuan. Whether Wu Yihai was dead or not, Bada soon accepted it. Bada had already found Wu Yihai an eyesore. Even if Wu Yihai had a miserable end, he would still look at it like a joke. But now Bada could not laugh. The Super Gu formation is already out of our control. Shadow Sect has retreated, but Heavenly Court is still here. What is their stance? Bada pondered over this serious issue. Previously, Heavenly Court and Southern Border's righteous path had stood together to fight Shadow Sect. Now Shadow Sect had left, while Spectral Soul's main body was captured by Duke Long. What stance would Heavenly Court have? Bada did not have any answer to this question. Because, not long ago, Heavenly Court had organized a secret group to invade Northern Plains and destroy snowy mountain-blessed land. But they had to retreat in defeat because of Longevity Heaven. The current situation was extremely similar. Heavenly Court had organized another expedition group to Southern Border. It was not easy to say what their stance was. Although both belonged to the righteous path, Bada, who had held a high position in the righteous path for a long time, knew something. Politics never placed significance on moral integrity. It was all about benefits. How could they protect their benefits? One word, strength. If the Super Gu formation was still in their control, Southern Border's righteous forces would still have some confidence to negotiate with Heavenly Court. But Wu Yihai was gone now, and the Super Gu formation was seized by others. It seemed to be two rank 8 Gu immortals who had seized control, and neither of them were from Southern Border. At this time, in this situation, the more Bada thought, the more unsightly his expression became. But he did not waste too much time thinking. In just a short while, he opened his dried lips and made a difficult decision. Retreat. Retreat? We are giving up the Super Gu formation? Our clan's Immortal Gu are all here. Qi then pointed at those patches of dream realms. Look at these dream realms. Heavenly Court might have a way to collect them. If we retreat, all the Immortal Gu and the dream realms will be lost. Who will bear the responsibility for that? Bada coldly glanced at Qigui. Retreat if you want to retreat. If you want to remain, then remain. Leaving behind this sentence, he recalled the last remaining Ba clan Gu immortal and left. Bada's decision immediately created a commotion among the southern border righteous path Gu immortals. Before Bada left, he had informed all of them regarding their current situation. Wu clan and Xiao clan naturally suffered a huge blow when they heard about Wu Yihai being missing. The Super Gu formation was no longer in their control. Most of the southern border Gu immortals imitated Bada and started to retreat. Wu Liao, however, did not leave. Wu Yihai was Wu Yang's brother. He was now missing, his whereabouts unknown. As a Wu clan Gu immortal, how could Wu Liao easily retreat? I believe Lord Wu Yihai is alive and well. Xiao Si Lu thought for a bit, before leaving with Xiao clan's Gu immortals. Most of the southern border Gu immortals left, leaving behind Qi Gui, Wu Liao, and a few other Gu immortals. They chose to believe in Heavenly Court. After all, it led Central Continent's righteous path. Heaven Overseeing Tower was still tangled up with Zui Yihui. Neither were able to get the upper hand. Zui Yihui held deep hatred towards the Heavenly Court Gu immortals. It was not just a desire to hunt for food. This point had clearly been calculated by Purple Mountain True Monarch. Among Southern Border's righteous path Gu immortals, those that wanted to leave had left. A mere will dares to obstruct me. In a short while, Fairy Ziwei was covered in the power of Star Constellation chessboard, finally completely destroying Purple Mountain True Monarch's will. This rank 8 Wisdom Path expert finally completed her goal, grasping control over this Super Gu formation. However, she was not in the least bit happy. Fang Yuan had become the leader of Shadow Sect and escaped right under her nose. Fairy Ziwei was well aware of the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's speed. She definitely would not be able to catch up to it if she were to give chase now. Fairy Ziwei's mood was extremely bad. After gaining control over the Super Gu formation, she immediately contacted Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, how is the situation there? All she heard was a loud sound. Space cracked open like a mirror, and from within the tear, a rank 8 Gu immortal flew out. Who else could it be but Duke Long? It was just that, if originally he had an aloof and domineering aura, now, his face was filled with a dark and ferocious grimace, seemingly enduring something. Fairy Ziwei's heart jolted, immediately activating the Super Gu formation to bring Duke Long in. Lord Duke Long, what's wrong? Duke Long said with clenched teeth. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is indeed Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. I had just moved the door of life and death into my phantom aperture, when that remnant soul of Spectral Soul actually used the door of life and death's power to try to devour my soul. We need to return to Heavenly Court quickly, and use the power of Heavenly Court to separate Spectral Soul's remnant soul from my body and suppress it. Fairy Ziwei's heart sank. She had not expected the situation to be this serious. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had been a grand rank 9 when alive. Even though he was schemed against by Heaven's will and taken captive by Heavenly Court, the moment he was given the slightest chance, the retaliation he unleashed was actually so ferocious. Yes. Fairy Ziwei quickly responded. She naturally would carry out Duke Long's order without doubt. But how should we handle Zui Yihui, along with these southern border Gu immortals and Fang Yuan, who has already escaped? Fairy Ziwei thought for a bit and asked. Duke Long said with no hesitation, don't worry about Zui Yihui. It cannot catch up to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Forget about these southern border righteous forces. Spectral Soul's main body is already within me. From start to finish, we have not fallen out with southern border. Both of us belong to righteous path. Massacring righteous forces is not beneficial to Central Continent's future grand unification of other regions. As for Fang Yuan, as he said this, Duke Long paused and looked at Fairy Ziwei. An ashamed look flashed past Fairy Ziwei's face. I did not handle it properly. However, Duke Long smiled instead. I don't believe you didn't use any method. Fairy Ziwei answered. Lord Duke Long is wise. That thief Fang Yuan has already been struck by my investigative method, as well as the rest of Shadow Sect's members. Good. Southern Border's righteous path reinforcements are coming from all directions. We need to retreat. Duke Long nodded. Finally, the reinforcements of Southern Border's super clans successively arrived at the remains of Etian Mountain. What they saw was a ruined battlefield. Dream realms were everywhere, piled up messily. They were no longer round like before, but were like a range of mountains, scattered here and there. The Super Gu formation had already disappeared without a trace. Since Fairy Ziwei had already gained control of the Super Gu formation, she naturally could break it down. Many of the Immortal Gu of Southern Border's righteous forces were taken away by Heavenly Court. Duke Long and Fairy Ziwei then entered Heaven Overseeing Tower and flew to White Heaven. Zui Yihui did not intend to let them off. Charging into White Heaven, more and more Southern Border Gu immortals gathered here. The scale was so large that it was rarely seen even once in 100 years. Wu Yong, Chi Chu Yu and the others looked at the battlefield with ashen expressions. They had suffered tremendous losses this time.